All right, that seemed to fix it. Let's add a filter though. If we add a color correction filter, we could actually change the opacity on this and say close. Now the question is whether that is just completely unreadable. And I kind of feel like it is. I kind of feel like that's not really sustainable. I just feel like it's not sustainable. All right, well, enough of that. Trash the filter. Yes. Close. Lock previews. All right, we're not quite ready to come back to this yet. I have a little bit of stuff I have to do. To do another review still. Um, but yeah, we will be coming back to this. Uh, Somebody's asking me to swap on-call rotations. So All right, so I'm on call next week. This week, actually, that's gonna. I don't know. That might actually tank a lot of the stuff I was planning this week. When we're on call, things are crazy at work. Maybe I'll be lucky and I won't have anything. Maybe for once they won't actually have work for me on my on call week. Everybody else talks about their on call weeks being super quiet. All right, so yeah. All right, so tomorrow I need to wake up and check tickets and stuff. I probably am gonna probably just do that. I probably am gonna do that anyway. It looks like we finally did lose everybody on the stream. Somebody else. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the Go coding and wrap this up as fast as I can. F summaries. We don't need that. Title returns. Okay, this is what we decided. We decided that all of these functions need to come out of here. And usage names and everything. This is all stuff that needs to go into the doc package. So we're not going to call it doc.go. We're going to call it the doc command. So let's just go ahead and start that doc cmd. And we can rip that out. Put this in its own command. I'm gonna really cruise on this since we don't have that many people here. If you do have questions, please let me know. Doc.cmd. Go. Paste that in there. Obviously, this is just a start. Doc. I already have most of the stuff already written. I just have to move it in. We have the var command. We're going to call this var command as well. And we have vars. Vars that go. Vars is different than the var command. Actually, let's do that. Let's move vars to var cmd. That's a go. Var cmd.go. Put that in here. So we have the variable vars. Vars is a map key to individual variables from vars. That's the type. That's the type that we were using. And I think we decided that vars was going to have a type. Let me go see. I should probably just leave this in here and call this CMD. How you doing? Keisha Visualizer, you like that? I wish it were accurate. It's broken. If I add, watch, I'm going to add this spelling, ZG. Okay, now you're seeing it. Why wasn't it doing it before? It was broken before. It wasn't doing it. ZG. Okay, it adds the ZG after I do the other command, so I guess it's back. It wasn't doing that before at all. I wonder if it's because of the line rate being off the screen. It might be. Wait. Let's try now. ZG. No, it did it. It wasn't. I swear to God, it wasn't doing that before. Yep. ZG. ZG. Shouldn't need that, but vars. Vars is a vars. All right, so there we go. We got var command ZG. Okay, that did it. Did it show you? No, it didn't do it. Oh, it did. It started to add it now. It's like it got confused. That's really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it got confused. I did jinx it. It was not working before. No idea why. Var command is a map key to individual variable keys from vars. 6 moves to its own. Okay, so this stuff we're going to rebuild from scratch, but we have a bunch of stuff to build it from. This is going to be fast. Because I want to get this done. I want to use it. That's why I want to use it. We're going to cache the aliases. Names. Names returns the name, and any aliases group such that the name is always last. The reason I think we should keep it still be a method is because we're caching the aliases on the first query. And that kind of makes it better for this. Usage group, same thing. I mean, these things are more related to the documentation than anything else. But an empty arg slice returns an empty string if only one argument, then that argument is empty return, blah, blah, blah. No transformation done to the argument, the self argument. However, the doc, we could put, this could all be based on the doc. The doc command does get a reference to it, right? And frankly, we shouldn't, why should we be caching all those? The only reason we need to cache the aliases is in order to do file completion. And frankly, we shouldn't be caching the aliases unless we're doing completion, period. There's literally no reason to do that unless you're doing completion. So that's the thing. Yeah, I'm reevaluating a bunch of stuff here. So, all right, so we got the run. See, this caching aliases is unnecessary. Seriously, the only reason... Oh, wait. We're doing delegation. Okay, for seek, in order for seek to do delegation, seek has to know... Seek checks for that. Okay. So, we need... Seek says... Seek checks for with the commands, the deepest remaining. Seek checks the argument. This is the most complicated code in the whole thing. It uses resolve. So, checks the args for command names returning the deepest along with the remaining arguments. Typically, the arguments passed are directly from the command line. Seek also sets the caller on each command found during its resolution. I don't know if these need to be exported, but there's no reason not to, I guess. So, okay, but the thing of it is, though, is that... All right, so run. This is some ugly shit right here. What I'm trying to, the only purpose I'm doing of looking at this is making sure that I know what is needed. So I do not need to cache aliases until, actually I do. Params and aliases, params I need to cache for completion, but I don't need to cache the aliases for completion. How you doing, Charles? So x.seek, okay, seek, as we just saw, I don't think seek uses any of that. Pretty sure it doesn't. Seek does not use the aliases. It uses whatever it has. It goes all the way down, and if it finds one, then it returns it. Um, so I don't think it does a I don't think it does a okay, caching a lookup map of aliases in the process. Okay, there we go. Aliases equals nil, cache aliases. All right, so this is taking care of it right here. Actually, I don't need to do an advanced cache aliases because Resolve does it automatically. Resolve does it automatically. I don't need it in the run command. It's superfluous. The cache aliases is unnecessary right here. So seek actually needs aliases, but it does its own resolution if it's needed. Completion, actually, the seek is going to do all of the cache aliases completion. This is not going to need it. I don't think we need these. I also don't think we need params. I think cache params only has to happen with completion only. It's the only thing that's needed. Otherwise, it's wasted work. The only time it's needed by the actual command is during completion and when the doc type runs. That's it. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so cache params. So we can say this. We can say if x.cache params is if params is nil equals nil, then cache params. That's it. We just have to cache params. That's what I created. Okay, so the seek is already going to cache, is going to do the caching of the other stuff. The seek, I think, will cover everything. I don't think we need to do cache params there. So, okay, the other place that params have to be cached is right when they're going to be displayed. And the fact of the matter is that cache params is it's a local thing. I kind of think we should export cache params. Because if somebody wants to dynamically modify the params, they need to run cache params to get it to update the params. And we can't, there's no like event we can kick off when they change the param value. You know? We could do dynamic set params, but no. Okay, so we're going to expose cache params. We're going to expose cache params. Actually, let's change this to parse params. Do we want to give people access to the internal params? There's params, which is like a thing, a parse params. We need cache params. We need parse params and cache params. Yes. Cache params. Cache params. Cache params updates the internal cache, the internal params, x.params. Did you know you can have lowercase and uppercase in the same thing? Let me show you. It's so weird. It's probably a bad idea, but you can do it. I'm pretty sure. So CMD type CMD. You could have params and params. Oh, I guess not. I guess I lied. Hey, how are you? Expected type. Oh. Oh no, there you can. See, look. Look at that. This is going to blow people away. They'll be like, oh shit. Yeah, you have the private one and then you have the public one. And they can be different things. So, right? So if you want to use that for caching, you can totally do that, which is what I was testing. So I actually want to do that. I want to start using params, internal cache that is the uh, remember to call this when creating, whenever params dynamically altering params the value on time. Yes, sir. Params. If it's on the screen. Cache params. Wait. We don't need to parse params. Parse params is just a split. It's super easy. I mean, we might as well. We're trying to make this easy for everybody. Let's do parse params. Some beginners might not know how to do that because I like the exclamation point in the output, and I just have to append it in the final form because it's more usage. It looks more like usage. So does that help? Yeah. Pomo help. This is just a personal preference. So this is how I like my stuff to show. See this right here? And commas are not as clean, in my opinion. They're kind of messed up. And this actually means or in usage, so that's what I'm doing instead. Yep. That's a design preference on my part. As it happens, it's good to be me. But Dumbledore, I thought we couldn't disapparate. I thought we couldn't disapparate from on Hogwarts grounds. Yes, but as it so happens, there are certain advantages to being me. So I can do this however the fuck I want. So return except parse params. Except parse params. I guess that's it. Parse params. Return string split x dot params. Simple. Cache params. Parse params. Cache params. Parse params is right there. Oh. Wait, I spell it wrong? Why is it still yelling? Field params. Oh. So much better. Chite, what? No. Oh, yeah. Dennis. Dennis. Dennis is definitely more opinionated than me. Kidding. There's a lot of people. Honestly, almost the entirety of YouTube is more opinionated. All right. I've busted a bunch of stuff on purpose, thank God. Let's fix it all back. DocFS is embedfs. Embedfs files listed in order. I don't know if it needs to be a pointer, actually. I think it can be an actual FS. And because it's a struct, I think it can just be an embedfs. I'm trying to decide. Is the layout of the struct? Actually, no, because then we can't check if it's nil. So yeah, we need that. We need the pointer. The other things about that, people could swap out the FSs. They could, oh my God, they could change the language based on just swapping out the FS. Holy shit. Holy shit, my mind has just been blown by how awesome that is. They can actually embed all the language support in the binary and just swap the FS based on the locale. What the fuck? That is so fucking cool. Oh my God. And this stuff is all non-language dependent. So, I don't think a plan has ever come together more perfectly than that. I did not plan that. I cannot take credit for that. That just ended up being an amazing side effect. Yeah. Multiple languages can be supported by swapping one use case is supporting languages by assigning a different language embedded.fs. Dude, you could do it on the fly. You could say, okay, I want all my docs to be in Russian now. This is so freaking cool. I can't stand it. I that is just so amazing to me. Oh, this tool is so fucking cool. I got to get it finished right away. I want to use it for everything. I'm so excited. Um, I'm definitely writing a book about this. I mean, that technique, I don't care if everybody uses Bonzai, but that technique should be used all over the place in Go for creating for creating commands, multilingual commands. That is so freaking cool. Because I mean, they're just text files, right? So I gotta trim my beard. My beard's getting scraggly. Anyway, the func map. That's not a JSON. There's no JSON here, people. No JSON. So much easier to read. Aliases, params. Cached aliases. We're going to use cached aliases and cached params. Okay, so what else are we doing? All right, let's get the rest working. Is basis, branches, leaf. That was really important. I'm glad we went through that. Completer specifies a struct complete function. Um, that will complete the given command with given arguments. Complete function never panics and always return at least an empty string of strings. Not all computers require a pass command by convention, such an unused. The unused should be a single underscore as their name. What? Oh. By convention, an unused CMD argument, an unused first argument. By convention, any unused arguments should be named, should be underscore for their names. Should use underscore for their names. All right, I'm so into writing. Method defines the main code to execute the form command by convention. Execute for a command. Method defines the main code to execute for a command. For command.call. By convention, the parameter list should be named args if there are args expected. Underscore not. As expected. Unused. Any unused method parameter should be named underscore by convention. List should be named X. By convention, the parameter list should be named args, and the caller X. If either is unused, and underscore should be passed, should be used instead. what? Trying to simplify this, people. If unused, if either is unused, then underscore should be used instead. I just want people writing this stuff to know what to do. Name, okay, names returns the names and any aliases groups such as the name is always last. Returns a slice of all aliases caching them in the process. If not already. Returns a list of aliases caching in the process if not already. And the name as the last item. Okay, this is where we're going to get kind of pedantic, and people are going to get pissed off. That's okay. The name, let's see. This also validates them against the Bonzai requirements. It's the Bonzai requirement, naming requirements. This is going to get me all kinds of hate. Global commands. This is going to get me all kinds of hate because I am not going to let people put anything in the name that is not a letter character. And that is going to piss people off. I'm ready to get pissed off. You cannot put anything in your name that is not a readable language character in the Unicode language set. What about for search? The search is an argument. That's not a command name or an alias. So that's different. Arguments are allowed, not in the names, not in the command names themselves. This is the thing that's going to piss every get out person out there. They're going to try to hack in. The reason I added this in the first place is because they're going to try to hack in double dashes as commands. That's a command, my friend. That's a command alias, actually. Yep. That's a command alias. That's not even an actual command. There's nothing preventing you from having a binary that doesn't match your command name. You just can't use it for a multicall or anything. But that would be kind of, I don't mean, why would you do that anyway, right? So yeah. I guess the biggest reason people are going to hate this is they're not going to be able to make flattened command trees with dash commands. So like this is the biggest reason I would want to do this. Okay, so we're going to be pushing people to the people would probably want to do like GitHub, right? Git has made git dash whatever and whatever, SSH dash whatever, and that's been allowed for years. And that's how you provide a bunch of different commands that are all when you do find SSH, you find them all, right? And that's not going to be a thing anymore. So that means that if you want a multi-call binary, you're going to be really, really restricted because, and you'll probably need to find a way to put an additional path in place or something. We gotta think about what this is going to do to the multi-call world, because like kubectl right now has the ability, if you do kubectl dash whatever, right, there's an entire convention in the kubectl. You guys know about this in kubectl? Kubectl will take any binary in the path and it will decompose the file name with the dashes in it and allow that to be tabbed out as a completed argument. So if you want to create a multiple layers within kubectl, you can do kubectl and then you can make a binary and put in your path called kubectl-login, and you can do kubectl tab and then login, and it will find it in your path. If you have dash whatever and it's a thing, it will find it'll replace the dashes with spaces. And that approach is not unsound. Git subcommand is another way they do it. The git subcommands is exactly the same thing. Yeah, if you type, so like git dash tutorial is the thing, but if you can type, that then becomes a command. So git tab and you get them all, right? So tutorial's not here though. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. It's in here somewhere, but I can never find it. But every one of these also has a man page. So you can like man get cherry and then it'll, oops. And it'll get it for you. And that's how they do their documentation. Sick jacket, I like my jacket. Nice. So that is a way of going about it. I mean, the question here is, thank you for the follow, Life of Disdain. Is it Git tutorial? Nope. That's not it. We found it the other day, and now I can't find it again. Once again, another one of those reasons, right? So, what does this mean? This... I'm tempted to allow dashes inside of the command name. The problem with that is that it's against the baseline goals of speakable command line interfaces. But hear me out. So if you're going to go down the multi-call path, there's two paths you can go with the monoliths in Bonzai. You can do multi-call or you can do completion. And if you do completion, it's actually really easy to create multiple subgroupings, multiple branches, and then just put tab and get it out there. And then it's all contained and they're not, you have basically a file system path. Oh my God, I just figured it out. Holy shit, why didn't I think of that before? When we're generating the multi-call, we can generate subdirectories that contain the links in them. Why did I not think of that before? Oh my God, I got to think about this for a second. That means, oh my God, that is like, the problem with that though is that you would then have to, okay, so if you were going to update your path, what would you add to your path? You would add all of the directories that had a base command in them. The problem is, again, that you can have two commands that have the same name, but that are in different directories. That's not going to fix the problem. Long COVID brain. It sucks, I know. So that here's the deal. We have two fundamentally competing principles going on here. One of them is fast to type multi-call binaries, sub-binaries. So that means that all the commands, ls, all those things are not speakable. We would be creating simple commands to remember that have mnemonics that are unique, um, but they are not speakable. So we are already violating the speakability thing. You know what I mean? If we allow multicall, if in a multicall environment, we probably should allow the name. I mean, there's so many ways to go about this. One of the ways though is to make the multicall um, map, and that means that you would create a map of what you wanted the command to be named in the top level directory, and then you would do that. Another one would be that um, anything in your multicall binary, we could actually create a name for each binary that had a dash in it that replaced its location in the command subtree. And then those would all complete automatically just using built-in completion, even if it was Z shell, which actually covers the completion issue for those people who don't have completion, who want to use the command line stuff. That would actually cover that instead of having to to create a completion script. You wouldn't need it. You wouldn't need it. It would be built into the file system. So, and that would create a directory full of symbolic links that completely match your, you know what? That's what we have. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Okay, so putting dashes in the names should be sort of allowed. There's two ways to go now. We can either make it so that that's only if you're making it into a multicall binary. That is the only time. Yeah, you have a base tree that's two or more trees. I can explode it into multicall binary, and now I have to subcommand trees at top levels. What if I want to multicall the second layer of subcommands? We have to flatten it all. We have to flatten the whole thing. So the difference, we can still have the thing that says that it has to be a speakable command, because the whole point of the multicall binary is giving you, a top level command. Now, the top level command it's never really going to be a speakable thing. So, if you want to make a speakable interface that's got actual nouns and it's long and you can type it out, you can do that. We've already allowed the shortcuts thing, not shortcuts, but aliases, which are short, keyword versions of the same thing. Multicall binaries actually get us around a ton of problems. What the main problem the multicall binary gets us around is completion on any platform, and that is huge. That is absolutely huge, because any platform that will do file name completion by default is immediately covered, because we can complete any of the base command names, right? The downside of that is the different aliases and parameters and stuff that people might want, but who cares, right? So every single is base would have a multicall binary. Anything that has a version would get a, oh my God, this is so, we got to make this like right now. That's going to fix so many problems. Okay, so the thing that's so cool about that is, as I said, is that fixes completion for everything. Everything. And if you want to use the binary, you want to put it in a multicall, and you don't want to do the symlinking, great. You just push, tab, tab, tab. If you want to make we just make one command that's built in. It's like make multi or whatever. And what do we put it under? We can't put it under help anymore. It would have to be a hidden command. It's arg0. Yeah, that's what we're using. That's built in. That's how everybody does it. So, but it's not just arg0 now, right? No, I mean, that's how people have been doing it for decades. So the difference now is, what we have to think about is how do we, the thing that's really great about that is we already have all the properties, all the fields set on any command in the command tree to make a decision about what should be turned into a multicall link. It's absolutely BusyBox. We're making BusyBox for Go. We're making BusyBox for Go for any command you want to put in there. We're basically combining we're making a without the we're taking Cobra ish, ripping out all the GetOps shit, adding stateful environment variables into the system in place of that, and then we're adding BusyBox. So that's not a speakable multi-call command, but it doesn't need to be, because the reason it doesn't need to be a speakable command is because we've already bought off we've already signed off on the command line stuff. Get ops, not get ops, get ops. Dash this. Where does it go? Is it global? Is it not? None of that. It doesn't exist in this world. The Bonzai world, that stuff is gone. It's obliterated. It's boomer tech. Don't do it. And I'm imagining a different world where that shit doesn't exist. Yeah. Yeah. I bet I don't have teeth, so it's hard to hear what I'm saying. So, it could be okay. So, this is actually super important that we don't. This answered the main question. The main question was, is it right for me to disallow crazy characters in there? And here is why. If we have crazy characters in there, we cannot make multi-call binary links because they can't put that shit in there. It'll cause all kinds of problems. So if someone says they want to use a question mark, or they want to put a dash in there, dash is kind of on the question mark. It's kind of in the middle. Oh, you're trying to run my teeth command? It should come up. Boomer without teeth eliminates boomer's tech. Absolutely. Sort of a boomer. So anyway, let's do, you want to see what happened to my teeth? I can show you really quick. Whoa! There you go. That's what happened. You want me to Whoa! I know, crazy, right? So yeah. Allow whatever character is allowed to file name. Hell no. Absolutely not. Not under any circumstances will I do that. It's only going to be English characters. Hey, Mark. I know people are going to get pissed off. Because why? Why would you need it? Tell me why you need it. You don't need it. You need it in the arguments. You don't need it in the command names. Like underscore. I do not want to allow it's no. It's Unicode L. I'll show you. Look up Unicode L. All right. So what is the Unicode set for L? It's any language character. It's A through Z. It can be capital. Actually, we should probably make it lowercase. Yeah. I don't want to allow uppercase characters for commands. I don't. I'm gonna be strict on this. And you know what? I probably get forked over it because Latin alphabet is L. Variations on the symbols. What is it? There's a bigger one. It'll blow up. It'll blow up on everything. Yeah, double. Let's see, mathematical double string. We're kind of going back to original Linux on this, and that's fine. I mean, you can have an infinite combination of words, so there's no limitation here. You're just being forced to make things that are immediately obvious by looking at them, which is not true in Unix. And miscellaneous symbols, other special forms of L, small capital Latin. Letter L with stroke. I guess it's just lowercase L. Is that Latin? Uppercase L. The Unicode character set for the letter L includes various characters across different scripts, contexts, both uppercase and lowercase. I think we want L-I. L and then lowercase I. Recall. Opt-out shift. Oh, I don't know about that. Mathematical bold script. Mathematical bold other alphabets. Miscellaneous symbols. L. Roman numeral 50. No. Latin letter L with stroke. What is that about? What is the character class for lowercase letters? I think it's LI. I think it's LI. That stands for lowercase letter LL. LL lowercase letters, title case, modifier letters, other letters. I think this is this does allow like umlaut and things like that. Specifically, the category LL, not LI. A Unicode character can summarize LILL. Why are you responsible for the readability and intelligibility of the commands of the user library? Because I don't want to promote an ecosystem that becomes GPG. I deliberately want, and I'm going to be a dick about it. I want to create a new world where commands are not shit. And if you want to create shitty commands, go find another package. I mean it. I know that I'm this is the reason I'm making this, because I am tired of dealing with and helping other people learn shitty command line interfaces. I'm tired of it, and I want to make a new world where that shit doesn't exist. And if you want to do that, fine. There's a million ways to fuck over the rest of everybody and use a million. Have you seen some of the command options in Kubernetes with dash dash? It's like a full fucking sentence. It's like 40 characters in a monolith. No, not in a monolith. I don't want those commands at all. Seriously, look at Q commands. I know. Just look at the GPG command, people. How many pages of GPG command output are we talking about? Look at this. I'll hold the key down. Let's count how long it takes. Okay? This has to die with the fucking boomers who created it. I fucking hate it. I am making something better. The end. I fucking hate this world. I hate this world that we have inherited, that we now have to help new people understand. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. I can say that a million more times if you want to hear it. Do you know what I actually did? I had to write a Perl library that encapsulated the GPG command because not GPG-lib is not safe. It took Go to come around and actually create a secure library that was OpenPGP compatible. Before that, the only way to do it in a secure way was to call into this fucking huge binary with all this shit. I wrote an entire Perl module just to encapsulate all those fucking double dash commands that should have been exposed in an AP programmatic API but never were. Because boomers. And I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. There. I'm angry. I'm sorry. Take a breath, Rob. You can do that. You just can't make it a command. If your operating system lets you use command question mark, fine. Do it. Right? Why can't you have dash as top level command? That's a horrible idea. I know. Making questions a command is probably a stupid idea too. Hey, look at my hat. It's like I'm wearing the hat that I donated, I gave away. I gotta stop ranting. I gotta get back to doing shit that matters. Ranting never gets anybody anywhere. Don't get mad, get busy. Don't rant, get busy. Please, okay, Boomer. Yeah. Why didn't yours appear? That's weird. It must have a timeout on it or something. So we're you know what? If I need to loosen this restriction, you're the one charged. Not charged. Chite was saying this. If we need to loosen this restriction later, fine. If we need to loosen this restriction, we can do it. But I want to be strict up front because I want to see what's possible without it. I want to see how people work around it. Oh, this is going to be. They ain't wishy-washy. Well, that's for sure. Software issue.
Твой софт говно.
Sorry?
Software shit.
I should have noticed that one. Feigned interest. Feigned interests. Oh my god. That is a great name. All right. So names returned slice as arrays. This also validates them against the Bonzai, against the strict Bonzai naming requirements, which are that all names must be composed of only lowercase letters, which enables safe creation of multi-call binary links. So fader sheet. What's the regex? How do you do regex with that? I think it's P, right? Regex for Unicode. Lowercase match. I think it's P I think it's P. Yeah, there it is. That's it. This is the one. JavaScript, you can use Unicode property escape. If you're using just word boundary stuff like from Perl, that's all broken now that Unicode is here. Oh, the horror. Let's start working on programming a game of Google Sheets. That was my recommend. Yes. I mean, I'm not saying you can't make them. It's just the commands can't be named that. The tuple command is obviously stupid. Yeah, people. Yeah. Yeah. I wish I could make that into. All right, so which enables safe creation of multi-call binary links. Enabling a universal command completion and more. That's what I want to show you. I want to show you how that's going to enable universal command completion. It's so fucking cool. I can make them, but I can't name them. No, you can name them. You just have to name them what I name. You have to name them something that's a lowercase letter, and it can be infinitely long. I don't care how long it is, even though I think it's stupid to make a long one. Should we limit the length? Should we say that each command name should be less than... Well, they have to be lowercase. Give me a limit. What should be the longest command name without a dash in it? What should be the longest... I don't know. I want to say 30 characters. Yeah. In English. What is the longest? You think 30 is fine? I mean, this is a command line interface. If your command takes up half of the terminal, thank God for completion, right? If you know, 45 letters. 45 letters it is. 45. It's also valid to the Bonzai comment trial that all names was because of 45 or less lowercase letters. I mean, that's a big ass thing. There's really no way to ever have that. That's it. I keep doing that thing. All right, so we got the names. Cache aliases. We don't. Do we need to cache aliases? Oh yeah, we do. Cache aliases. Wait. We're gonna expand this. Oopsie. Cache aliases. Cache params and run. Yeah, I wonder if this will actually be documented if I do it like this. Probably not, but I'm going to keep it in there anyway. All right. Names. Yeah. If the alias is empty, we get rid of it. If Unicode no, this is actually we want to check the whole thing out. We can use the regex here. I don't know if I want to compile a regex here if I just want to do my own thing. It'll actually the regex would be slower than just counting it. Let's just write a quick valid name. Seriously, regexes are fucking slow. They are. People don't realize how slow they are. There's a bunch of regexes in here already, though. There's already a bunch of regexes in here for the parsing of the help file, but that's only for the help command. We don't want to force everybody else to go through that kind of hassle. So let's say, I mean, that's a Bonzai command. Let's do func valid name is valid name. For I in, we should actually iterate through the Unicode is letter. We're going to do the rune. We have to interpret it as runes. Yes, we could say name string. We need to cast it as a rune though. Yeah. So runes equals name. Actually, I think it has to be cast as it will do runes. I can't remember. I think you have, it's just a cast. You just have to cast it. I think you just have to cast it. I think so we can do 4 rune. What's the first one? Is the first one the N? I can't remember. Rune equals runes range. Runes of name. Declare but not used, yeah. So we're gonna put wait. If Unicode rune, if not is letter, return false. return true. True is not a type. No, it is not, Rob. So, is valid name validates that the past name. We should make it text, actually. Let's take text. Let's say it's called text. That the past text is only 45 or less Unicode Unicode dot is letter runes. Without invoking overhead of figure expression. Text is T. We're using a generic undefined text. All right, so text is type text is string or a byte slice or a rune slice, which is the same as a byte slice, by the way. No, it's just it's an int32 is what it is. But we're gonna call it rune. Rune is an alias for that. I forgot how to declare text types. It's in my FN library. It's in my FN, I think. Repball text. Where's the definition of text type? Oh, there it is. Type text interface. I don't do this every day, so there it is. A string or a byte. CMD. Oh, I'm already in it. Never mind then. This is how you define generic types, type groups. We can actually export this as text. Bonzai text is a string, a byte, or a rune. Then people can use my type if they want. Type unions, no. This you can do, yeah. This is how you define it. It's like one or the other. Text. But accepting text is just an easy thing. If you do this, can't convert var name. So this, unfortunately, I have to do a pretty interesting conversion here. I have to do a bunch of casts. How you doing, Peaceful? So without making a copy of it, we're gonna make it. We're gonna say that name equals. Yeah, a rune slice. Can't, let's see, convert type name. Actually, I think you have to first convert it to a string and then to that. Yeah, I forgot how to do this. So it's like T name equals, no, that's going to make a copy. We don't want a copy. We want to cast it. Name equals name. How did I do it in the filter? How did I do it? I think, where's my filter command? Core FN built. Add prefix, type T. Here we go. Range set. Oh, that's how you do it. This is how you make an empty set, by the way. You have to do that. You have to declare it. I was a trick with generics. I found out the hard way. If you want to do, then you have to be able to do comparisons against the empty one. String. Okay, so see how it's casting as a string? We have to cast it as a string and then cast the string as a rune slice. That's what we have to do. Yeah, okay. This is really weird. This is really, really weird Go stuff that most people would not know. But yeah, but it's a trick you can do. And it has to do with the way Go deals with strings and stuff, so now it's happy. So cast it as a string, because it's weird because that actually forces everything into a string, even if it's already a string. So if it's a string, it turns it into a string. If it's a byte, it turns it into a string. If it's a rune slice, it turns it into a string. And then it turns a string into a rune slice. So, and that's all compiler optimized stuff. So that's never, that action is not ever, that doesn't ever touch runtime. But that's how you do it. And because by default, when you range over something, it sees what type is. If it's a string, it ranges over Unicode characters. Unlike Python, by the way. Python does not do that. So it built into the Go. It's one of the best reasons to use Go. The creator of Go also created Unicode itself. So it's got the strongest Unicode support of any language on the planet, hands down. This language was created by the creator of Unicode. But one of the pieces of that is that when you range over, you're ranging over a string. It'll consume its Unicode. That means it'll jump 3 bytes if it's, a Unicode character that's 3 bytes. And it does the right thing, and you don't have to mess with your code. If you range over a byte slice, it'll range over 1 byte at a time, and it'll treat a string like 1 byte at a time, and that will screw up if you want it as a string. And a rune slice is exactly equivalent to an array of int32s. See there, a rune is an int32, and so internally within Go, it just knows what to do. But we do that because isletter takes the word rune. A rune is a new term that was invented by the creator of Unicode to refer to Unicode code points, which is way too much to say. A rune is his word. It's also a really short word to replace char in the C world. Char no longer works, right? But char was based on single byte characters, and it has very precise specific meaning, and that's why Pike decided to create the term rune, because rune means it's a Unicode code point. So you'll hear people say runes all the time, and I kind of like it. I mean, it's just another reason I really like Pike and I like Go, is the amount of thinking that went into the language is just absolutely, it's not something somebody fell out of somebody's ass while they were working on the Firefox project. Wink, wink, Rust. So, sorry, that was really mean. I take it back. So anyway, okay, so let's finish this thing. It's valid name. So now we need to count them up. So if any of them are not Unicode letters, we're false. Actually, I think we want is lowercase letter. There's is letter. I think it's is lower. Yeah. It is lower. It's is lower. Let's go look at the docs for this. Here's the actual code, by the way. Is lower reports for the rune is lowercase. Assigned 32 is uppercase. Is there a thing called is lower? By the way, if you're looking for a really great Go code to read, if you're looking for really great code to read, this is important to read it. This is actually where you can use the range table. Is might be better because that does 2 ranges of play. I mean, all this code was auto-generated, by the way. It's absolutely brilliant. The code in the entire Unicode package library is almost all entirely generated by running a generate command against the Unicode specification document. It's just fucking crazy amazing. Uh, it just out of this world amazing, and it's so cool. So so is reports whether the rune is specified in IP table ranges. I think I could do I think I can do a Boolean or on this, and I think that's what I'm looking for. Rather than doing is upper and is lower, I could actually do a Boolean or and then use is and then have the two things be combined into a single check. That would probably be faster than the double check is excluding Latin. Whether that is a title case. To maps the rune to specific case mapping. Yeah, here we go. I think we need to get an example of this. I'm gonna punt and go to ChatGPT on this because I know how to do it. So I just need a reminder. How do I check for that in Golang? No. Sorry, I meant lowercase letters. It's not. There's going to give me the regex with the P. I don't want that. I want to look for the Unicode code class. Yes, good girl. Good girl. Mine's name is Chloe. It's been Joey before. Chloe and Joey. Codium to be very helpful. Considers this answer. Oh, Codium does that too. Nice. Is lower. Checks to see if this rune is lower. Is there a lowercase? If a lowercase letter is found, the function returns true. Otherwise, it returns false. This will work for all Unicode lowercase letters, not just ASCII. So in non-English words as well. This is the thing I was afraid of. Did you see this? Did you see this right here? I don't know if you can see the screen right there, but that says that the lowercase letter character set, it includes characters with umlaut and stuff. That's technically a letter character, but that is not what we want. I'm sorry, we're going to be very picky on this. We're going to stick with English letters. It's their responsibility. No. I don't want that. Because there's no reason for it. No one uses it in programming, so why allow it? You know? I mean, that is a valid file name. I'll give you that. It's a valid file name character, but so is a dot or an exclamation point. You know. I think we need to stick with the original character Latin limitation. And that is going to royally piss people off. That is going to royally piss them off. I don't care. I don't care. You get to use the ASCII Latin character set at the end. One thing that'll do is it'll make it really easy to test. It's like you either get it or you don't. And who's going to really care about that? I mean, honestly. The Chinese will care. They'll definitely care. The Chinese won't use this tool. They won't, but they're already not going to use it. You know why? The Chinese aren't going to use the tool because they're not going to want to type. They're already not going to want to use it because they're not going to want to type var and doc. They're not going to use this tool. If they want something that's entirely in Chinese, or Japanese or whatever, they're going to make a different tool. Or they've already learned Unix and they're down with the ASCII Latin character set, and they would get pissed off if somebody made a tool that had an umlaut in it. So the lowest common denominator here is the Latin character set because Unix has been built on it. I'm going to use it as well. And that is it. That is it. I'm only going to use that. That's period. So what about just Latin ASCII lowercase? I think it's /W. Latin ASCII lowercase for range. Yeah. This test, you can actually do this test with a numeric comparison, with a single numeric comparison, which is fast. It's like wicked fast. Yeah, you can do. There it is. That's it. They did it. Oh my God, they did it. Yep. You get A to Z. That's it. The end. This looks like it takes a long time. It doesn't. This is like way faster than a regex. So yeah, we're gonna do this. What is this? What is it? We're gonna do a helper here. Where should we put this? This goes in our is category. We already have a file for this. Is Latin ASCII lower? Yeah. Is Latin ASCII lower? Copy. All right. I'm so glad we have this. I am so glad we have. This took me forever, but wait, we're gonna do vi is. This is where all my booleans go. Vi core is. We don't have an is. Why do we not have is? Oh boy. Is Latin ASCII lowercase. Latin ASCII lower. I don't know why we say Latin. I don't have to check any of that. I can just check the numbers between here and here. This is the number comparison because these are bytes. This is what's so great. Oh, I don't know why it says Latin ASCII lower though. Latin ASCII lower is like good enough. This actually already has a regex comparison check. What is it called? What's the pro regex for this? It's I think it's S. No, it's W. It has to be a word character. \S. \W is it's a word character. That's all. That's W. A through Z and underscore, which for some reason they added. I don't know why they did. That was totally stupid. I just like this better. I don't know why I like it. The automatopoeia there. Latin ASCII lower. Is it a Latin ASCII lower? Yes or no? The end. All right. Core is git commit add core. Oh, add core slashes. New video. I do not have that. Why would I watch this? I don't. How do I even know it's that? kubectl get ns. Very cool. That is cool. If you're like into, is that a NeoBim thing? Are you like reading stuff on your terminal? Amanda, what's going on there? It's a Kando. I have no idea what that is. A brief of how Kando. Almost there's Pi project. I mean, it's I like it sort of. It's pretty. I just don't know if I would use it. I'm still trying to figure out when I would use it. Super cool though. But I also said that about NeoVim 4 years ago. Like, why would, it's pretty, but you still have to use your mouse, right? Call me old, but I don't see why. What do we got here? God, I keep opening up stuff I've already opened. Barbells. What do we got here? What do we got here? It's been fixed for a long time. Yeah. Yep. Yes. I can't wait to get my Basher C completions out of there so my shells fire up faster. They're taking forever because of the completion library loading. I'm going to get rid of that. That's all going to be gone eventually. No, fuck no. Using Control C is the fucking stupidest thing ever in Vim. And I know Prime does it. And I made fun of him for it before. Prime is a great person. This has nothing to do with him as a human being. Using Control C and teaching it to people is fucking irresponsible. Do you know that sends an interrupt to everything else, right? Teaching people to use an interrupt keystroke and burn that into your muscle memory is irresponsible in the operations and hacker world. If you're a programmer on the same computer every day and you never use anything else and you might want to use, but why? You can use Control Left bracket. It's the same thing. It's faster. It's also an actual escape. I have strong feelings about that topic because I have had to, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's irresponsible. And anybody who does it is being irresponsible. If you do not know what an interrupt is, this is also the reason that teaching Nano to beginners is a mistake, because they start to experiment because all the commands in Nano are control character things. And so they end up suspending their terminal and they have no idea how. I mean, how many times I've dealt with a beginner doing that exact thing. They start Nano and it trains them to do control whatever the fuck, to try different things. This is why I don't teach people the control commands in Vim until way later in the process, because they need to know how to unsuspend their terminal. Raise your hand if you have suspended your terminal and not how to undo it, and so you close your terminal and reopen it before. You can admit it. You can admit it. Nano it's actually easier to use VI than Nano if you do the arrow keys. And I'm talking about beginners who intuit the arrow keys automatically. Eventually you need to teach them home row. But when they first start out, if you allow them to use it, I made a video about this. If you allow them to use the arrow keys, it's actually easier. I did a whole video on it. I'm sorry, I'm getting kind of spun out of, I'm trying to get out of shape here. I'm getting kind of angry. I'm not mad at anybody. I don't think anybody is dumb. I said irresponsible, and of course, if I meant that, it's not in general. It's just on that one point. That does not mean that I think that other people who do this are bad people. I just think that on that one point, teaching it, no matter who's doing it, is irresponsible. And I mean it. Control Left bracket. It works everywhere. Everybody's been using it forever. You don't have to do any Vim remappings. Again, I am a hacker, an operations person, a professional who works in the enterprise on multiple Unix machines. And the idea of using Control C, what happens when you get on an AIX machine that's got VI that doesn't have Control C as an escape system on it? You're fucked, because your fingers now no longer know what to do, because you've completely warped your finger bones to do the wrong fucking thing. But the people who recommend, these are the same people that recommend JK for escape instead. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Not if you want to be productive everywhere. If you don't mind, whatever. I gotta calm down. I don't want anybody to take this personal. This is not, this is not personal. I love you. Just don't do it. I'm telling you, don't do it. I have seen the repercussions of it. Don't do it. Start with the good habits. Start with the good habits. And then if you want to add, so for example, filter command in Unix. Look, I'm just trying. People, please don't go walking into the chat with somebody else and say, Rob says you're being irresponsible for using Control C. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. You're in my forum and I'm telling you what I think, right? Please do not attack people for doing this. Please, I'm asking, I'm begging you, okay? There are people who do this, and if you walk into their chat or their live stream and you start saying you're fucking doing it wrong, you'll become one of these people that I have to defend myself against all the time that come into my chat. And nobody likes that. Nobody wants to defend. Asking them, why do you use Control C? That's different. If you ask them the question and it's an open-ended question, that's a different thing than saying you're doing it wrong, right? So don't go into somebody else's forum and tell them they're doing it wrong. Ask them why they're doing it, right? Or like you did, which was perfect. You said, what do you think of Control C? That's a very open-ended question. If you had told me, oh my God, you're using Escape, you should be using Control C like that, then yeah, those would be fighting words and I'd probably be banning you. Nobody's been banned in my chat. I have no bans right now. I have removed every single ban I've ever had since the dawn of time. So I don't want to create fights, but I am passionate about stuff. The reason I'm passionate about that topic is because I've had to deal with beginners recovering from it so much that it becomes frustrating, right? These, if I ever get really, really, really spun up, it's because I have direct experience trying to help people get over bullshit that they saw on YouTube, or they've destroyed a system in some cases, and then they're like, well, if I had known that, I wouldn't have done it. I'm like, absolutely, but I get frustrated. So the frustration is like towards me. It's like, it makes me want to even do more to help people understand at least another way of doing it. A lot of times I'm very passionate about things that I'm absolutely wrong about, which would include NeoBIM. And I'm going to be making all kinds of like, here's why I was wrong about that. And here's why I was wrong about this. And here's why I was wrong about this. And there's other ways to do things. So we should allow everybody to change. And that's why I'm saying, ask the question. Don't say you're doing it wrong. Don't beat them up because they won't change. Right? Here I am using NeoBIM. I love it. And next you're going to see me coding in Rust. It could happen. It could happen. It could happen. I wouldn't bet on it, but it could definitely happen. We need to count the net. We need to count the number of things here. So let's see here. Is Latin... I'm not getting my completion here. This is making me very sad. Is Latin ASCII letter? Is that too long? I think that one is there. Is string boolean, right? Can I use R? Oh wait, we were passing a string, or we could say is all. Let's do that. And return. Actually, you know what we could do here? We can do an alias. We can do an alias. Keyword mapping. The only reason with that, I think setting caps lock, if you can do that, is a good idea. I don't do that. I personally, if I had it to do over again, I would probably do caps lock mapping. But Pixel just told us the other day they got on a system and they couldn't use caps lock because they couldn't remap it. It just depends. If you're never leaving the same computer, that's up to you. People use Dvorak keyboards and all kinds of shit. That just depends if that's your workflow, if that's what you're doing. I don't want that. I want to be able to get on any computer anywhere and work. And that doesn't happen if you can't remap caps lock. Let's say you hack into a system, unless your hardware has changed the caps lock key. Mac allows you to do that, something like that. Then you can't do it. And as long as you remember Control Left bracket, then you can like progressively add it on so you can be useful. But if you start out only knowing caps lock and that gets burned into your memory, you're gonna have problems. That's my opinion. But you know, actually, this code right here we can redo, and we can actually put that in is VI core is that go. So we're gonna actually range over this to say is all Latin ASCII lower. Is there a difference between Latin ASCII and ASCII? Is there a difference between Latin ASCII and ASCII? Yes, there's a slight distinction between Latin ASCII and ASCII, although there's common usage, they both overlap. Here's what. ASCII is a 7-bit encoding characterized from 0 to 177. Control characters, printable characters, uppercase. Latin ASCII typically refers to the subset of ASCII that contains only the printable Latin alphabet letters and basic punctuation. Huh. About Latin ASCII, they usually mean the characters used in the English writing. Good. That helps. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Latin ASCII. That's perfect. ChatGPT is so helpful, man. I love it. So, all Latin ASCII lower. We're going to make a bunch of these, actually. For range and range, we're going to make this into a T for text. And we're going to set the text type. So, is text. We should probably... we probably should say is text. We should probably change that and say the text type. Text T. Type text T. Interface. This is an actual interface. You can't put any there. String or let's put is t.text. I think this has to be public, actually. Maybe not. Let's try it. String byte rune. It's the same thing. Byte and rune are the same. So they except for byte can be anything. It doesn't have to just be int 32. It's an int 8. Byte is an int 8. All right, so ASCII lower was send it to be text, and then this can be a type T because generics. SDR or something. TXT. So then we do this. We can do range and cast this to a rune to slice after casting it to a string to get its type. So that way we can use this for all kinds of stuff. If rune is not A through Z, return false. Wait. Greater than equal to A and rune. I know what I like to do with these. I like to reverse them so that it's easier to read. This is my favorite way to do this. It's exactly the same thing, except for it's just easier to read. You see how you can just say, okay, it's like A to Z. Isn't that easier to read? You can write this exactly the same code. So, yeah. Oh wait, I have it wrong now. I think it's supposed to be like this. Did I do it wrong? So if R is greater than or equal to A, and R is less than or equal to Z. Hi, playing Wookie. No biking today, sorry. I gotta go do I gotta do lots of stuff today. Return. I gotta do coding and then work. Yeah, thank you. Express. Let's see, whatever. 1, 2. What's going on here? Continue. What? Oh. Oh. Okay, yeah. I do like how the arrows line up, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get to the bottom of that, we're true. The thing that's cool about this is I now have a function that I can pass a string of byte slice or a rune to. I don't care because generics. I could actually say, I mean, this is at this point I'm starting to recreate the Unicode library, and I don't know if I want to do that. There's already Unicode for this, so you just the way that they do it, they have you like and together this stuff, and there's like tables for it that are already loaded in Unicode. I mean, that's fine. So this is just A and Z. All Latin ASCII upper. Yeah. These are my most common matches. This is like way faster than regex. Way like orders of magnitude faster than regex. So we're keeping it. And I actually don't need more than this. I'll slowly add stuff to it, but not now. Did I do A twice? Oh my god. Rob. Now we if we're gonna do this, we probably should write a test for it. God, I don't want to though. I really don't, but every time I don't, I hate it. I end up killing stuff. Just go func example all Latin ASCII lower. This is so pedantic. This is the kind of thing that I could probably have ChatGPT write for me. You know what? I'm going to. This is absolutely where ChatGPT should shine. Create a Golang example test, unit test that checks if my all Latin ASCII lower works. Lower function works. Maybe it should have returned false. Did I have it wrong? I'm just doing this fast, which is why I should probably write a test. Oh, wait. Return false. Thank you for that. If it gets through the whole thing, I mean, it's convoluted logic, but it's fine. Not my best logic. There we go. Thank you. Copy. That's plenty good. It saved me a lot of time. We're going to change this into an example test. We're going to steal the name. We're going to keep the name. It's pretty damn close. So we can say example, all that and ASCII lower. Yep. Test is going to say you can't test it. Just unexpected. I want an example-based test. Apparently, Go doesn't know about example, or the ChatGPT does not. Test equals blah. For test range test results. ASCII lower test input. Just that input. Okay, so this one we have to say is dot. ASCII lower result is just not equal. Test expected. Actually, no, we can just write it. Yep, we can just write it all. Yeah, this is actually a good example of when a unit test could have been an example test and they fucked it up. Yep. Do we need that loop? Yes, we do. But here, let's just do this. This is where I won't lie. This would actually be faster if I knew how to do visual on this. But that's plenty fast. I should have just typed these all in. We didn't check runes or anything either. Okay, so we're testing tests. Results equals test. Output. This is the difference, though. So, and we can actually, it'll tell us what the output is, and then we can actually add it. Much easier, and we get documentation out of it as well. FMT println. And we can do, actually let's do printf. No, we can do println. And just use commas. So we say test, comma, result. Much easier to read. Also doubles as documentation. ChatGPT should learn about it. I might even tell her. Yeah, it's benchmark test, but I don't want that. Okay, go test. Okay, so it gives me them all. Actually, let's use quoted. Let's use this. Let's use quoted. We're gonna do quoted. Printf the quote command is so fucking cool. It's so cool because it lets you like really do the test well. And that'll be a boolean. Go test. All right, so there we go. copy that in. And I have a macro, a filter for this actually. This is a filter command I created. It's called go test, and I can actually, what I do is I just paste it in, and then I run it through there, and I build it to go tests output, and it automatically fixes it all. You could do that with a NeoVim macro if you wanted, but I just do it with a command. Just a shell command. That will probably be one of the things that I change to be a Lua plugin for my NeoVim at some point. Could I just use a shell script? Yes, I could. But that is something that I'm only doing when I'm doing development. And 9 times out of 10 when I'm doing development, it is not on a remote system. So like writing go test output, that's a super good candidate for a Lua plugin. It's a pretty basic thing, by the way. It's just adding this thing in here. So you might see me actually start to use Lua plugins more for things like that I know are going to be on my development system only. And that's actually a really good reason to use NeoVim, because I'm eliminating, if I can do it as a Lua plugin, it travels around with my NeoVim. So any place I've installed my NeoVim, should I just have it as a script, as a one-off script? You could. ABC123 is showing false as lower ASCII. Yes, it is, because that's 123, and the numbers do not count as lower ASCII. We don't want that. So, yeah, it's just A through Z. What you're thinking of is alphanumeric. Yeah, this is just lower, Latin ASCII lower. So, Latin lower equals true. So this is interesting, though, that the empty character is true. Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? That's a true situation, though. It's empty, right? But it's not wrong. So I am glad we did the tests for that. This is a good fuzzy test. Let's actually quickly write one. YAF. We're going to yank the whole function. And we're going to paste that function here. And we're going to do the same thing for upper. And I think we can change this up a little bit. Space is not a Latin ASCII lower character. No, it's a space character. Not according to the Unicode character set. You guys know about tilde, right? Tilde folds case. If you don't know about this, you probably want to learn. I'm just letting you know. An empty character will show up for ASCII upper. Empty character show true for ASCII upper? No. ASCII lower. I mean, empty character should be true for both of them. Because the answer is, are all the characters that exist in here upper? You know what I'm saying? And the answer is yes, because there are no characters. If the question is there at least one character here that, so that's a separate question. And I think it's important to comment on that, right? I think this, by the way, this is exactly the reason I'm using an example test. This example test would have been hidden from the end user, the person using this API, because it wouldn't have been in the documentation. By making an example test, it's now available for someone to say, well, does a space count? And they could look at the example in the doc right there, and they would know. But if you don't have the example test, if you use those embedded testing techniques, those things are completely hidden and buried deep in the code that are never shown to the user unless they go dig it out of the source code. The reason, the fact that Golang programmers do not default to example-based tests causes me great amount of grief. because they are throwing away a beautiful opportunity to simplify their tests, make them readable, and make them a part of the documentation. Why would you not want to do that? Why would you not want to do that? You saw that ChatGPT generated a test that was much harder to read and understand. This is doing exactly the same thing, except for anybody, a total novice at Go can read this and they know absolutely what's happening. They know everything. Why? And all I had to do was like reshape the test a little bit. This is why testing frameworks like, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of like monolithic, over-engineered testing frameworks that are absolute shit. And people don't even try to simplify their tests at the peril of the person trying to understand their API. It's super duper sad. Now, you can take this too far, right? I've gone too far with this before, and I've actually tried to oversimplify a test that would have been a lot easier if I just used a testing framework. Particularly if you're like doing mock-up stuff and you're like, fetching something from an HTTP servers and all kinds of like that. The user doesn't need to see any of that. That should probably be a testing.t test. Yeah, I always created those table of tests yeah, everybody does. You know why? Because that's what's documented. In fact, some of the greatest Go programmers I've ever known have been in here and have said, I need to start doing more example-based tests. I hadn't really thought of that. You know why? Because the people that made Go didn't do that for any of their tests. It's really sad. I'm gonna keep ranting about it as long as I can because it's such a low hanging fruit opportunity to improve your code. It's just not to mention the fact that you'll understand your test much faster. How many times wasted time you wasted time debugging some fucking crazy insane test, right? When if you had broken that test down into maybe 10 or 15 tiny example based tests, you would have written the test much faster. But instead, you buried your test and you wrote this big ass, huge single unit test that loops through every fuzzing possible condition. And you could have simplified everything. You would have got through the testing faster. You would have had docs. Just do it. Just at least try it. All right. So, do both example and normal. I absolutely do. You just can't combine them in the same file. I mean, you can, but generally people that do testing, they don't do is test. You know why you can do this? All your tests, in my opinion, all of your tests should have underscore tests. This forces you to use a package identifier in your tests. If you don't do that and you do an example-based test, you'll confuse the shit out of your users because they will not see is.all here. They'll say all Latin ASCII characters, and they can maybe infer the package by looking at the package they're browsing, but they won't see the actual code. They can't cut and paste the code. It won't work. So you should, in my opinion, you should always put underscore tests there. Always. Like always, always, always. Even if you're doing testing, people are like, but I just have testing tests and the user's never going to see them. I don't care. Because why? Because while you're writing the test code, you need to at least think like the user. And so you should probably force yourself to use those package identifiers because then you're going to realize my package identifier is way too long. Fuzz testing is cool. Yeah, it is really cool, but I don't need it most of the time. This would be an opportunity to do fuzz testing right here if you wanted to, but it'd be way overkill, especially since ChatGPT can spit this shit out. I wish ChatGPT, look, I'm going to tell ChatGPT about this. Actually, I'm going to tell ChatGPT about it. I'm going to say, I prefer a test like this that uses examples. And she might actually give me an example-based test next time if I do. I'm doing this because I want to cut and paste it. I don't need that last one if I do that. There we go. All right, I'm gonna tell ChatGPT that this is better. I am gonna tell her because I want her to take it and train herself to do it better. I swear, ChatGPT is like a junior programmer. You're like, no, let me show you how I want you to tell me about it next time. Actually, I prefer example-based tests like the following because they are automatically included in Golang documentation for the things they are testing. I wish I could do just colon equals. What? So we're up on the number for a keyboard. Not for me. It's for me the equal sign's under the plus sign. That's a good question though. Look what she did. She said, for example basis goes, you can use example functions to provide a code base. Yeah. No shit, I just told you that. ChatGPT. Yeah. Whatever. I still love her. I still love her. That's like your friend. That's like your friend is like, yeah, this is what you could do after you just told me. Yeah, I just told you that. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize. You're like know-it-all friend. It says, git add, not git commit, add ASCII. It's like those already exist. I know. Your whole hand upwards. What keyboard are you using? I just use my pinky and I go grab it. I'm not very good at it though. I have to look at it all the time. If that's what you're saying. Okay, here's something fun. Okay. Here's something in Go that I have not done so far on stream in a real context. It's super fucking cool, and almost nobody who codes Go knows how to do this. So I just wrote the exact function to do this, right? Now, a lot of people doing this will do it totally wrong. This is what they'll do. They'll do it completely ass backwards wrong. And they'll do this. They'll say is valid name, and they'll say return. Hear me out. They'll say return. I mean, for this to work, they'd have to do the t.text thing. So, I mean, t.text. Okay, so let's actually, no, that'll be inferred from it, I think. No, it won't. It won't actually be inferred from it. It's like, yeah, this is another reason to do this. So they'll do t.text, and then they'll do, let's see, I don't know, in t bool, right? And then they'll do return, and they'll do is dot all ASCII. I should probably be able to complete that. It's not doing it though. Oh, I did it. Nice. That's why I added NeoBim. That's an omni-complete. NeoBim shouldn't get credit for that, but oh well. Is okay, and then T in. All right. You see that? That's perfectly good Go code, except for it's wasteful. It's totally stupid and wasteful. Does anybody know? Raise your hand. Don't Google it. Don't Google it. I want to see how the cool Go coders are. Who knows how to do this without returning a function call? I'm going to go get coffee while you think about this. How can I replace this line? I'm seriously, this is a question I would ask somebody in a job interview to separate the amazing Go programmers from the plain Janes. Who knows how to do this? There is an extremely elegant, extremely efficient, crazy fucking amazing way to do this that is at least 20 times simpler than this. So rather than have this function that calls out to this other function over here, that's a mistake. And I would actually flag this as a mistake in a PR review. I want you to think about it. I'm going to go get a little bit more coffee. I'll be right back. See, make sure you tell everybody else. All right. You guys got your answers in? Rabico's got it. Rabico's got it. Symbol table assignment. Symbol table assignment is the secret. Aliasing. Hey, Dimitri. How you doing? I swear to God, I'm going to get on the bike again one of these days. I'm waiting for it to get really cold, apparently. Dude, I'm getting so fat. It's good to see you. Oh, I know. I'm going to schedule it. Dude, I know. There's too many other things I got to do. The first thing I have to do is I have to get Bonzai to compile again, which is really stressing me out because it's pushing everything back, work and stuff. I'll try to learn programming. We're going to do a programming from scratch thing. I don't know when it's going to come up on the schedule, but November 3rd, that's why I'm kind of crunching on this, because this particular Go programming project, this thing I'm working on, is going to be what I'm going to have other people use to look at code so they can learn. And also, if they want to make an open source contribution and put it on their resume, I can help them make a contribution to this project, a real contribution, not some bullshit, that they did in some boot camp. Like, I actually need work done. So the reason I'm focused on this so much before November 3rd is so that once people learn a little bit of Go, they can. C++ is cool. We're not going to be doing any C++. Class-based programming is dead, in my opinion. It's going to be around for forever, but it's had its day. You want a banana? You got the fucking jungle. Yeah, go build. All right, so here we go. TypeScript, JavaScript, I avoid point freestyle. Methods break because of it. Well, not in Go, thank God. Yeah. I wonder where they break. That's super interesting. Web scraping, trust me. Class-based programming? Oh, hell no. No. I could argue that all day. Why does object-oriented programming make web scraping any different? I don't see what you would win there. You're creating class hierarchies based on the methods, that's data structure programming. That's not Python, right? Do I have that wrong? I don't understand why class-based programming would make you scrape better. Maybe it's that because there's a class-based library that's better at scraping that you like better, but it's not because of because of the OP part of it, right? I used to think, and I was so wrong on this, so naively wrong on this. I used to think that object-oriented programming would be better for game development, and then I actually talked to a game developer, and they're like, "Fuck no!" I was like, my reasons. Okay, this is kind of ass backwards. C++ is still the primary language for game development, right? That's not going to change. That's not going to change anytime soon. High-performance game development is going to be done in C++ for as long as the industry exists, as far as I'm concerned. There was like a foray, and like 3 years ago, there was a group that tried to do it in Rust, and they very publicly announced they were not going to make any more games except for in Rust. There was no engine in Rust at all, and they very quietly went back to C++ and fired the guy. I'm sorry, they separated ways. I have been dying to find this. This was on. I wish I had saved all the links to this thread. It was so funny. But I was actually, I would love to see Rust. This was back before I knew anything about Rust. I didn't know anything. I hadn't done any research on it at all. Before I made my video that got really, really famous and infamous. They made Reddit threads for me and about me because I was hating on Rust being slow and hard to code in, and they were mad at me. Anyway, so it was around that time that, and I was like pushing it for game development. I was like, man, that makes a lot of sense. There's no garbage collection. It's really fast. I still think Rust could be a great game dev language. I really believe that. The problem is that the people who do game development create tens of thousands of lines of code. Their nightly builds would take 2 days in Rust. I don't think people fully recognize how bad a problem it is to wait for the Rust compiler to change. And there is no way the Rust compiler can ever improve its speed. The borrow checker and all that stuff, if they decide to speed up Rust, they will destroy the fundamental premise of Rust, which is type safety and all that shit. They'd have to turn unsafe off on everything and then turn off the borrow checker, which they probably can do. And then you basically just have a shittier version of C. because the syntax is fucking horrible, and you've covered up all your actual explicit type checking and explicit conditional logic based in some semantic fucking type. It's like horrible. Cal Newport, yeah. So I think modern C++ with templates, it would really. I was shitting on C++ the other day because I had a very bad experience with C++ when I was coding in C back in the 90s. And I was like, why can't we just do it in C? Because, C is very procedural and it's just easy and it's around forever. C was invented to create Unix, by the way. Did you guys know that? C was invented. It wasn't just a tool used. It was literally invented to create Unix. That's why it was made. The first version of Unix was created in assembly. And Richie's like, no, we can't do this. And so they created it to make Unix the most powerful, dominant operating system on the planet, hands down, without question or debate. It is hands down the most powerful. The most powerful operating system on the planet since the dawn of time was written in C, and C was made to create that. If you think that you have the, I don't know, authority to shit on that, be my guest, but yeah, don't do it in my presence, because there has never been a more powerful, important operating system and a more powerful, important language on planet fucking Earth. There's more lines of C code written in our universe that keep airlines in the sky and everything else, keep your lights working and everything else. There's a little bit of Java there and there's a little bit of everything. But in terms of comparison, if you are actually able to uncover the world and uncover every line of compiled C code on our planet, does it have problems with memory leaks? Yes, because it's able to do that. Because it's able to do that. That's why it's so powerful. That's not just me saying that. The new system, I know this. You want me to do the thing, don't you? Classes that overhead system decrease. Exactly. Class hierarchy. You know what? I remember in 1987 when Java came out and said, "Oh, hey, we can jump the class hierarchy now. You don't have to wait around for it." I was like, "Really?" Because before it was like you follow all the things, you make these nice happy hierarchies, right? And it's like, and you have to like do this hierarchy propagation. God help you if you change anything above there, right? You have to recompile. You want a banana? You got the fucking jungle. There you go. That's class-based programming. It's not object-oriented programming, and I did a whole rant about that yesterday. Go watch Jim Coplain, Coplein. I talked about this yesterday. I'm going to talk about it all the fucking time. You're going to get tired of me hearing it. Class-based programming is not object-oriented programming as defined by the inventor of object-oriented programming. That is not me saying that. That's one of the original creators of the Agile Manifesto, amongst many other things, one of the biggest academics in the world, one of the biggest computer language historians who ever lived, Jim Coplain. That's him saying it. And I'm just repeating what he says. And nobody knows this. The Java desktop application is crazy. Yeah. Oh my God. Jim Coplain. Just search for Jim Coplain and search for that. You'll find it. He even commented on my video that I talked about it. He goes, "You do a pretty good Cope impression." He said, "I'm a huge Jim Coplain fan." Yeah, he's really annoying, and you're not gonna like that, but I love it. All right, back to this thing. Mortgage would be into that if they could earn more profits. Yes. Data-oriented design. Yes, data-oriented design. That's where I was going with this. I'm glad you brought me back. You brought me back. The game developer that I talked to said that really most game development, most high performance game development is data oriented. It's data oriented design. And, back in the day when you used to open up like World of Warcraft plugins and stuff, high performance gaming systems are using data oriented design. They're not using OP at all. And I thought wrongly. I mean, it's a very naive conclusion to say, "Oh, objects. Well, games have objects in them. I'm sure object-oriented programming is the best way to make a game." It's absolutely not. It's not, because games would have to propagate the class hierarchy the whole time to even get the right object. That's insane. You would never do that. So you want really lightweight data structures that get thrown around all over the place and that can skip past any such hierarchies. Well, yeah. So, and that, Functional programming is also. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. All right. Anyway, let me finish my coffee. I'm taking a coffee break. Apparently, did you see my beard? I might grow it out. What do you think? I might have to grow it out. I'm gonna get new teeth too. I do like functional programming. I just don't like all the way functional programming. Like when you have to have the programming language has to be lazy loaded, otherwise the language suffers completely. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Functional programming in the wrong language is a disaster because you have to have lazy loading, which I did not know until very late in the game that Python has. Did you know Python has lazy evaluation for comprehensions? I did not know that. I don't know how many years I programmed in Python. I did not know that. And I was afraid to use comprehensions because I was like, oh my God, this is going to take, because I was thinking of it in terms of runtime. I was like, it's going to do it. It doesn't do any of that until the very end. And I don't even fully understand lazy loading functional programming languages, but Haskell is all about that. Haskell is an education language, by the way. It was made to do education. Haskell, Lisp, Python, all the real functional languages, they all do lazy loading. So good programmers use tools. Agreed. If you're using tools, yeah. Immutable data. I think the immutable data thing just does not play well with devices. You have to have an unsigned pointer type. To quote Brian Cantrill of Joyent and now Oxide Computing, I've watched his "Is It Time to Rewrite the Operating System in Rust" video probably 50 times. It is one of the best videos ever made, and he's so entertaining. I really love him. He's like on my top 5 of people that I would want to meet and shake hands with. Oriented and data oriented runtime behavior. Language have oriented syntax or data. It doesn't matter. It's not so much about the language. It's more about the application, right? His name is Brian Cantrill, and he's absolutely amazing. I hope Prime interviews him. Prime's getting big now. He's like big ass. He's a big dude. He's really big, and I love Prime. We disagree seriously on serious things, and he doesn't ever come in here, but I always rate him, and I want him to succeed. I think he's doing great things. I do think he plays the YouTube game better than most people, and I don't know how to say this. I still have a little bit of my dignity left that I don't want to sacrifice on the altar of the YouTube algorithm. You can quote me on that. A little bit, not much, but a little bit. So Prime doesn't care. He's like giving it all up. He's got very little dignity left, but he's also able to interview really interesting people. So, 20-hour voiceover in Chris Titus Discovery. Covering Chris Titus Discovery about the recall. Forced integration was a good watch. Nice. Use VI and one is used. Me. Only 2 people use VI. The other one is Dennis. We rate each other all the time. That's not true. That's funny though. That's a funny joke. That's a really funny joke. You know what? People who code in VI don't fucking stream on Twitch. I can produce plenty of evidence of this. Most of the people that code in C, most of the people that could outcode anybody on YouTube, I love NeoVim now. I'm using NeoVim every day. I do. I love it. You know why I love it? Because it gave me this. It gave me screen keys. If it didn't do anything else, I would love it. Also, I love it because my VimRC has not been impacted by NeoVim. Now that I got my head out of my ass, I know what I'm doing. Hashtag apology ode. I'm gonna make a big old apology. To be fair, I never directly I cheated. I never really. Well, no, there's that one video where I lost my shit and I deleted it immediately, but 4,000 people saw it before I did. That's because I was frustrated about something that was not real. I'm just a filters maximus. I do like filters, yes. So okay, so let's talk about the filter thing. Right? So you guys saw that one of the commands that I use. Okay, I have a question. Let's before my coffee's gone. Let's actually have a fun NeoVim question. Okay, let's have a fun NeoVim question here. All right, so any of your node tool to staple CLI uses only env variables, no cache file. I think env variables is better. Absolutely. You know what would be cool? Chite. Chite's been helping me with some of this stuff. Chite, you know what would be really cool is if, holy shit, what if we synchronize the var command to set a specially prefixed environment variable along with loading from a persistent state? Would that help? The reason for that is because if you have other scripts and stuff that use environment variables, they don't have to load var. That would make anything you did with your multicall in sync with the host environment variables. Yeah. It'd be sourced in the shell. Not if you exported it. I don't think we can export from the caller though. Absolutely, we can't do that. That would be a major safety violation. You can't have any running program modify the current shell. That's why all that stuff is built into functions. That's why my clone command is a function. You guys know this, right? You can't change any current environment variable or state of the current shell without a function. The program only changes it for that program's environment and anything under that. It's physically, it would be a safety violation for a program to change the environment of its caller. That's like crazy ass insecure. So they don't have that. So why is this important? Because the clone command that I've got here, it's a pursuit in futility if we were to try. But so this is why I had to make this into a function. And guess what? Z shell functions are a pain in the ass to deal with. They have to be their own. I don't like them. Bash functions, on the other hand, are really great. When they're done correctly, they're also the source of the biggest Unix bug hack in history. Read about bash door, shell shock. Heard of it? Shell shock and bash door was a vulnerability that is probably the biggest Unix vulnerability in history. Linux vulnerability. And for that reason, people got such a black eye from that, they actually changed to Z shell and other things even just because of it. And it's because of one thing, exported functions. That was the only reason. It's the way that functions work in bash. A function in bash is actually also an environment variable. So like if you do, it's a bash only. Every other program does it differently, but shell. So you could do env grep func, and there's all your bash functions. And the shell shock vulnerability used this technique to override behavior of programs on the system, because by defining a function that had the same name as a program, they could inject bash code instead of the program that would run. It was insane. If you really wanted it, you could have to enable something like source. Conclusion of bash. I don't think it could ever. What we'd have to do is we'd have to make a function. You're right. We'd have to write a function that we could invoke. But even then, it would still not do it because the function would be invoked with the subshell's environment. I don't think it would happen. I don't think we should do it either. Plus, you can't back it up. One of the things I like about the vars thing is you can actually back up your state, which is really cool. You could actually, one of the things I want to do with it is I want to actually have the state automatically. I mean, there's part of that's kind of dangerous, but I want to make the options so that you can rotate it. You can rotate it after a certain while, and you can create backups of your state, so that if you've ever gone through some environment variables and you wanted to go back and see them, you could pull them up. Obviously, there's tons of security concerns for that if you're storing tokens in there. But that's not up to, as you said, that's not up to me. That's up to the developers. Developers can do that if they want. We do need to provide some easy things like base 64 and hashing and all that kind of thing. So um, I don't know. I've thought about setting up an agent and attack. Yeah, I have thought about setting up an agent for VARs to allow you to use VARs to do security. Right now, all the tools that store things, store tokens as flat text. They are not even secure at all, and they would consider not storing things as flat text to be a security vulnerability. But in the situation where I've hacked a system, or I am on a system where I do not want to be hacked, and I don't even want the wild possibility of it, the idea of running a command like, I don't know, zvars agent start, and running a background agent that does the decryption that I use, basically use the same idea of an SSH agent, and then you could actually provide, you could, when you ran that command, it would prompt you interactively that would never be saved. Somebody would have to keylog you in order to hack you, and then you type in the password, and then it would open up a daemon process, and yeah, what is that about? But anyway, so you would then all your commands, all your var commands, if there was a token that had been saved encrypted, so we'd have a key, we would have a special format in our var values that would indicate that it had been encrypted, and if it was encrypted, then it could go, the agent, it could proxy it through the agent, and the agent could look up the value in the command execution, and it would be unencrypted. Now, if people have access to the memory space of your running application, they're going to be able to decrypt it and use it. So there's lots of ways to attack that, but it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder than just breaking the file system permissions and seeing the token. That's why SSH agent exists, by the way. Almost nobody uses it in the real world because it's so painfully annoying, because you have to, set it up and do the thing. But if you truly want to keep people from owning you, you definitely need to put passphrases even on the SSH keys that you use in anything that connects remotely. But I don't, because it's a pain in the ass. I also set passwords like password on my Proxmox directories because I don't have time to fuck with it. So why would I have time to fuck with, putting a key on all my environment variables for today's session? But what I'm getting at, though, is that you could do that. So like if we could make a VARs that allows you to run a VARs agent securely, so that if you want to make a rootkit and you want to encrypt all your VARs data, you would put that. However, if you are making a rootkit, it's probably likely that you're not going to want to touch the system, as you want to put as few things on the system as possible. You're not going to want to leave any file system footprints at all. And the easiest way to do that is just do everything in the binary and hard code your default variables in there, because you don't need to preserve state. You have to type it every time. Or you type some sort of interactive command, and then it just keeps it in memory. If you do that, you could actually probably pull off a situation where you could run a binary process on a target system that doesn't even have a file on the system. There are ways to inject running processes that do not have file systems. All they have to have is a process running in memory. So let's say you hijack an existing process. That process's PID is still running, but if you change its memory footprint, which is incredibly hard to do, but if you did that, you could change its running memory footprint to run your process, and then you wouldn't have anything touch the disk at all. Nothing would touch the disk at all. The only way that could never be detected, unless you did something crazy to the file system because you wanted to do other hacking things. There's literally nothing to see. Somebody would have to be running active process inspection security software, which is practically impossible. So you would most likely get caught by however you got onto the system, which quite frankly would probably be because you Trojan some software or social engineered somebody to start something stupid. In which case you've already got a footprint, so they can find it. Okay, back to Go. Let me do some more Go programming. What is this thing you're showing me though? Web dev tools. You want to encode decode? Yeah, these are the kind of things. This is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping once we get it done that we're gonna actually be able to start building our ecosystem up of bonsai branches that people can include. And that's my hope. My hope is that we will be able to kickstart a, but I don't want it. We're still a year away from that because I want to be using this alpha version, beta version, alpha version of Bonsai. It's kind of the beta version because we already did one last year. This is kind of a tweak on that, and before we actually do a full release. And then when we do, then we can really start pushing the ecosystem, and we'll build like a registry where people can list their registries of bonsai branches, and we'll say what tag to put in GitHub so people can find you and that kind of thing, because then you can actually build up your own multi-calls. And I anticipate it's going to be fun. We're going to get huge pushback though on the whole GetUp thing. People are like, "Fuck you! I'm not doing this. Why didn't you do this for Cobra?" The crazy thing is that Cobra could do this. I proved the other day. I did a whole video on it. I proved the other day that Cobra can be set up. It's not by default with the CLI tool. It's totally fucking broken. But you can actually use Cobra to create embeddable trees. We've done it at work. You just have to know how to do it. And Cobra can be used to do exactly the same thing. And you can use that kind of methodology so that you can actually have composable, aggregatable Cobra commands. But people don't know how to do it, and they don't know why they would do it. So, and I'm not inclined. Before I was gonna, when I found out that you could do that, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do Cobra. I'm not gonna do Bonsai. But then I found so many other reasons to do Bonsai since then that I'm down with this. Yeah, you're gonna use it for your notes tool. You should. Yeah, I mean, it's still fine, but it's got bullshit in it that I don't ever want. Bonsai and Cobra can live together. Get a list of options and summaries right next to it. That's not a Z-shell thing. That's a Z-shell does. People use Z-shell. They love that completion and stuff, but that you don't need that. And Bash absolutely can do that. Yes. Bash absolutely can do that and does. Let me show you. I'm using Bash. Okay. kubectl. Tab. There you go. There's every option. Let's see. You want some of these options? Let's see what they are. Here they are. Tab. That's not a factor of the shell. That's a factor of the completion support in the program. Z-shell tries to do that automatically by assuming everybody's using GetOps, which is one major reason I will never use it. Because it's promoting the idea of GetOps standardization, which is such bullshit. I don't even have words. It's not fine. Well, yeah, we're getting there. All right, let's go back to the thing that I was telling you about. So this is wrong, right? So let's actually do the right way. So var, this is crazy, right? Is valid name equals all is dot all Latin lower. The end. Now, can this be reassigned? Yes. And that is if you did not want to let is valid be reassigned to something else, then you would not do this, right? You know what? Right? This is actually a way to hack. You know what? We might actually allow this. If somebody wanted, we should, you know what? If we wanted to make it so people hacked, they wanted to bypass the name validation completely, all they have to do is assign an empty function to the isValidName variable. And they could enable whatever the fuck they wanted to if they wanted to. That's actually really good. Because now I've allowed people, if they want to, if they really don't like the naming conventions, they can just assign on the first level. They can you think I would make it hard on them, right? But isValidName validates that pass. Let's see. By default, validates that the past text is only 45 or less Unicode characters. This can be overridden by this can be changed for all command instances that use the package in a given executable by assigning this to some other function. I don't think I can do this because it's a generic function. I cannot use a generic function. It sucks. Hey Cobra, what's up? Refund upgrade. You want the Galaxy A51? Do you like it? Oh my god, that's so cool. Does it have stabilization? Oh my god. Oh, that's so cool. I love that you're able to pull that all off by streaming from your phone. I do. If you're around, that's such a good way to do it. I'm telling them how to get over there, how to reassign this. This actually makes me want to, I like this because it lets them decide. Like you said, if they want to change it, they can. I don't think they should, but they can. Good work. Hey, Ultron, how are you? Colin was so nice. I can't wait to watch your bike stream. You're probably going to get me out on my bike more. I need to go out on my bike. I've been doing too much work. My work keeps stacking up. I have too much other stuff to do. But I kind of want to finish this too. So I know I'm a horrible person. So I'm on call all week, by the way, this week, which just sucks. It's the job. I get paid. I have a job, an actual job. I'm not an influencer. I have an actual job that I need to, do. Okay, this whole thing here, we could just take an any and call it a day. Yep. Let's do that. We're going to take in an any. This is horrible, but we're going to do this. This is old school go before generics were a thing. And we need to type do it. We need to do the type thing here. If we're going to do this, we got to do the type thing. Yeah. Text is an array of any. No, it's not going to do it, is it? It's not going to allow me to do that. I'll ask you, Laura. Wait, you know what? Let's just take it. I think if I iterate over the string, it'll automatically do Unicode characters. Yep. I think it will. I think I have to turn it into bytes. Yeah, I don't know. Let's say we're just gonna say string. So there, it's gonna be a string. I decree. Even better. You get it when you can get it. I hope so. I got me an Action 5. It's got dual DJI mic too. So I can do the ASMR mic thing. Yeah, by default. Starlink keeps charging. They charged me 2 months for $200 for Ultra for all and the 50 for the same disc. Their customer service is so bad. You want to write it? Text argument. Generics are kind of hard to describe here. That was just allowing me to pass a string or byte, rune, and slice or whatever, right? Which I really don't need. In this case, I can just say anything that needs to be passed can be passed as a string, and it just forces the caller to turn it into a string before it gets called, which is totally fine. But so I camera setting built in. Oh, yes. We're going to change this to string. It'll just make things easier. We don't have time to get into generics right now. They are cool, though. Generics' greatest strength is in functional programming and data structures. And if you want to look at that under my DS directory, here I have all of my data structures and algorithms that I've written, rooted node trees, things like that, slices, queues. Let's see. So I think iterating over range. I think it iterates over runes automatically. I think by default, let's go ask ChatGPT. Does go range operator use Unicode code points when ranging over a string? I think the answer to this is yes, but I'm just checking. A Go string is a sequence of bytes. That's totally not true. It's true, but it's also not true. Arrange the keyword, it iterates over a string. It decodes UTF sequences and yields Unicode. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I thought. I just was checking. Yeah, I was just checking. Example, and because it's ranging over a rune, you can actually do this. These are runes. They're single quotes. Single quotes means that it's looking at it as a byte, actually, and that's getting. Apparently, it's okay because I don't know what size byte is, but byte can be any size. Show you. Unicode code points. So the answer is yes. That's what it does. Anyway, so that's much easier. We just broke our test though. I did. I totally broke it. See? I did. I broke it. It's like, I don't know what to do now. Hello, false. Want. Hello. Wait, what? That was broken before. Did I not test it? Did I not test the test? Oh my god, Rob. Oh my god. I did not test the test. Do 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 do. This is why I promised talking about interesting streams the other day, and I was like, he's like, this is why I never don't do it. Nobody would watch. I code things that people generally don't want to watch, but because it takes so long, it takes so exhausting being entertaining. If you're just coding, you can't be entertaining. Oh boy. What did I do wrong? Hello? Hello is false. You know what? I'm calling the wrong program, aren't I? I am. I'm calling lower instead of upper. Idiot! There it goes. Commit-m fix is testing. Git push. Go back up and see what we got. Oh, we're already there. Okay, is all that in last guard. Okay, there we go. Is valid name by default validates that the past text is only 4 characters or less. Actually, let's change this. Validates is assigned. Is valid name if assigned. Actually, must be assigned. A function that returns true or false. After for the given name. C is all. Wait, what? Why isn't it working? Why you no work? It says for an example. keep in mind that certain character that if this is changed, certain characters will break the use of the creation of multi-call binary links and bash completion. It must be assigned. It can't be nil. I see. Can be written. Is assigned a function that returns true or false for the given name. See, for an example, note that if this is changed, certain characters may break the creation of multi-call binary links and bash completion. And returns a Boolean. For the given name. That it carries information blah 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 blah. A name returns blah blah blah. All right, so this is why we did this, because we wanted to call isLetter. We don't need this anymore now. So names, we can actually, this is much better. We don't have to iterate over each one. We can go over the length of the aliases. Here we can just say if is valid name names string aliases equals nil. Wait, how are we getting the names in there? What's up with this? Is the aliases, after the aliases is crunched, does it have the name in it? I think it does. I think this is a problem. Isabella name alias. All right. I don't know why that's doing that. NeoVim's fucking up a little bit. Want to reform the doc strings? Yes, that would be really great. In Go, you mean? Alias range X aliases, length of alias continue. If it's valid name alias, names. I think aliases at that point has already got I don't remember if aliases adds on the name. It doesn't. So this is confusing me because this actually I think this might have been incorrect this whole time. There's parameters index, yes. Is aliases a map? Oh, that's because I changed aliases to be a map. Yeah. Aliases was not a map before. Yeah, see here. String split aliases. Yeah. Aliases was a string before. what I want to know is say if x command equals nil, return no aliases of no command for c equals range. Okay, wait. I need it. Whatever. And this is a map. I have a problem here though because this is bad. I should have not exited. That was stupid. This is, oh, there it is. Names on a pen. Names on, there it is. Okay. I was dumb. It's at the end. I thought for a second that this was doing that. It's not. It's absolutely not. This does not do a validation on the name though. It probably should. If is valid name added. If it's not valid, then what? Should we just let it be in there and then not use it? We should probably die on. We should probably not doing alias validation. Should not be happening right here. No, it shouldn't. I don't know why that's happening there. That should not. That's not the place to do it. We want to do it in cache aliases. Yeah, this is where it should blow up. This should just trust it and just keep adding it. This is fine. Yes. We need to put this in the code that does the aliases thing. Where's cache aliases at? Here we go. Is valid name. All right, so aliases is always cached. And every time you want new aliases, you need to do this. Params does not have that limitation. I mean, params is... aliases we have to have. Params, no. All right, so... All right. Range commands. And then cache aliases. This is also going to check the name. This is the only place that we can check this. Because it's everything. It's the aliases and the name. All right, so, okay. Cache aliases. Iterates. Splits the aliases into separate strings, validating them with cmd dot is valid name and adding and appending them to an internal aliases cache map. The cmd.name is also checked for validity. All right, so as it goes, return nil. If as valid name x.name. Actually, if there's not a name, we should not. If command equals nil or now is valid name can be empty. We need another checker. If it's valid name, so we can say if there or the length of x.name, it's always going to be at least 0. It's always going to be assigned because it's predefined and it gets 0 values. That's a Go thing. If Ismail name return. So we could probably do this as a case statement. If is valid name, if not is valid name, x name return, x name range x commands. If alias is equals 0, continue for blah. Yeah. Arrange commands. If the length of aliases is 0, then continue. I don't understand that. So anyway. You can't do that. Length is faster check. I checked that. Checking the length is a faster check. I did a research on that. If you can find new research, show me. The compiler can optimize this way better than that. So, for underscore C, I've fretted over that decision so much you have no idea. But it could have changed. Maybe it's changed since then. I don't know. So for C, I use the length check for everything because you can use the length check how to slice and it'll check nil as 0, and unless you absolutely need to know whether it was defined or not. So I'm a big fan of the length checks. No, it's not a call, by the way. This doesn't equate to a function call. This is a built-in compiler optimized thing. It looks like a function call. It's not. So check it for out though. You know what? Do a benchmark. Show Golang benchmarking. We should do a video on that. We should show Golang benchmarking, built-in benchmarking, and try do the two. We need a quiet system though. This is not quiet. I could probably put it on a Proxmox box and run it for like an hour and see which one's faster. That would be fun actually. We see range x selected commands. If the length of C alias is 0, continue. I don't understand this. So, I get it. So it's like each command. We're adding aliases for every subcommand. So we're kind of inflating. There's a bunch of possible. Each command can have an alias. So it's not just the subcommand. It's all the aliases under the subcommand, in addition to the aliases for the current command. So that's what's going on there. Yeah. I can do that is basically saying if there is an empty alias, then don't do anything. Yes. Yep. Which we don't want. We just want to use the command. The command itself is already included. So for range and split aliases, yes. Equals C. All right. So that takes care of that. That should be enough, honestly. Cache params is the same thing, except parse params. I was going to have parse aliases, but no. This is different, though. I'm going to say it. This is different than the other one, though, because this is not just taking the aliases value and expanding it. This is taking all of the aliases for that command and every subcommand and grabbing them all. So that's way different. So it splits the command aliases. This is into separate strings. Command dot aliases splits the dot aliases for each command in commands. So it's just saying validating them. The truth is we don't really need to do that. Validating them with this valid name and appending them to an internal command alias as cache map. We should probably call this cache subcommand aliases. It doesn't do its own thing. Root. Considering help as an alias for doc. Yeah. This is different. This is doing some different stuff. Cache command aliases. What's the command aliases for each command commands into separate strings, validating them with this content and appending them to an internal CMD aliases sub I'm really cleaning the sub. The command name is also checked for validity. I think we should not do that here. It's the wrong place. The name check should be in the run. That's the entry point. So yeah, we need to put that here. Is valid name. Wait, what? If not, is valid name. Maybe. If not is valid name, we should actually exit with error. Yeah, we should do exit with error. Yes, this is much better. And give it an error. Invalid name. There's already an error called invalid name. Where is it? Multi-call command that found match missing var. Usage default first command requires call. Uses comp, don't have that, don't have that. Whatever arguments, multi-call. E underscore. Invalid name. Invalid name detected. I'm not a fan of double quotes, honestly. Not in Go anyway. People are like, what? I'm like, I fucking hate them. I do hate them, not gonna lie. I love how good NeoVim is at showing you what's going to change. That's so cool. Yank two paragraphs. I fail. Yank to P. What the hell? Oh well. Yank that. Yank that. Not enough arguments. This needs to be name string. Not enough. Invalid name. There we go. Invalid name. That took long enough, huh? Okay, so exit error. Valid name. X.name. Nice. All right. I need to change all my tense to current or present. I don't need to have mixed tense. Throws invalid name error and exits if name does not pass invalid name check. I want this to be really easy to write code with this tool, so that's why I'm being kind of weird about everything. All right, so what were we doing there? We were doing the aliases, the cache aliases thing, and I'm now realizing that we actually have something else to do besides caching aliases. The aliases are being cached, but they are inaccurate, to say the least. I don't believe that's going to be an issue until we start printing help. So it hasn't been so far because the only reason we've needed aliases is for completion, and the completion is a very specific thing. So we really don't want to waste all the energy parsing all that stuff and doing it if we don't have to. That's why I deleted it from here, and I'm only caching params if it's in here, and I'm only seek itself actually does the alias caching. It calls it if it needs it. It does right here if it says like if the aliases aren't set, resolve actually does it. So it returns c.x commands name c equals nil aliases. Here we go. So resolve if aliases is empty, then cache the aliases. I want to change what these are called though. Cache sub. We want to change this. Cache command aliases. Right? Cache command aliases. That's what we really want to call. Cache. This was throwing me off. I'm so glad because the names are wrong. CMD aliases. Actually, no, we want this to be command aliases. Command aliases, I don't care. This is because the subcommand alias is what it is. Aliases. X dot aliases equals. See, I don't think this is needed in the names thing. I don't think it's needed at all. It's not. The only thing we need to do the names is. This is totally wrong. It's been wrong the whole time. And I'm glad I found it. Okay, so this is the AKA information. So the alias equals range aliases. Actually, no, this, you know what? This is just going to have to dynamically parse it every time. I don't care. Because we have aliases, the default aliases. Actually, we have command aliases and aliases. This is the problem. That's the problem, is that I had two different forms of cache here and I was not distinguishing the two. That is the major problem. Command aliases, and then we have aliases. There are two different caches. This is a cache of all of the aliases for all the subcommands, and this is a cache of all the aliases for the current command. So we want both. Cache aliases. We'll get that. We could actually, this one we could actually have cache command aliases. We could have cache aliases and so we could actually do exactly the same thing we did for parms. Wait, does that say parms? It should say params. Params. Cache params. Cache params. Okay, so names. All right. So we said this is a if aliases is nil, then cache aliases. Yeah. All right, there's no aliases to be cached. We don't need that anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and add it here. Where is it? Where's cache params? That's it, right? Cache aliases. The internal aliases cache with parse aliases. Yeah, this is, we need this. Parse aliases. It's a lot of work for what doesn't seem like a lot of effort, but it's worth it. It'll be worth it in the long run. It'll save us so much time when we're writing code later. Okay, so names. We're looking for names again. This is different than, that's command names. It's different. Use command titles. This is, I was afraid of. This is where it reassembles everything. This user's command titles thing, I don't know. I guess I'm going to leave that here. I feel like summary should be populated before it's filled. I feel like all this stuff shouldn't be done unless it's in the help docs. I don't think any of that's anywhere near it. It's, how you doing? All right, path names, path commands. Let's find names. Here we go. Names refers to slice of all aliases cached in the process, but not already named. There is also validating them against the strict Bonzai naming requirements. Wait. This is not true anymore. This does not cache. We should probably... I don't know if we should cache this here, because every time it's getting called, it shouldn't be called. No, we should not. We need to find run again. Cache aliases. We should cache aliases when the thing runs, so that is populated. I mean, that should just be a thing. Run is where we like clean up the CMD thing, right? Hey, thank you for the ball. Um, names. So names returns a slice. Okay. Explode. What? Name returns a slice of all aliases caching in the process, if not already. That's not true. Names returns a slice of all aliases. And the last name, and the name is the last item. Does not validate them. We're getting rid of that. How long did it take me to write that? Now it's gone. Moral of the story, don't spend a lot of time writing function docs until you're done. But I always do. I just deleted probably 10 minutes of work, 15 minutes of work to come up with that. Names return slice of all aliases in the name last time. All right, so we don't have to do this. This is already a thing. So strictly speaking, you could call I mean, it doesn't hurt to have the check here. How you doing? And we do not do a zero check here because it's different than finding out if it was ever assigned before. This is a case where we want a nil check. So if the length of, if x is the alias is nil, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We're going to do it. We're going to cache aliases. So cache aliases. And that's such a fast check that should not be a problem. A nil check is like so fucking fast. It's totally worth it. Just because there might be some, if somebody let's say somebody just ran code by default and they didn't call .run, they might want to call .names against the command and it would fail because this aliases would have been set up yet. The reason we have to do all of this caching, by the way, is because we're using compilation time aggregation. And that is instead of runtime. We are saving so much fucking energy. If you look at Cobra, and by the way, with the goals of Bonzai being to be able to have literally hundreds of commands in a single monolith as a multi-call binary, not doing this, not doing compile time aggregation, frankly, composition, and would be absolutely unthinkable. The stuff that we plan on doing with Bonzai will destroy Cobra. It will absolutely destroy it because Cobra just doesn't have the design for it. Cobra does all of that stuff, does all of these name assignments and everything at runtime every time. It's disaster. It's a disastrously bad design. It was completely unnecessary. And there, I'm done. Names returns a slice of all, but that's the only way around that because we don't have any runtime, because we can't do anything at runtime. That means that the stuff that we put in the key CMD struct is final. That means we're having a problem with this already a little bit because of the vars thing, right? This whole thing about triggering var command integration and stuff like that. Where are you going to run that? Right? Where are you going to run that? So the problem is that when you remove runtime building of command structs in your command thing, then you now have to add on things that get done on first execution or that are done after the fact and they're cached after the first time that they're used because we don't have an opportunity unless we ran a knit, which is, we're not doing that. So it's after talking to Chris talked me out of a knit, thank God. Chris Nova, the late great Chris Nova. So that's why we have to have these caches. And quite frankly, the caches really don't come into play until you start considering running in interactive mode and stuff like that, right? Where I mean, right now, because why would we cache them, right? We're not going to reuse it. So like a single command and it throws it away, it's done. You parse it that one time, it just uses the memory and localized variable, and you're good to go, right? Just throw it away and do it again next time. Because there is no next time, because the command execution is done after the single execution. By adding this caching, the design allows us to create an interactive shell that that expands to populate in a minimal way these data points within the CMD. Let's go. So that when you actually have an interactive shell, you can have, after it's done its initialization and it's done its caching, the first time you use a particular command, it caches those subcommands. It doesn't have to parse it every time. It can use it every time. It can just reuse it. So that is really key. That's really key to having an interactive command line shell. So these things might feel like overkill right now, but they're absolutely not, because they are going to allow us to create a minimal shell program out of the Bonzai, in the Bonzai tree itself, and be able to just run the tree and create an optional command that runs the entire monolith as a shell. And why would you ever want to do that? Let's say you don't have completion on a system. Let's say you hack a system and that's a device that doesn't have any shells shipped with the device because it's a minimal system that's not designed to run a shell at all. It's designed to be security. It's had all of its shell things taken off. Maybe it's POSIX shell. Maybe it's not the shell you want. Maybe it doesn't have the commands you want. Maybe it doesn't have completion in it. It doesn't have a PTY. There's a million things. But by allowing this program to be run as an interactive REPL, basically, it's not really a shell. We now allow HomeKits and rootkits to be run on devices that don't even have shells installed. And in case you're wondering, where am I going to get my VI from? We're going to write VI in Go. We're going to write VI in Go using the same minimal source code. We're going to look at the C source code from the BusyBox Alpine program, and we're going to port the BusyBox Alpine program to Go. We're going to be writing a minimal version of VI in Go. We're going to be writing a minimal, all the minimal tools that exist. We're going to write Bonzai branches in Go for those tools that run in memory. We already have YQ and a number of other really popular tools that can be run as Go applications and Go subcall binaries, so that you have basically everything you ever wanted, kind of a portable OS without. It's all the GNU utils that you want just built in. And hopefully this will grow into an ecosystem of people who want to put other tools. Why? Because I want to be able to make Alpine out of a Go binary. That's what I want. Alpine uses BusyBox, but I want to be able to make an Alpine container out of a BusyBox binary, out of a Bonzai box, I guess you could call it. So anyway, I'm going off on this. Is leave completer, names, aliases, append. All of these things over here, these are dynamic properties, and for the most part, they're okay. Dynamic fields, if you will. I don't know what you want to call them. All right, so this is fine. Cache aliases, x.aliases, append. Let's keep going to the end. What's that about? I get in quotes. I got to kind of start wrapping it up. All right. Nothing big. All right, what we got? We got our usage groups. This is groups. This is just cleaning things. Usage parameters. These are just yeah, this is fine. These are dynamic attributes that I use in the help output, but this isn't a problem until we start using the ones that are templated. Because I don't want to do template replacement. So what we did recently, very recently, this morning actually, I deleted all of these static fields from the CMD. They're no longer a part of the CMD. So why did I do that? Because they are now embedded. They're now embedded, and we had a huge debate about whether I should rip these out or not. You now can no longer set a long description. You can set a summary. Um, you have aliases. You can have aliases, params, and a usage statement. And I'm kind of tempted to put a summary here as well. But everything else should come by loading it if you want it. Actually, I don't think we want that. This is all I want. Why do I want that? Because I want to be able to swap out the files to the embedded file system and change the supported languages for help documentation on the fly, dynamically. That means the program can actually ship with multiple language support and just detect the locale or automatically change its help output and bundle all of it with the binary. So that means that there is nothing that is language specific in the command itself. That all goes in the doc file system, the docfs. So, and that has to get embedded and that has to be parsed. And the only time that's parsed is when you're generating help. In fact, the use of that information inside of the command itself is kind of unnecessary. And quite frankly, there will probably be a lot of commands that I port where I never implement all of that stuff. I just want a simple, stupid little command. I just need to show you how to do the usage. I need to tell you what version it is. I don't care about giving you a full summary. I don't care about giving you, the description or any of that stuff. That would have to be language translation. This covers a bunch of problems I was having with regard to language support. And so we're breaking that out, forcing you to put in a separate file, which is better anyway, because then you can set the file type on it to Markdown and it'll actually look good instead of trying to, instead of your editor trying to freak out because it's editing Go, but it's not really, it's Markdown inside of Go and it can't do anything right. And you can't use backticks for like command syntaxing and monospace syntaxing and all that stuff because command backticks are already used in the Go programming. Do not mix your chocolate and peanut butter. In this case, chocolate being Markdown, peanut butter being Go. You want them separate. This whole idea of embedded writing really large ass long strings inside of your command is one of the original reasons that I created. I thought it was really fucking cool. I regret it. I regret it so bad. You have no idea. I think it's one of the worst ideas ever that I've ever had. And I'm so happy to be rid of it. So now what? So now we have to find out, I mean, what some of the things, help used to be optional before. Recesses, yes. And so now what we do is we can actually dynamically load. So the command doc and the command help are built-in commands now. If you need them, they are not compiled in unless they are needed. If docfs is nil, this is why this is a pointer. If docfs is nil, no docs. Then we don't compile the docfs command at all. It's not even included. And therefore we don't have to worry about that. If we do the alternative to that is like, so there's only two of the, actually, yeah. I'm wondering if this symbol is going to get added anyway, if that's going to blow up the binary. We'll find out. I don't know what kind of tree shaking happens on that, but we will definitely find out. So it's a template func map. Func map should be to fill the template, which is automatically called. This is an additional func map template. And I don't think this needs to be a pointer. You know what? I think it does. You know why? Because if we just set it to it, I think it won't be nil. Is this nil by default? All right, let's get this to compile. I have some testing to do. I have some checks to set up before we move on to this next thing. The reason I'm having a problem is because a bunch of these functions that were used by the help documentation that I still need are now coupled with other stuff that doesn't exist. So anything with an F in it, like this, usage command titles, has got to go. So I'm just going to comment it out for now. And with that stuff, I want to remember it's there because that stuff's going to have to come back. I thought it was a good idea to make it a dynamic attribute. It actually shouldn't be. It doesn't need to be. There's no need for it. Nothing's going to call it to look at its dynamic attributes other than the help documentation generator. There's nothing else. There's nothing else that's going to ever use that. So I don't need to have this all be associated with the command itself. I can just pass the command reference and do that and make those all standalone functions. That's what they will become. Some of these, however, are used by the completion algorithm, things like that. So they have to be in here. And this is kind of an exercise to see which ones are demanded and which ones are required. Command names, for example, I know that this one is required. Um, but yeah, so I'm actually going to be disabling a ton of shit here to see what's actually necessary for the completion to work, because I don't want anything more than that. In return, if it has a specific name, is in the list of hidden commands. This would be in the list of hidden commands. Oh right, this is a given. Uh, yeah, I think we probably it just ranges. I could probably do this as a slice, but it's fine. Uh, Too many errors. What's going on? Param returns. Wait, what? Untyped nil. What does it say? This much types of type string equals untyped nil. Oh, okay, that might be a thing. Function operator params equals nil. Params is a string now. Oh, right. So we want to check params. Param string. Param returns param matching name if found. Empty string if not. So x up params equals nil. If x up params is nil, then we need to cache it. Yeah, this is broken. It was broken. God, we're fixing all this. Cache params. Params. That will make it so it's not nil. It'll be an empty list, but it won't be nil. C return empty. All right, so returns a param matching name. Okay, that's good. Is hidden, we already did. Excite hidden, invalid operation, hidden is nil. I think we removed hidden. Hidden's a string now? I think hidden is a bar separated list of hidden things. We have to do our whole caching thing with that too. I think we do. Yep. Hidden string, yeah. Disable completion for commands and aliases. I think the original Bonzai had this as I think this had this as an alias list, string list. Yeah, it did. That means if I'm going to do this, I have to do that same caching thing I did for params and the other one, which is fine. That just this crazy simplifies the generation of a command thing without having this in there. I don't have to. Let me show you what it would have been and what it's going to be in terms of like rapid development. The whole point of Bonzai is super rapid command line development to replace my shell development. So I mean that's the main point. So if you go into the Bond tool and you go into like the cmd.go for the old Bonzai, if you want, see this commands list here, that I mean it's not that hard, but it's like right? And then you have a command here, you got the helps here. But look, for the aliases, rather than just putting command there, I have to do that. Right? And so what does that do? That saves a fraction of a nanosecond that it would take to parse that and cache it on the first thing, whereas it creates a long time of like development, because the way this is now is this. Now it's like it's just CMD. It's like string equals CMD like this. And if I want to have another value, I put another. And the other thing too is that now this actually speeds up the creation of the help documents, because I just have to cat the name onto the end of the string. I don't have to join the string back. So anything I lost with parsing time up front for this problematic way of writing it is now regained by the fact that I just have to cat two things together. So it's a small thing, but that's kind of the level of detail that I've got going on here. I'm so glad we're getting rid of Bonzai of Z here, and we're using Bonzai instead. That's like going to be so much more readable. It's like one of the biggest wins there. So anyway, let's go back here. So yeah, so hidden was a parameter before. It's not anymore. So that means that we now have to do the same thing. We have to cache hidden, and we got to do all of our cache thing. So params. Let's go see if we can find this hidden. See cache hidden. See cache hidden. Let me go find cache params. I can just copy these. Cache params, parse params. You should put these together actually. That's kind of nice. Don't you love the how it automatically saw that? Yeah. So we could say cache hidden updates the internal hidden cache with parse hidden. Remember to call this whenever dynamically altering the value. At runtime, hidden. I'm slow here, but hidden and hidden. All right, so that is going to be what we're going to need. F summary. So a bunch of this other stuff is broken because we're not doing it anymore. So we need to call cache params. We need to find run again. There it is. I do think that on run we should just call it. Really, the question is you should call it before you need it. Anytime you need it, you should check it. But then this is kind of some people would complain about this design principle, right? Because how can you possibly know every time you're ever going to look it up? And, the cache on the first time approach is problematic because of that, right? Run is going to be usually the place you call it, but it's not necessarily going to be the first place, right? In fact, I absolutely know where we're going to call this from now on. Why is that not a dynamic attribute? That should have been a dynamic attribute from the beginning. Oh my God, why am I doing that? And then when I call aliases, oh, I know why. Because I have a conflict. I have a conflict with the command struct. I have a conflict with the command struct that's already named aliases. That's why. We already have a parse aliases, but that parses it every time. You know what we could do is on cache aliases, we could actually return it. And then anytime and we can make it an attribute so that anytime you got it, would already get it. Oh my God, that's so much better. Let's do that. Let's say we don't want to cache aliases. We want to return cached aliases. And anytime we want to use aliases at all, we should call cached aliases instead of aliases directly. Yes. And we'll make it an accessory. An accessor. That's like way fucking better. And then we have, instead of caching the aliases, we will. But so we parse the aliases on first. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cache the aliases. This is going to take a bit. Cache the aliases updates the internal aliases cache. Actually, we don't even care about parse aliases at all at that point. Cache from aliases from the current value of aliases. Updates the internal cache aliases cache from the current value of aliases. Actually, if we're going to do this, then we actually should say we should actually touch it and see whether it changed. If we're going to do cache right, that's the way to do it, is to tell when the last cache was changed. But that's like a lot of overhead, right? So we're just going to check whether it's nil or not. If somebody changes the aliases and they wanted to get recached, how they do that? They'd have to call cache. This is why people use dynamic attributes in the first place. This is why they do setter and getters, because they can do all this. But then you got overhead for redirection that's unnecessary. The problem I have with cached aliases is it's never going to know whether the alias has changed. It can't actually go check it out. It can't say, hey, did this change or not? If I had an alias setter, I could do all that. This is totally like, this is, hey, how you doing? This is kind of like bike shedding a little bit, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do cache aliases and parse aliases. He's like, the Bonzai is a Unix anti-pattern. It absolutely, well, so is Git, in the creator of Linux. Definitely an anti-pattern. Yeah. Boomer wants their Unix pattern back. Are you telling me, if you're going to argue with me about get up being a good idea, the get options flags? Yeah. Okay, Boomer. Patterns are an anti-pattern too. Yeah. Every single major tool in the cloud native world, including Git, openly violates the Unix standard by creating monoliths that are statically compiled. These things would make, I mean, the fact that some of the people that built Unix systems are doing it, what is that? That tells you everything. The tiniest little program that has like 25 dynamically linked library dependencies so that we don't, oh, God help us for not reusing memory that's already loaded up. Yeah. Okay, Boomer. Cached aliases updated internal access cache from the current value of aliases. You know what else did? Single automaton parsing. Yeah. The Dragon Book, full of shit. The entire thing. If you're spending money to learn from the Dragon Book about how to compile languages, you're wasting your money. I know. NixOS, holy shit. Talk about violating the Unix way. This entire operating system is going, fuck you, Unix patterns. Thank you for mentioning that. That brought me great joy. So, it's called GNU Linux, by the way. I immediately regret my decision to change that. I'm going to change it back now. I thought it was a good idea. It's not. I got thinking about it more, and this is actually a lot better. So, cache aliases updating internal aliases cache from the internal array of aliases. Nice unique patterns you got there. Would be a shame if something pasture or path. I know. Oh God. Okay. To call this every update dynamic value runtime. Yes. You shouldn't be doing that, by the way. You should not be fucking with the aliases. You shouldn't. You should not be doing that. If you are doing that, you're a bad person, kind of thing. Parse params. If you want to parse params by yourself, you can go get that. I almost don't even need parse params. I could just. We don't even need parse params. We don't even need that. We don't. And people can do their own split. It's not that hard. God. I think. But then we have like one last thing to document. Cache params updates the internal params cache. From params by splitting params dynamically altering the value at runtime. Ah, I suck. Wait, what? What the hell? Do not put that on a separate line. What's it? Just gonna do it again. Yep. Foiled again. I keep making it simpler. Parse params. Oh, we were going to look it up, though. That's what we were going to do. We were going to give a way for people to look it up, to look up the queried one. That's what I was going to do, cache params. We could make it, we could actually, I think we could make cache params actually point to the internal symbol and have it be fine. That could be overtaken easily, though. That's probably a bad idea. You know? XSplit equals blah. What? X dot params equals split. You know what we could do, though? No, we don't need that. I think the question is whether the people making commands need to see the params in their broken out state. And, you know, I think we should just, I think we should just create a param slice accessor and call it a day. How you doing, Joe? We just call it, that's super easy. Let's just do that. Let's do that. Well, that's all we'll have in our cache. Cache params is always going to work. Why is this failing me? I suck. Cache params. Let's do another function. Let's say x. This is an accessor. For real hackers, use geeks. Yeah. NixOS is for girls. Use geeks. Geeks is pretty damn cool. It is. We had, my Linux meetup. They gave a demo of it. It's super cool. I'd never use it, but it's super cool. Yeah. I think my wife's home. It's kind of terrifying. Why is she home? Parse params cache, params slice. Well, this is super easy. It just slices it up. I mean, I could just expose the dot. No, I can't. No, because that's the way we're keeping that as a string. Yeah. So param slice has to be called. So this actually is good though, because this is where we can add our if then statement. Okay, that's good. So if this is great because we can abstract this. I don't have to worry about this everywhere else in the thing. If params equals nil, cache params, x dot cache params, return params. God damn it. All right, so param slice, cache params. I mean, people know what that is. Updates the params internals cache. This is where ChatGPT could write this docs better. and returns it as a slice. All we need to do is we need to duplicate. I'm going to delete all these and just do this one and redo it. Cache params. This is totally different though. This is cache command aliases. That's a totally different thing. I'm so glad I realized that before it became too late. Cache hidden. We need hidden and we need params. Wait, we need this. Wait. Oh, I got overzealous there. Or did I? Cache params. And param slice. Yep. Let's see. Yank to AF. There. Let's do this. Paste. Did it work? No, it did not. That can go away. YAF. That yanks this whole thing. DAF. Wait. DAF. DAF. Oh, you have to be on the function. You can't be in the documentation. I did not know that. I wonder if this will work. T2AF. No. This is a Vimgo thing. Let's see. YA2F. No? Y2AF. 4 lines yanked. No, this is probably just a 2-paragraph thing. 2 yap. 14 lines. There we go. Cache params. Param slice. So let's do another one. We need one for hidden and we need one for that. Okay, cache params, param slice. And then we just do some changing. Params we change to aliases. Aliases. Change 6 to the left. Aliases. I know. This one. Change. Oops. Change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Change 6 to the left. To right. Hidden. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Hidden. Oh boy. Wait. Hidden. Params. Hidden. All right. So that should do it. Now we should never call the other stuff. So this is anytime we want aliases, we should be calling this every single time. We should be calling this. Cannot use aliases variable type. Oh, right. Aliases is a map. It shouldn't be though. This should be right. This that was a bug on my part. C cache aliases. C aliases. No, C aliases slice. From slice. No, C cache aliases. Cache command aliases is totally different. The aliases are aliases. I don't know. That's a good question. Alii. They're not alias interfaces. They're strings. Sort of. We're going to actually, all the time that we have cache, we need to find every occurrence of the word cache. So names. Okay. So names doesn't need to do this anymore. This can now be for range and x dot. We should start using this instead. We should say aliases slice. And this will automatically do the caching on it because it's fetching it the first time. Length of the alias variable of type int. What? Oh wait, this is now wrong. Yeah, I think somebody was trying to tell me this the other day. I think Chite was saying this. That was wrong. Pen name aliases. Okay. Names X names. Okay, so that's it. And the next one, cache params. Don't need this. Usage params. We don't actually need the usage parameters. This entire thing is completely useless. This is another one that should be ported over to the help doc. It should be ported to the help system, And we should probably make that a Bonzai thing. We should probably expose that so it's not in all commands. We should say there should probably be a number of. The reason for this is because we now no longer need internal access to the parameters anymore. And before we did. So now it's all been exposed as an interface. It's not directly an interface, but it's kind of an inferred interface. Cacti. Alii. Alii. Oh, I see what you're saying. What is the plural of alias? Aliases, according to ChatGPT. I am going to stand up and walk away. I will be back. I just need to walk around a little bit. I still have lots to do today, including a few hours of work with the Malt program. So see you in a bit. What's everybody doing? A little bit of a coffee break. I have still lots to do today. I'm probably going to be staying up late tonight. I don't want to, but that's the price of working on stuff you want to get done. I hope my health survives this. I get like this and then I don't do anything else. I just code on the thing until it's done. And sometimes it's just like marathon coding, and then there's like collapse for like 4 days. But, you know, what else are you going to do? No one else is going to make it for me. Ugly's on. Ugly's on. What's she doing? She's doing her Age of Empires thing. Yep. She's cleaning everything up. Nobody else is on, really. Aljess is on. Oh, I love her. She's so funny. I can't put her music on. Actually, if I put her music on, I'd probably get demonetized. I'd probably get demonetized. We could rate her, though.
I've been to both, and I like both.
Oh my god, she's such a good DJ. She's so freaking good. She has such a good style of like music. Really, really like her a lot. I can't watch it a lot more.
If you was digging in the crates. When they bump it in the jeeps, it's gonna rock right. In the streets.
Oh, damn. Gotta stay focused, Rob. Good old Daljess. We'll give her a raid. I need to buy some of her merch so that I can wear it on stream, like Emily's stuff. Just to show my support for my favorite DJs. Yeah. All right. What are we doing? Stay focused, Rob. You can do this. All right, so this stuff we're going to pull out. Anything we don't need, I look up all the cache listings. Command alias is a totally different monster. This needs to be subcommand aliases, I think. Yeah. Wait, is that what it is? What is it? What is it? Cache command aliases. Oh, okay. There we go. Command aliases. Cache command alias splits the command aliases for each command in commands. With its respective command dot aliases slice method. Validating each. Actually, calling aliases slices is already going to cache it if it hasn't already been cached. So that's going to do the validation. So we don't have to do that work here. Appending them to the internal command aliases, the cache map. This is primarily used for bash tab completion support. Now, in run. Okay, so command aliases map blah. It's like blowing it away and rewriting it. Commands equals nil. If commands is nil or name is empty, silently returns cannot use aliases. All right. Range x commands. Length to see that alias is equals 0. Yeah. Don't cut yourself, dummy. Ultron, don't. Go get some coffee or something that makes you happy. That's a no-brainer. So, let's go do something fun. Let's do, I know, we can go get Halloween candy. How about that? So, that's kind of what I want to do. It's not going to be good for me, though. All right. If length of aliases, let's see. C dot aliases slice is 0. This has to be 0 instead of nil because it's always going to return a slice even if it doesn't have anything in it. Because split returns an empty slice no matter what. I think it does. So, command has aliases. Aliases. Can't spell them. Continue. If range is string is split, seeing aliases, we don't need that. See range of commands. If the C equals range commands, aliases slices, continue. Otherwise, all right, so let's do this. Let's say aliases. C dot aliases. Aliases slice. If the length of aliases is 0, continue. Otherwise, use them. Range through the aliases. And aliases equals C. Wait, what? Oh. X dot command aliases. You know what? I just realized we're going to have to assign the initial value because we can't append to something that doesn't exist. Every time we do it, if it doesn't exist, we need to like reassign it. If it does exist, we need to reassign it. Actually, yeah. I just realized that that's a bug in our other stuff. Cache params got a bug. So x params equals string split pattern params. That'll always be something, actually. Never mind. If params is undefined and empty, it'll still return something. We need to write test code for that, but that should be fine. Cache aliases, hidden cache, invalid names. If is not valid name. Don't need to cache aliases anymore. Don't need to cache params anymore. Anytime we want those things, we should get them the right way now. So go to the complete. Let's do this. Let's say exit errors. Let's say it's exit error. Got commands here. Exit error, no call, no commands. Exit error, too many args. Caller equals x. Call x dot path commands. I don't think these. I don't know how much these are used, but they're previously existing, so we'll leave them. This is the way to dynamically create a new thing. I think we probably want to add a whole bunch of dynamic methods for creating dynamic commands and stuff. Commands equals nil, aliases equals whatever. Cache command aliases. See, okay, right. This is wrong. So this resolves as get aliases and equals cache subcommand aliases. So I have a feeling that this is going to be unique. And man aliases. We do not have a command aliases, cache command aliases that actually caches it on the first call. Probably should do that though. Cache. That would be a much more effective way of doing this. So cache command aliases. We need a version of this that when we call it, it will do that if it's nil. So we could say command. We could just say command aliases, which cmd command aliases. Command aliases will returns calls cache command aliases if I think it's if they don't exist. To update this cache. If it is nil. And then returns it. The reason we're doing this is because this is going to expose stuff that we can use outside of the package that we might need. Remember to call this whenever dynamically altering the value. whenever dynamically altering the value of aliases or any of the command dot or those of any command. How about that? All right, so same thing as before. Cache it. Okay, so it's very easy stuff. We want to return a, what is it, map pointer? I don't even think we need to return a pointer, actually. I think it's a map string command. Yeah. So then we say if x dot command aliases equals nil, x dot cache command aliases, else, and then return x dot command aliases. All right. That's going to really help right there. All right, so now when we go back and find seek, where there's a resolve, right? It was resolve. Okay, so resolve has got commands equals nil, return nil, command aliases equal nil, cache command aliases. So we don't need to use this anymore. We can do this now. We can say aliases, just for sake of thing. Command aliases equals x dot command aliases command aliases if has aliases has returned. Okay, so this is a for loop. For it's a map value. It's a map thing. Yeah. So for key will be equals range command aliases. If the C has, if C dot, where's C? No, that's the command. The command is the value. C, I don't even think we need to see. Wait, what? This is interesting. If C, we don't need K. Return command aliases. Let's just change this to aliases. For C and aliases, if we see if the CMD dot, I don't like that. If the C command has, if the C dot alias is name. Wait a second. Oh, this is the. Wait. I need to consider this. So, this is the command that is in the alias. I really have to look at this, the other one on this. Resolve. Commands equals nil. If they're, we go through all the commands. If the name equals the C name, return C. Okay. I think I removed that. No, that's there. Okay. If the aliases, which are the subcommand aliases, so this is not getting populated, equals nil, then cache the aliases. And if the C has, this is a different C. So if I'm going through the list of aliases and the C has it, then return C. All right, so, oh, it's alias's name. That's what's up. I screwed it up. It's not a for loop at all. Yeah. They could not use aliases. If aliases, I mean, I could have just done that directly. That's fine though. That's easy to read. That's exactly equivalent to what was there before, so assuming it's going to work, we're going to find out. Command names returns the name of every command. We did that already. Usage title. So this, this is wrong. This should be full O command. I don't think this should be lowercase. I think it should be upper. Because it's listed under commands with upper. Command names. Returns the name of every CMD in commands. All right, that's better. Where do we have CMD names? Do we have that anywhere? Command, where is it? CMD names, where is it? We don't need this. This is stupid. Returns the names of each commands joined together as if it's usage. We don't need this. This is help stuff. We don't need it. It's helper stuff. Title, actually, we don't need. Name is not empty. Again, we don't need this. This is help doc stuff. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. Legal, same with that. This is all going in the documentation, just not here. It's going to go on the doc tool. We want only things that are relevant to be in this. To the core operation of the command. So I think we might have made it. I think we might have made it. I killed my Vim or my screen key. Why isn't it doing its thing anymore? I killed it. Did you see how it stopped doing its thing? I think it's going off the screen, actually. I think it keeps going off the screen. I don't know. Maybe it's like running out of space or something. Occasionally it'll crap out. Yeah, it's got bugs. Hidden is hidden. Is hidden returns true if the specified name is in the list of hidden commands. I doubt files to GitHub. Oh well, hell yeah. Yeah, RDBX drop dot. Yeah, it's just my username / dot. But I'm replacing them all with a command line thing. There's so much crap out there. I'm cleaning it up right now, actually. Just see if the specified name is in the list of hidden commands. Hidden command typically begins with underscore. We just decided we weren't going to allow that. I don't know what this means. I guess I do. Xi hidden equals nil. This is only true of the stuff above it. I don't think we need this. I don't think we need that. Seek, we definitely need. Path commands. In terms of passive commands to arrive to this command, this is definitely necessary. Yeah, path names we definitely need. Oh my god, this is so important. Path returns the data notation of path names. All right. It's the same. It's just dotted. Log is current short for log printf. Maybe something in the future. To be like x.log. That's completely unnecessary. Out of there. Use the built-in vars. Okay, so this stuff is all going to go away. I'm just going to delete this stuff because I already have it in the other one copied over. I don't need the var stuff. I'm going to be adding it. Fill, I don't need fill. I don't need fill at all. Fill should be in the help document thing. It has no business being in this level of the package. Usage error recurrence is the thing. We're getting rid of all this stuff. This is all the vars tool. We're gonna add it back, don't worry. File command. All of these commands are gonna be added back. But we're going to add them back in a better way. Call dummy is not necessary. Okay, I'm going through this whole thing again. I'm going to clean this shit up. And they get it so there's no errors and it's all clean. So, usage group. See, I don't know about usage group. I don't think usage group belongs here. Usage group and usage names don't belong. They're not a core part of the functionality. They're a part of the help documentation. So anything that's in a usage group, command names, I have a feeling is, no, it's just printed. It's just for printing purposes. Anything for printing purposes gets nixed. Is valid name. That's a valid thing. That needs to stay. Okay, so I mean, I don't know where we want to add that. That probably doesn't belong in there, but cache command aliases. This is a thing. Cache command aliases, cache parameters, aliases. The run method. This is the most important method in the whole thing. So yeah, this is where the completion gets taken care of. And it's super important. The valid name is checked. It's the only place the name is checked. So you cannot run a command that has an invalid name. You just can't. You can make them. You just can't run them. And we have to do that at runtime. and that is runtime, literally, because of compilation, because of import compilation. We don't have it. Init. Initialize, it's called the init method before delegating, which is cool. Switch no args, delegate it, so I can set it off. Root returns the root command from the current path. These are all commands, so we'll link to them. Path commands. Okay, so path commands is good. Add, create, add. Okay, this is for dynamically creating new commands. This is like if you wanted to add, if you want to inject, you want to add a command underneath a previous command dynamically. That's how you do that. Resolve, look up the command. This resolve and seek are super critical. That's how we resolve the tabs. That's how we resolve tab completion, as well as not necessarily tab completion, but when we're just trying to type C and just tell where we are in the command tree. So command names returns the name. Command names is a nice verbose way to do that. That is the only way to get all the names, by the way. And it adds it adds the actual name to the list. Command names returns the name of every command in commands. That is literally it. And that's just a convenience. It's really not necessary. This will be nice to call. Yeah. I mean, it's a convenience. Use command titles. No, this is now kind of going too far here. We're going to add that. That's going to get added to the... I kind of feel like command names doesn't belong here. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't belong here. Nope. Param definitely belongs. The param matching name if found. This will look up the param that matches. That's definitely core. Seek is core. Path commands is core. See also path and path names. Path names is here. Path is just a data notation of the path names. It's kind of a convenience. This is useful for associating configuration, other data specific to the command. If any argument or passive. This is nice, but this is not a. This is more of a help thing. But we're gonna leave it there. We're gonna leave it there. All right. So command is clean now. Now we probably have busted a bunch of testing. So. And we're going to have to go add back the var command. We have a place to put the doc command going forward. We're going to add those in. Those have been 100% refactored. And we have the func map for that goes with the doc map that is going to be doing the replacements, exe, path, and name and everything. That's all really core. We have the errors commented out. These errors will be, eventually we're going to find out if all those errors are actually used. And we have the core libraries in there. We have comp test. What I'm kind of interested to see how much is left over in .old, because this is stuff that is not going to stick around anymore, particularly old core. That is stuff that, yeah, a lot of this stuff is not being used, but is useful. And so we're definitely going to add that back, but I want to get this thing compiling again and then incrementally build it back up. So that we can get people coding to it and testing it out. I know Chait and a bunch of other people want to start coding to the new version really quick. So that's why I'm like going night and day on this thing, because I want to get this refactored version into the hands of people to do alpha testing. So then we can start using it. And there's been major changes. So, oh. Who's that? Who's calling? Oh, operator framework stuff. Stupid emails. Okay, so what do we got? Let's go fix some of these bogus. These are small bugs. Wait, what? What is this in? Oh, this is incomplete. Is it a default completion algorithm? This is default complete. Okay, so let's fix this. I know how to fix this already. We already fixed this once. We'll fix it again. Should we complete the command name itself yet? So, command names. Well, there you go. And we just deleted command names. So, that was probably a bad idea. Let's add it back. Params. This she needs to be params slice. That's params slice. This is hidden slice. Set command names. We need to add that one back. It's actually subcommand names. We should call it, I don't know, maybe we call it subcommands. Subcommands. Let's go add that right now. Let's add that. So we deleted it, so we got to go add it back. Oh, I was just there. There we go. Okay, exclamation point AF. And we're gonna why that. Go back. Add it back here. Actually, add it back to CMD. And don't know where, but param is as good as anywhere. PPP. Command names is back. Change its name to subcommands. Names of every command. What IDs? This is NeoVim. This is a bare bones NeoVim. I have a Vim RC that I can use anywhere for Vim and VI, and then I have I use NeoVim add-ons on my machine that I don't have to, my main machine. I started using NeoVim last week. It's been about 4 days. I'm super happy. So yeah, subcommand. I like that a lot better, actually. Yeah, commands is the actual commands. It contains the slice, and subcommands is actually we should probably call it command names because commands, right? We don't call it subcommands, so we should probably call it commands. We already have a commands, right? So we could say command names. It's long, but it's more accurate. Right, comp. We can go call this one. Command names. All right. That go test. Uses comp. Where are those called? Oh. Go test errors.go. 76 incorrect usage. Why is there a usage in there? Usage is a template. So that's this is something we want to do. Usage is a template. Yeah. So let's change that. That should be. Oh, we're gonna have to do a fill on that. e.cmd dot fill. You know what? I think I took fill out of here, didn't I? I was afraid of that. Fill e.c I'm trying to decide if we want usage to be a dynamically filled field or not. Yes, we do, because yes, we do. So undefined fill, let's afraid of that. So that's why I deleted everything, because now we're adding back the stuff that's critical, not anything more. Exclamation point YAF. Wait. Exclamation point AF. Yank, yank, yank. Yank, yank, yank. Yank, yank, yank. Bum, 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 bum. PPP. Fill is back in here. Fill fills out the past text template string using the CMD instance as data and mark and func map as the source for the to values combined with Bonzai func map. All right, so that looks good. Fill fills out the text template string using the command data fields and func fields combined with func map. Merge map, func map, x dot func map. There we go. And that's how we fill it. It's new vim, yep. It is right now. Alrighty, so I think our testing is getting pretty damn close. Except e.command.fill C.usage undefined C. Oh. Yeah, command. There we go. I could probably split that. Make it a little more readable. Let's do that. Let's put these on their own line. They're kind of hairy. That should pass. Almost. I haven't updated any of the test cases yet, so default completion is using Bonzai command. Params equals box. No, this is just, oh my god, this is going to be so much better. I cannot wait. Bola. Not enough arguments to add. Bullshit. Add needs a string and an alias is string. Is that right? Did it always need that? I guess it did. Oh, did you see that? Yeah, I changed it. This one's dot string. Yeah. Okay, now. I broke it by changing it. All right. I can change this easy enough. We change this. We just make this a accept multiple things. This just means that these aliases are going to need to be joined together. Instead of aliases, we should actually update the cache as well. So to do update the cache as well. All right, so let's do this. So add aliases, strings, join. We're going to add this. We're going to make this all join like that. Absolutely can be a string. Separator string. Oh, wait a second. No, that's right. Can it use aliases variable type? What does it say? Can it use aliases variable type string? That's bogus. That's a bogus error. That was good before, but that is no longer correct. No, it is not. That is no longer correct. Command 6 depends on x commands. What? Oh, I see. Yeah, I did break that. I remember changing that. Okay, so go test. All right, pass. Hey, how you doing, Tyrell? Well, like, what a great username. Just don't follow any strange noises into the forest on Christmas Eve. Promise me. Promise me. And if you do, please make sure you tell us what the light is before you walk into it. To do update the cache as well. Okay, so actually this is pretty easy. Command aliases equals aliases. Cannot use aliases. Bullshit. I protest. Oh, whoopsie daisy. I guess I have to make all of them. I have to loop through them. I should write a set of aliases and call it a day. No, I should actually call cache aliases is going to unjoin it again. That's so weird. I mean, fine. Punk. Set aliases. Set command aliases from aliases. Right? No, we could just set it from this. Get blamed for any of him. It might be. Wouldn't it be funny? That'd be funny. I could actually call that for... All right, so... Or alias... Alias... Range aliases... Map alias equals X. Right? Um, I don't think this is right. I don't think this is right. Yes, we need to refer to the other. This is wrong. Wait. No, we need to do this loop in here. We need to do it here because we need to set it to the C and not the other one. Oh God, you're going to hit me up on the NeoVim shit, right? I should remove that command so people don't get mad at me. You're using NeoVim. I thought you hated NeoVim. True. True on all counts. I just think that people do use burn bad memory habits, but that's a different problem. Unrelated. Fuck, what did I just blow up? My wife is home. My wife is home, people. Alright, so... Shit, what did I just blow up? What did I just blow up? I got looking at the chat, god damn it. Thanks for the hats off. I broke something. What the fuck did I just break? It must be because of this. It is. Okay, good. Whew. All right. That was terrifying. For alias in range aliases, add them to the new command. No. We don't want to do that at all. Oh God, I'm so glad I didn't do that. There, we wanted to be what we had. We don't want to add aliases here at all. Let me tell you why. Because This is subcommand aliases. This is not aliases. Actually, we have two things. We have subcommand aliases, and then we have the actual aliases. So what we could do, now that we could do, actually that we could do, x.aliases, that's just super easy actually, equals aliases. There we go. That's totally fine. Whew. Micro editor, who needs one? I'm going to be, is that entirely in Go? Maybe we could ship Helix inside of the monolith binary that we're making. Please explain core things. Please, thank you. I'm explaining as much as I can as we go through. Go test. Pass. We finally have a pass. Yeah, I won't go binary. Nothing. If it's a Go binary, there's a good chance it has a top level function to invoke it. Then it could probably be embedded into a Bonzai monolith. That might be worth using if it's decent. Does it have VI bindings? If it has VI bindings, I don't have to make a new one. You know what I'm saying? I was going to port VI, the minimal VI that comes with Alpine. I was going to port that from C to Go, but it has Windows bindings. Sad. Sad day. Yeah, so I still get to write VI. I'm going to write my own VI from scratch in Go. It's going to be tiny. That's the whole point of it. It's going to be compatible with NVI. Micro doesn't have bindings. That's too bad. It's too bad. It would have been so nice. Resolve, command aliases, command names. Go test. Git add -8. Git commit -m. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. It is working. Tests pass. Still missing a lot. I have what I call disposable commit messages because they all get squashed and merged, so none of them make it into the commit history. In case you're wondering how come I don't care about commit messages, we actually have progress. So I'm gonna go check on my wife, who is here. She's now home. Depending on what she's doing, I'll come back. I have to keep working though. I have to finish this until it's done. I do want to take a break to say hi to her though. So she probably doesn't want to talk to me very much anyway. She might not be up actually. It might just be my stepson making noise. So there she is, Doris Kapner. You can go check her out. You can go listen to her podcast if you want. I want to do a live review of her podcast. She was interviewed by on an art podcast, and I want to listen to it and do a live reaction video listening to the podcast. I may do that a little bit later, but we've got a few more things left to do on this. So when we return, we are going to be incrementally adding stateful variable support and the built-in documentation support. So those are the two things that we're going to be adding right now. We should have completion. Completion should be working. So the first thing we'll be doing is completing completion. And let's actually GHPR view. Okay, let's actually edit that really quickly. Let's edit the PR really quickly just to make sure. Let's go update this. So haven't done that. Update vendor all the dependencies. We are definitely doing that. Bump to latest version to go. Increment version, we're going to say that all down. Okay, so let's actually set a new set of things to do. We need to refactor, and so we need to, I'm just going to put the ones that I need to know. Test new completion default completion. We need to, I don't know if we should add the document support or the variable support first. We probably should add multi-call support before we do that. I think we should probably do that because completion and multi-call are the two most important things. And we need to probably do that. YT live stream suite. Yeah. Been doing it for like 2 weeks. It's a normal thing now. So yeah, since they don't care anymore about restreaming and I don't put music on the videos, it's pretty normal every day, every other day or so. So yeah, come on by YouTube. Thank you for being here, YouTube. You're welcome to join us on Twitch as well. Do the like and subscribe thing. Really appreciate that. Tell your friends. How am I doing? Okay, test new default completion. Add multi-call binary support. This is my own to-do list for tonight. Let's put some fishies down here so you have something to look at while you're bored. You can look at the fishies. What else? Yeah. And I'm hoping to get all these old people back that like left me years ago when I started 4 years ago. I'm trying to get some of them back. So I'm a horrible streamer. I am. So add multi-call binary support. I think these are the two most important things. We got to have completion working. We have to have binary support completed. We have to finish bringing in core libraries. Finish migrating core packages from separate repos. Migrating in core packages from separate repos. We need to do that. Are the fish are back. They've always been there. But yeah, it's just slightly different. Tiny little terminal over here. This is like my setup, my standard setup. So I just have to get on and put stream. I don't have to like screw around with OBS. You know what I mean? Volume over 22 days. Thank you, Land of the Elite. Finish with your name's fun to say, by the way. Land of the Elite. 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 All right, so finish migrating in core package from separate repos. What else do we need? We need test new default completion, add multi-call binary support, finish migrating in the core packages from separate repos. Add def add vars. Add vars. That's it. Add vars and var command. Injection. It's injected if you set vars. And we need to do that with help too. So add docfs and doc command injection. So super proud of these additions that are coming. Here's the name of the Japanese characters. It comes out. Land of the Reet. Usually 24/7. I used to put the fish up. Yeah, I did that because I wanted people to be able to talk to each other and like have kind of a chat room to come in instead of IRC. Actually, we were in IRC. It was basically just a musical based IRC thing. It's 24/7 fish. I don't do that anymore. I don't stream unless I'm here, except for when I go like to the bathroom or something, then I'll leave it on. And that's usually not more than 10, 15 minutes. If I'm going to be gone more than 15 minutes, I just stop the stream, start again. The main reason for that is practical, really, because I usually want to take my computer with me, right? We toyed with the idea of leaving the community up and live and streaming and doing 24/7 kind of thing. I've even, slept on stream overnight. But people don't like it. Some people really like it. They want to be here and they want to talk to each other all the time. They don't want to. And then other people hate it. They're like, I want to know when you're there. So And that, when sometimes I'm doing yoga, but I don't stream that to YouTube at all, ever. If you want music and DJing, you have to come to Twitch, by the way. If you want me to see me do music DJing and silly stuff like that, you got to come to Twitch, because I don't do that stuff to YouTube, because radio, right? You would hang out there all the time. Yeah, you were probably one of those ones who was like hanging out, right? Yeah, and I don't know. I just stopped doing it. It's definitely bad for building your community. It doesn't build. Leaving your stream on all day is like destroys your analytics. Even doing what I'm doing destroys your analytics. Totally destroys your analytics. Streaming for how long has the stream been? 6 hours? So the 6 hour stream is like one of the worst things you can do for your analytics, but I don't care. But my analytics is at least climbing up a little bit more. It's getting closer to 70. I've never hit 70 for longer than 30 days. I've never made mod or anything, partner, but used to mod. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, come on in and help us out if you want to help me mod again. Were you modding on YouTube or the other one? Either way is cool. Anything you want to do, I'm happy to have anybody help. I've had a lot of people from the old timers like start kind of finding me again. It's been kind of nice. We've cycled in. I've got an entire group of IRL community people that are in here. They're like, oh my God, please go biking again. So, it's the community. So all those that were with me on my car trip across the country, I didn't do any coding at all during that time. And stuff. On Twitch, yeah. Yeah, Twitch is where the modding usually takes place. Easy. Okay, so this is what we're still gonna do. I'll be back in a bit. So hang tight. I'll be back. I can't put music on because YouTube. All right. I just need to relax a little bit better. I do want to get this finished. We're so close. We're like in the final stretches. This other stuff has already been written. It just has to be modified to choose the changes. So thank you for hanging out. We need to test the new default completion. Let's do that right now. I'm just going to kind of get into this. Yes. We need to test the default completion. So And we need to actually build a thing that uses this. And I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to find out. This is how you're supposed to be able to do it, right? There's a commands bond? What do we call it? It is bond, okay. So this is how you make a Bonzai command. You encapsulate it and just compile it. So we're actually going to install this. Go install cmd bond. And that's what we want. Undefined thing, undefined doc. So let's go back. That's actually related to the... wait, where is this? All right, so Bonzai. Let's make a new one for Bon. Bon. cd core commands Bon. cd. Yeah, Bonzai something. There is no vars. There's no such thing as vars. And there's no such thing as commands yet. We're just going to, one at a time, we're going to add stuff. Alright, so now we have a bond command. Bond requires either call or commands. So you can't just run bond by itself. You need a call or a command. So we're going to say, we're going to have a call. Have a func that takes, doesn't take a command. Bonzai.cmd. And we have no arguments, so I just take empty arguments. Return false. All Bonzai commands have to return false or true or false. It's missing a type. String, return an error. And so this is a basic command. Constant type boolean as error value. What? That's stupid. Cannot use false as error value. Where is that coming from? That is weird. Oh, nil. Duh. Okay. That was kind of dumb. All right, so we're going back to Bonzai and do an uninstall. Bon enter. And you see it did nothing, right? But we got rid of the error. We don't have any help, though. So we just have a command. Now we're going to test the completion. So let's actually test the call and see if it works. ft println hello from Bon. And we can actually say fmt. Actually, let's do this. Fill. We should probably do a x.fill and an x.print. That would be really cool. I think that's why I had a printf actually before. I think it's why I did. X.fill is not undocumented. Oh. I could do that. Not enough arguments. Fill template string. Alright, so we can say fill. That just returns a string, right? So I think we at one point had print supported. Yeah. Um, let's actually add that. Let's add it. Wait, what? CMD. Fill. Print. Fills the template string. And prints it to it prints it with fmt.print. That's not hard. Very simple. We need a print ln too. Same thing. It's just utilities. It's not hard. Print actually returns this, something, but nobody ever checks for it. Did you know that? Ah. We were in Bonzai doing it, right? We were in the command. Here we nope. Well, here we are. All right, so x.print. I should take care of it now. Print. Yeah, actually. Yeah, let's do this. Hello from. You're about Twitter recently? No, something new. Hello from exe. Exe path. I think that's it. Oh. Boom. There we go. Look at that. All posts are going to be stolen from ML models. Even if it's art. American cheeky pig. How you doing, Mark? Um, all right, Vaughn is working, and it's doing his template changes, which is fine. That's what we wanted it to do, which is great. That means everything is working. Now, I'm a little afraid. We're going to check to see if completion is working, and I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's not working. Um, so I kind of nervous about this part. Completion was one of the hardest things I ever coded. Um, and it's not easy. So yeah. So we look at the completion. I coded the completion already. It's all there. This should be fine, but it's possible that it's not fine. I know, picking through fingers. I know. I'm like, ugh. Okay. So we don't have any completion so far, right? So we need to check completion on two fronts. We need to check it with the commands, and then we need to check the parameters, and then we need to check the hidden. Make sure the commands get hidden. And how do we check that? Well, the way to do that is to first add it. So we're going to add. Let's start with we checked our call, so we can actually comment this out now. We don't need it anymore. This is hard. This is system integrations testing. This is stuff I can't test. I mean, let's think about this. How could I write a test for this that requires the thing to be compiled? I write a container that runs the test. Write a script that does the compilation and then does the test. This is actually one of the biggest problems of development that I have never been able to get a handle on. I don't want to get overwhelmed with writing test cases and create an entire test suite, but in order to test this command, I have to be able to pass the command. So I have to be able to do certain things with the command interactively. And because we're writing a test framework for CLI, you can't really test it unless you're interacting with it, period. You can't simulate interacting with a command from the command line. It's like trying to simulate, a terminal UI based game. You can't tell it where to touch on the screen or something. And so there's really no easy way to do this except for to just run it. And at that point, it's like, there's only a certain level of where, continuous integration and delivery actually can pull it. At some point, you have to pull a human out of the closet and let them do something. Because, they're your only way of testing it. They have to be able to click and use the terminal and view it and stuff. So that's where we are right now. So in order to get the command testing, we have to add a number of commands. So the first thing we have to do for this is we have to add some commands. Now this, unfortunately, is one of the hardest parts of the thing for a beginner to remember. It has to be Bonzai commands like this. This allows us to do integration, and it needs a comma, and Bonzai.cmd. So that is the way it goes. This is this part can't be made easier. Or can it? I think it can be. I think it can be. I think this can be made easier. Oh. No. 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 This is better. Because it tells you, oh, it's other commands. It's like it's available right here. You had to do this. This is a given. You have to do that. I'm trying to simplify the syntax like a lot. Right? Before I tried to make it Z here, but then it was just unreadable. I'm so happy we went with Bonzai instead. So there. Anyway, so now we have to include another command or two. So let's make another one. So var Fook CMD. We're going to do the absolute bare minimum. And yes, the Bonzai command will eventually generate these. You'll be able to run the Bonzai command and have it generate a new command based on a name. That's all coming. It just isn't here yet. So CMD, I wouldn't have to do this. I could just run. I could type foo and then just go bang bang and then Bonzai CMD, and then it would actually turn it into a CMD, a template, and it'd be like a macro. So this needs a name. That's the only thing that it's actually required to have is a name. And so foo, and we can't infer that from reflection or anything. That has to be. That is literally it. That is the only required item. So we could give this an alias. Actually, let's test the aliases later. Why not? We'll just do it now. Aliases, we'll change it to F. So F is one of the aliases. And that's going to text our alias parsing. And let's add a bar command. Bar B or not bar. Whatever. We'll make it whatever. So this is to give us we want to play with completion now. So now we need to aggregate these in here. So the way we do that is we say foo command. Now normally we would be doing we want a foo command and we want a bar CMD, but these are in the same file. So if they're in the same file, it's okay to do it that way. And there's no help because we don't have help. It is a base command, so if we have a file system, we're going to add the help. If we have bars, we're going to add a bar command. We don't have either of those now. So we're just testing the basic functionality. And where's the Bonzai branch? Okay, here we go. So let's install it. And now we need to do completion. So the way this works is complete -C bon. That means the bon command completes itself. So we say bon, we can say bon tab, and we get it. It worked. Friends, it worked. Oh my God, it totally worked. All right, so bon tab, we get bar and foo. And if we type B, it'll give us a bon tab bar. Okay, now that is an error. Invalid memory address, no pointer dereference. Okay, so we got to figure that out. That's probably related to the aliases, actually. Let's actually drop the aliases for now and see if it fixes it. Let's drop those. I have a feeling that's because the aliases are not getting parsed properly. So let's test it with Atom. All right, so bon tab. Oopsie. Bon tab. Oh boy, now it's really broke. Yeah, bon. First Bonzai commands requires call. Oh. They're not doing anything. So that's why it's breaking. That's why the alias is broke too, by the way. Yeah, that's actually good news. That means it might actually still work. So these are leaps. So we're gonna give them functions now. Yeah. Let's say we're gonna give them both functions. We'll say call functions or call methods, I guess. So we're gonna go. No, we'll wait on aliases. I'm too scared. Hello from dot name in whatever. Right? Put these in here. So let's compile that. Mon tab. God damn it. Error address a million voices. Did it actually do its thing? Bon. Hello from Foo. So it went all the way down to Foo for some reason. Because Foo was the first command and it used it as the default. Okay. That's what happened. It ran the command. It ran the first command. And if we change this to bar, that's good. That means it's working. That means that part's working. So install bon enter. It reads the first thing. It's a hello from bar and whatever. So it's actually running the call command. The completion is failing for reasons yet unknown. And probably because of the parsing of aliases, which I added. So we will now proceed to try that. Valid memory address is a nil pointer to reference. Runtime error. Invalid memory address or nil pointer to reference. That's a panic. So that something in our runtime completion failed because of the panic. And I don't know what it's from. There's no trace error. We could actually undo trap panic. Let's do that in our code. This is something I was not going to turn off before. I'm so glad I kept it. Now I am. So we can actually we can turn trap panic back on in the runtime library. And you notice how also the trap panic didn't exit? That's a bad thing. So it's still trying to do its thing. Yeah, so all right, let's check the runtime library out. Core, wait. This is in here. Core run to go. Trap panic. Allow panic. If not allow panic. All right, we're going to add allow panic in the runtime library. So the way you do that is this in our call. We can put it anywhere actually. It's an entire package-based variable. So package scope. So we can kind of be draconian and say, wait. I mean, we can put it anywhere. We can put it here. You can say run dot trap panic. Run dot allow panic equals true. And bar. I'm gonna have to do that in an init. I'm gonna have to do that in an init. Yeah. I don't want to, but whatever. Non-declaration statement outside thing. Yeah. No shit. Non-declaration statement outside body function. Does the init need to be at the top? It doesn't. I know it doesn't. Since there's non-declaration statement. Oh, func init. Derp. I think I can get away with that without that though. I think I can do this. I think I can do run dot allow because it's just an assignment. Expect declaration found run. You can't. I can do variable declaration for the scope within here, but I can't set it for other things. So that's an init. That's fine. So that sets it for the entire scope of that run execution, and it runs, and it gets compiled and run, and it is runtime, but it's the second in the step of runtime. The first in the step of runtime is local assignment, variable assignment. The second is init, in order alphabetical appearance in the files, and then you have main, and then the mains. There's only one main actually. If you have two, it'll fail. So install bon tab. Okay, there's our panic, and that gives us our panic trace. That let it go ahead and panic all the way instead of just showing us the error. And that shows us that it is from the run library. It's from the command.go.276. Let's go look at that. Super useful to see this at that level. 270. Oops. 276 go. Okay, so it's not doing, so completion, That's actually not the main one. That's probably, we probably need to go back a little bit further than that. Invalid memory adjust. It could be that the command, oh, there we go. It's trying to call completion on it, but it doesn't exist. Yeah, interesting. That means we didn't assign. Okay, so this is the part where we have to inject the completion and set it as default. So, yeah. This should be. Okay. First of all, okay, we did not have our own completion. Wait. I don't even think we should have got there. All right. Let me get this. It's validating. We made it past that. We made it in here, I assume. Let's see if we made it or not. We'll put a log in there and recompile. And do bond tab. Do we make it? Yes. Okay, we made it in there. Which means not you, it's me. So we made it in there. Now we did args from line, we got that, we got our seek did our thing. And then this is where we probably are screwing up. So this says if the current command has its own completion, does not have its own completion, and the commands are greater than 0. That means we have a command, which we do not, or the parameters are greater than 0, which we also do not. So this is, so the comp is equal to nil. So the command does not have its own completion. So that's true. And this whole thing needs to be true. The commands, it can't have any commands. Wait, it has to have commands or it has to have params. Right? It either has to have commands or it has to have params. So if it doesn't have its own completion and it has commands and params, then it should be doing this. We need to see if it's making in here. I have a feeling it is not. I think that condition is being evaluated incorrectly. Let's recompile and try. Bond tab. No, sir. It doesn't go in there. Which is why we make it past here and we get down here and it tries to run its own completion, which doesn't exist. So that's a fail. Now, what we could do, it would be much simpler to do this actually, is to just assign the completion to the command and then call command complete. And I gotta wonder why we're not doing that. Let's actually try that. So this command complete, if it doesn't, if that means, if I have stuff and I can do completion, then why don't we go ahead and inject a completion? So then we could say that comp, very simply, you could just do comp equals def comp. That's it. That's all we need. And we don't need to create the list or append the list or any of this jazz. Honestly, I don't think we need to do that. I think we can just call ourselves again. You know what I mean? I don't know where this list is coming from, but I don't think it's needed, to tell you the truth. I don't think it's needed. I think I overdid this. I really do. I think I missed something very simple. We're going to find out. See, it's trying to do its own completion. I think we can just call it. I think we can just assign the completion and be done with it. That's like so much simpler. It is. It's like so much simpler. Please let this work. Please, God, let this work. Bond tab. Invalid memory address. It still got past it. So it's not getting in here at all. It's not getting in here. I'm going to prove it again. Bond tab. By the way, one of the things you can do to test this is, it's a trick I learned I should probably share. If you do comp line, right? Comp line equals F. and then you run the program. You see how it ran the program to its full extent? Actually, it did an infinite. The seek didn't stop. Oh, damn. This is fucking ugly. This is a call stack blow up. That means that my seek command failed, which I was afraid of. Because we had infinite recursion, which is probably why the other stuff was there before. Yeah. I don't know. It should be getting here, actually. Let's see if it is. I'm not exit. Return. Okay. There. Okay, it made it. So it made it. That made it in there. And then it set it, and then it blew up. So whatever was there before, we need to like see what was there before and add it back. There's something going on with this def complete thing. And I don't know how that's different. Because it passes the first command. I don't know. I think the alias, the subcommand alias is broken, actually. That's what I think is happening. Oh wait, we need to commit that. Let's do something. Git add dash p. No. 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 Yes. Oh boy. No. Git add dash p. No. Yes. Quit. Git commit dash m. Add print. Println. Git push. Why did I do that? Because I wanted to be able to do a restore on this. Okay, so now I can just restore it. Restore command cmd.go. So this is back to where we were. Pretty sure it's still not making it in here. Actually, no, it did make it in here this time, didn't it? Well, we don't know. Actually, it said made, so that would imply it did in fact make it in there. Let's put that again though. Install comp b. Made Bonzai. Alright, now that implies that it's completing the wrong thing. So that would imply that it's completing the wrong thing. Yeah. Wait, what? That's odd. That did it not compile before? Bon F Bonzai. It keeps completing with the word bonsai. We had it completing, you remember? It was doing it, and now I'm kind of confused. I'm thinking it's because of the aliases, but I don't know. I think it's doing an infinite recursion look. I think the seek and the resolve are broken, which I was afraid of. That is the hardest, most complex code in the whole thing. And I don't want to debug that, but I got to do that. If we get past this, the rest is easy. The rest is a cakewalk. So I mean, I feel like when you tab, it's not going there. It's almost like the comp line. It's like it's not making it here for some reason. You know what? I don't think it makes it here. I think it gets infinitely timed out by the seek. That's what I think it is. I think the seek right here is broken because of its resolution. I think that's it. I'm going to guess that's it. And yeah, that would explain it. So it's printing made there. Yeah, that's what's happening. The seek is infinitely recursing, and that's causing the crash. And the error messages are kind of immaterial because they're just so many of them. It finally crashes, but it doesn't say that. When you get an infinite loop, infinite recursion, it's kind of hard to debug. So yeah, okay. Whoa, that time it said made, and it went ahead and did it. Hello bar. What the fuck? It did it. It found bar. It just didn't do the completion part. Wait a second. It actually ran it. It shouldn't have run it. It should have exited. Which means, I swear it's not making it in here. It used to be if comp equals nil, do all of this. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. And see if that fixes it. Mon tab. It did it. It absolutely did it that time. It did it. It did foo as the first item though. It should have. It's still broken. I think the reason is because it's still getting the wrong data. It's yeah. All right, so let's get rid of the made and let's try that. Font tab. Okay, so that completed foo only. That should have added bar to the list. So it's only seeing foo and it's not seeing bar. Why? Why is that? That means that something's not getting added here. I feel like the seek is wrong, actually. I feel like the seek is wrong. Find the leave command. So the leave command here should have been bon instead of Bonzai. Did we call it Bonzai? Did I put the file name as Bonzai? That would have broken it right away. That will break it. I bet you that's what I did. Oh, that will break it because the name's got to match. I bet you I did. I did. That's what broke it. It says it's an alias though. Yes, that's why it broke. So my alias resolution is broken. That is what is broken. And it's trying, that's why I put Bonzai out there. Because it's the root. The root base thing can't mismatch. We need this to be Bon. This has to match the name of the program. The root one has to match. It's like, this is really important. We need to check that when we do our multi-call binary links. This will probably fix the whole thing, actually. I'm hopeful. Yeah, that's always been that way. So Bon tab. Okay, it got foo automatically again. Tab. It should not do that. It shouldn't do it. It should have been foo and bar. That means the fetching of the commands and stuff is fucked up. And I've been messing with that stuff a lot. So we need to probably put we probably need to put some unit tests around that. I have a feeling that the error is related to how commands are getting parsed and created, and because that's where we spent. That's most of the stuff that we changed. That's what we changed. So let's focus our efforts on writing good unit tests. Those unit tests need to be done anyway, and I bet we'll find the problem because it's kind of otherwise it's we want to test all the things that got changed, and so let's go back to that. Let's go to CMD here. That needs to be fixed. This code is exactly the same as it was before, so that should not have changed. Actually, this, let's go look at the old one. CMD, whoop. CM.run. We want to fund the run code. So we cache the sections, don't need that. If it's a line, if the line does not equal, wait, what? All right, that skips it all. Var string seek command args, we have that. We didn't change that at all, did we? No. If the count complete is nil, then if comp does not equal nil, that's the baseline completion. We have we don't need that anymore. Ours is built in, so default completer is built in. The rest is fine. So that this is all good. The only thing here that needs to be re-examined is I actually think that the call to seek is broken because it actually does a cached subcommands query, and that thing did change. So this is good though. This line here needs to be tested. I think the reason that that's failing is because actually that would show us right away. Oh, let's test that. If this we're not getting in here. If we're not getting in here because commands is not set, then that's it. Let's do that. Let's do run.exit. And let's call that actually might be the problem. So that would really narrow it down. Log. Hell, we can just print it. I don't care. Print ln cmd dot commands. I have a feeling this is 0. And params. I have a feeling it's going to be 2. Hell, let's log it. Log will give us the timestamp, so. Wait, what? Oh, right. Wait, where is it? I'm in the wrong one. Did I delete the other one? Oh, no, here it is. No, what is this? Package command. Why am I must have lost the window. Oh, Bonzai, here we go. Call this top. Install. On tab. 0. That's it. That's the problem. There's no commands. That is a problem. It's like a really bad problem. So there's obviously commands there. They're just not getting populated. So that's bad. That's bad. That means our composition is not working. All right. Oh, why? I don't know. Let's go look. So. It's got to be something. Well, it might be the way I'm writing the bomb program. All right. So we have our composition right here. Bonzai command, bar command, and foo command. Is it because they're private? There it is right there. There's 2 commands right there. That's defined. I think completion is getting called on the wrong thing. I think it is. I don't think it's getting called on the top thing. You were trying to invent from you. Yes. I'm not sure. I'm not setting up AI, but at some point I might try. Yeah, at some point it might be fun. So yeah, let's try this. Let's do. This is baffling to me because this. All right, let's go through the run command again. Did I call the run command wrong? I doubt I did. So cmd. Here it is. Command bon.command cm run. That's instantiates bon's command and calls run on it. Yeah, it would be fun if you've got. Do you got AI already doing it? That's cool. Yeah, I would love to look it up. This is driving me absolutely nuts because it's calling run, but it's not. It's not doing it. Right, so this is run. So this is a command that gets called. Defer trap panic, we already set that. If it's a valid name, we know we're getting in there. It's a valid name. Actually, let's try, just for fun, I want to make a bad name. Should we make a bad name? See what happens? Let's do that. Let's call it Bonzai. I know, I'm a glutton for pain and suffering. Invalid name detected, Bonzai. Good deal. It's working. All right, so back to the command. All right, so the invalid name detection is working. All right, so this part is definitely working. It says that we're running shell. It says if the length of the line is greater than 0. And then it says that, actually, it says that we have a shell, the bash is a shell bash. Okay, so all these conditions are true. And then that takes us in here. And we have line args. So this is the part that's getting us wrong. It's giving us the wrong command, I have a feeling. So that would mean seek is giving us the wrong command. And that's why we're not seeing any subcommands. In fact, let's do that. We can do that by printing out the command name. I mean, if we were to put a stringer, we could put a stringer on it, but that should be enough. Go install. There we go. Wait, what? It didn't print the name out at all. Why didn't it print the name out? Oh, the length. Okay, so the length was well, it could have been pawned for all we know. So let's recompile. It might be that the name is foo, in which case that's why it's broken. Yeah, that's what's up. Okay. So seek is failing. Seek is matching the wrong thing. Because when you type bon tab, that should be the file system completion. As soon as you hit a space, now you're into command line completion. So tab, see how it puts foo there? And that's because it thinks that there isn't a name foo. It's not completing, it's not showing you the options because it thinks that its own self is foo when it's not. It's not. It's still using Bon. And that's a seek error. So line args 1 this means that the args from line is probably wrong. Either, I mean, one of those two is wrong. We don't know which one. In fact, we can fix this by, I can hard code a fix to this by let me just brute force this for a second. So I could just say, well, no, because the args would be wrong. What are the command, and then what are the args? cmd.args. Wait. Let's do that. Let's try that. But I tell you what, this is how you know compline is working. So, okay, there's no args. See, it is in the wrong spot. It is definitely in the wrong spot. I'm gonna force it to fix it, and then we'll see what's up with seek. So if we actually hard code command to be x command, which is what it is, which would be it would actually be the caller. Yeah, it'd be the cmd dot caller, which may not be set actually. That might not actually be set. That's like taking it back one level, and that should work. That's interesting. Because it went back one level, but it's like, it also says that Bon doesn't have any commands. Yeah. Or does it? I don't know. We're going to go see. Yeah, the seek is broken. I was I was really hoping that would survive, but it didn't. That's the hardest part. All right, there we go. So it definitely did survive because it's produced two different commands. That's what those are. We could actually add a stringer for the command that says what the name is. For now, actually. We could implement a stringer interface for that. Why not? Just for the sake of easiness. And we're never going to be printing this stuff out, so this is all academic. Func x cmd actually has to be cmd string. You guys know about stringer interface. If you implement anything that prints the string, return x dot name, then enter is for debugging. Let's strip down, get it to a single load. That would be cool. So let's do this. The reason I'm doing that is because watch, when I do Bon tab, you see how it tells you the two commands now? Because I converted it to stringer interface. It's printing the references and it resolves them. That's a pretty cool thing about Go. So that tells you that there's actually commands there. There's no arguments and there's commands. The problem with that is that it's still not resolving it correctly. So Bon tab, it should have actually printed out all the different options. And now it's kind of broken, right? So there's something else going on here. Again, this is all working in the main version, so I have to figure out what's going on. This is the hardest part of this whole project, actually. The bash completion is the hardest part of the whole thing. Bon is not it. Old is not it. Command is it. Okay, so we need to do this. So that's fine. Run. All right, so we got the name check. This is still blowing up. Okay, so this should not be blowing up. And it should absolutely not be pulling up because, oh, you know why it is? Because it's getting here without going in here. Yeah, because of this. Is it making it in here? Wait, what? What the hell? It's making it in, it's just not doing it right. Okay, so, but it's... That is so weird. That is really weird. I think... I don't know. Seek is broken. That's what's happening. Yep. We need to debug Seek. We need to re-debug Seek. This is a waste of time. It's going to be faster for us to debug the exact stuff. So if the command, because what's happening is the commands are 0, because it's getting the wrong one. Otherwise, it is making it in there. So that code is all good. So we need to write tests for args from, and tests for run for seek. I think args from changed. Args from line returns a list of fields split by using string fields. Go and resolve and completion with Bonzai completer. I think that seek is failing, to tell you the truth. I think this is the one that's failing. And that's the reason. Typically, the args faster directly from the command line. Seek also sets the caller on each command found. I added the 1+ some time ago, and I wonder if that was a mistake. I wonder if I broke the other library, although I've used it before, so maybe I fixed it and then broke it again. I don't know, let's try this one. Now it's not completing anything. Yeah. So it's definitely line args 1 colon. Yeah, I don't know. I'm losing steam. This is going to take a fresh brain. I might have to come back to this another day. Tomorrow I have to do work all day, like for 14 hours. Wake up and do it the whole time. I really want to bust this open, though. It's just driving me crazy. What has changed? So, args from line has not changed. The default completer hasn't changed. Seek has changed. How did seek change? So, what changed in seek? CMD. Go to the old one. Seek checks the args. Let's see if I can just do this without a unit test. It's relatively simple. I think it actually might be resolve that's changed. And I think it's because resolve is calling... Oh, we took shortcuts out. Did I break something else? We took shortcuts out. That was fine. Return current args in. We're not doing shortcut resolution anymore. That's just shortcuts not in there. So that means the only way this could have gone south is resolve. And this is where the commands and the caching of aliases has changed quite a bit. This is probably the thing that broke. It's got the most changes in it. So let's see. All right, so we're getting x.alias equals nil cache aliases. So we are not doing that. If C has a name, has C, return C. Command alias query. I think the command alias is query. I think that's where it's failing. And this is the part where we were doing testing, right? I think the command aliases is failing. But there are no aliases at all. So that shouldn't be a problem. Unless I'm misunderstanding what aliases was. Which that might be. That might be. So let's say maybe cache aliases is broken. Yeah, let's go look at this. I bet that's it. This is because I misunderstood aliases. So all right, I have a feeling this is the reason. It shouldn't be the reason though, because it doesn't have any aliases in there. There are none. Right? Aliases is alias. If the command is nil, return. Get the aliases if they're there, and then look up each alias that's pointing to the command and set it to point to the command. Could it be that we're trying to access the aliases without initializing them? Oh, I bet that's it. I bet that's it. I bet this is nil. And there's a nil pointer here, and that's blowing up, and we're not seeing it. I bet you that's it. We're not even checking for nil there. Yeah, I bet you that's it. I bet you that's it. Oopsie. Yeah. Map foo. See, why would it put boo in there as an alias? It's not an alias. Hey, Pointer, how are you? Go that smooth. Okay. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get past this, right? Run main.go. It's not supposed to have an alias. The thing that's confusing here is it's not supposed to have an alias. This is not a thing. So this is, that's okay. In fact, us trying to print it caused it to blow up. Yeah. Wait. Yep, this printing it tried to blow it up, blew it up. No, it didn't. It had a reference. Command aliases. Does this ever return true? Oh no, it returns a map. Shit. So we need to make this so it always returns a map no matter what. That's the first thing we have to fix. It's wrong right now, but we have to fix that first. This can never return anything. Okay, if command aliases equals nil, cache command aliases return command aliases. Cache command aliases should never ever. I wonder if it's making a new copy of the aliases in the map. I bet you that's it. No, because we actually got something. Maps are passed by reference, right? I think maps are passed by reference. Well, I know they are, but it might be a pointer error. Cache command aliases. Cache command aliases equals map string command. It equals a new one. So no matter what, it's a new one. But sometimes it returns it. Commands. All right, so it makes a new one. Aliases slice. Length of aliases equals 0. Continue. Range alias. Command aliases A. And maybe the aliases slice isn't showing up either. Yeah, I don't know why it would actually be showing up though. Wait. Command aliases are not. Yes, they are. X got commands. So this is all the subcommands of X that have what's their aliases. We might have that wrong. This might be returning the wrong aliases. Is this right? This is its own aliases. Cache aliases. Cache aliases is aliases equals split x dot aliases by bar. Current command aliases. Yeah. All right, so far so good. Those are all fine. I don't know, man. It shouldn't be doing that. Famous last words, right? I don't understand how it's getting that. That's saying that there's being aliases generated when we didn't do any aliases at all. This is a problem. There's aliases being generated for map. There's aliases being generated for Bond that are not aliases. Are we printing aliases or commands there? I'm gonna have to go dig out all the logs again. Wait, where'd it go? Where'd our log go? Is it in run? Seek and resolve. Fuck. Where is it? Where are we even putting the log? Now it's gone. Where is it? 276, I keep saying it. 276. Wait, what? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, so it's making it here without command completion being a thing. I bet you anything. Because of the commands thing. Yeah. What's happening is a command is not syncing up. The wrong number of commands are being assigned to the thing when it's created. That's what's happening. And that happens during seek. Because watch. I'm going to put made here and I'm going to run dot exit. You see how it made it? It should never have made it there. Because why? We already established this was a problem before, so we're kind of doing it again. It's not making there because there are no commands set. And the command should have commands. The seek is what's failing. The seek is failing. I think it's because the completer is failing, actually. It's for failing to add the extra line return. I mean, extra space. Okay, so that says that there's two arguments there. Yeah, see that? Well, that actually is fine, though. So that, okay, so that's fine. So that then seek chops it off and says, okay, seek is supposed to find the ones that match. And if it's a blank, it should, this seek right here should return it should return the bond command with 2 arguments. You know what? I think this is a problem because it's the first one. I think it's the problem because it's the first one and not the second. This problem doesn't exist on any of the second commands. It's only off the first one. I have a feeling that's what's going on. So, but that means there was a bug in it before. Non-stop focus. I'm not non-stop. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? It's because I want to get this fucking shit to work. You know how that goes. If it was, I wouldn't care if it was working. Then as soon as I collapse, I don't want to do it ever again. So this seek is like, it's just holding up a bunch of stuff. That's why, for me anyway. So that's why. Command args. It's parsing out the line argument, and then it has to do, it's something about this stuff here. The command it returns is foo, which is the default. But it shouldn't be putting the default. It should actually be, I think that we're missing a conditional here. I think that there should be a conditional here that says if it's, this should probably be 0. I think that's where we're getting the infinite recursion going on. I think that's what's happening actually. So, because, I mean, here's kind of the problem. So, watch what happens when this comes back. This is going to be, this is going to be the wrong thing. This is going to be, this is gonna be foo, and that's why there's no subcommands. So when it should have been bon, and then it should have been bon, and then in foo bar would have been the commands under it. I know. I think that's what's going on, and that's because of the parsing. Watch, that's what it's gonna be. I promise. Bon, whoops. Bon tab. Yeah, there it goes. So command foo args. See, it's already jumping. It's already doing the completion. It's getting the wrong command. It shouldn't be doing that. It should be, that's what I think is wrong with this line args 1 column, which I think was put there if it was the one after the first one. You know what I mean? So what it's assuming is that run is going to be run on the top level binary. And but somehow that assumption is wrong. And I feel like this is going to infinite loop now, but I'm going to try anyway. Infinite recursion. Bond tab. Okay, so that is not completely wrong. So that says, okay, so when I tabbed it there, it says the command is bond, the arguments are, okay, that's totally wrong. That's totally wrong because it says that the args are bond and they shouldn't be. There are no arguments to that. The arguments are completely empty. Okay, so the previous one was actually right. The problem is that it automatically took foo as the command argument, but that was wrong. It should have, what it should have done is it should have said, well, C checks the args for command names, returning the deepest long along with remaining arguments. Typically, the args passed are directly from the command line. Also, seek also sets the caller on each command found. I actually think seek might be broken and always has been. So Yeah, because Seek has been getting away with it by chopping the first one off, but that's not what it should be doing. The reason that Seek exists is because of how the completion happens down here. So when it does this complete, I mean, it might be the complete. You know what? It's probably the completion that's broken, but it never gets there. It never gets there, probably because there's a mistake with this. This should be the parent command. Okay, so we got to take this we got to add that back. This is wrong. That is definitely wrong. That's making an assumption about what command gets returned that is false. And we have to figure out why that's false. Because that most likely believes, watch, it'll get into the completion now, and then we know that the completion is broken in the def comp. That means Seek is right. That means that's really good news, actually. If that's true, then that means our Seek logic is right. So let's get rid of all this debug stuff. And that is going to let us in here. I have a feeling that's going to let us in here. So I think I know what's wrong. I think it's that was the other thing that majorly changed was the completion code. Our completers bork. I bet you that's it. I bet you our completers bork. That would make so much sense to me. If our completers bork, I can deal with that. That's super easy because we can test it right away. That is it. That is it. That is it. The whole time it was the completer. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I thought it was my logic in my scan. I thought it was the scan logic. It's not. The scan logic is all sane. It hasn't changed in forever. The commands that let me in here is wrong. This will have to change because we do not want to complete I mean, this is trying to save energy by not calling complete on something that doesn't need to be completed. But the check for what it is, the check for determining that it can be completed is wrong. Yep. So, because the command that's being passed here is actually, I think the command that's being passed here is wrong. This is like, I think the command that's being passed here is foo, and that's totally wrong. I think that's wrong. I think we have some logic here that's still missing. I don't know what it is. I think we probably want to call x.complete and not default.complete. Or we want to pass it x here instead. I think that's it. Because the z.complete algorithm was taking the entire binary. That's probably the reason. That's the main difference between the old one. I think that's it. That's got to be it. That's what's it. It's got to be it. Okay, so you see how it says comp complete here? That comp is, oh my God, that's it. That's totally fucking it. That is totally it. So comp in this case is the default completer that's assigned to, that's initialized and assigned at runtime. We need to figure out where this comp is assigned. Default completer or package alias is comp does not equal nil. Okay. Oh, wait. This is like if it comp does not equal nil, then do this. All right, so we have two completers. This is what's confusing. So this is the completer. So if the completer for this foo command, which is this is totally broken. This is broken in the original one because the thing that comes back from this is foo. It's not supposed to be foo. I need to run code. I need to run a compilation on this to see if this works. I do. I need to. Where's my pomo command? I wonder if I could get my pomo to rebuild. Because if I can prove that this command is coming back right, then that will prove that seek is broken. If I don't, and then it's the completer is broken. So that's what I'm talking about. I know I'm just talking in circles because I'm just trying to rubber duck myself out of this. I want to go to bed. I'm not going to be able to sleep until this is done. This is driving me fucking crazy. This is why I don't like coding, because then I can't think of anything else till it gets done. And I probably should just stand up and go away from it for a while, and then have it come back and have the problem will go away, or I'll see something that I didn't see before. It's kind of bad to keep programming when you're tired and hungry. It is. The thing that's nice about that is it is running the default command. That's doing what it's supposed to do. So it's the tab completion is oh. Now it's but now it's only completing foo. Why is it only completing foo and not foo and bar? I think it's all right. Bar completed, foo completed. It's supposed to show me both of them, and it's not. It's only showing me one. You know what? It's kind of working though. Why is it working now? What did I change? What did I change? Was it working? You know what? I got rid of this stupid shit right here. Yeah, I know. I'm not bringing that back. It's kind of working now. Now it definitely is a completion. It's the problem. This is going. Yep. It's doing completion. It's just not showing me both of the options, but it's completing bar. You seeing that? I have a feeling it's doing the hidden algorithm wrong. I have a feeling it's applying the hidden algorithm wrong, and that's why the other one's not showing up, and it says there's only one to complete. It's definitely working though. So it's completing bar, it's completing foo. It's just not showing me both options. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so mad at myself. I have not changed literally anything in this at this point. That if this works, then this means that it was in the completer the whole time, and it was never in my seek commands. So that means I got log code around here somewhere I got to disable. Hopefully no. All right, so that makes me feel way better. That we were able to restore the functionality, and frankly, I don't care. So let's figure the completer out. So comp.go. This is a default completion, and this is where the bug is. So this is something in here is getting hidden. A lot of the stuff here was changed over the course of the thing. So not sure we complete the command itself. Not sure we've completed the command name itself. Length of args is 0, then return string x name. Build a list of visible commands and parameters. This is it. So the hidden slice thing, this is probably the problem. In fact, if we get rid of this, I have a feeling that this will fix it. Has prefix args 0. This is exactly the same as it was before. Nope, still the same first one. That means that command names has got to be wrong. Let's dump the list and see. Let's dump the list. I have a feeling the list is probably... I don't know. It's missing something. Yeah, it's just foo. The list is empty. Why the fuck is the list empty? Command names fails to return something. That's got to be it. Why is command names returning anything? Because there's no commands under the parent command. I think this might be wrong actually right here. If it has its own completer delegate, it does not. All right, so what was the command that was called? It was called foo. See, it's trying to complete foo, but why does it get bar if I type bar? It's like it's hidden somehow. Bon foo, bon b tab. Wait. That time I got both of them. Why? What the fuck is going on? That's what it's supposed to be. I think there might have been a bug in here all along that I didn't fix. See that returned two things, but it didn't. It's not the hidden slice. There's no hidden slices, so that wasn't it. If the length of the args is 0, return list. Is this wrong? Filter has prefix list with the first argument. I wonder if has prefix is working right. Let's try. I don't know. Is it getting the list right? Go install bon. Tab. It just gets foo only. That is wrong. That is wrong. That is wrong. I still think it's the seek is wrong now that I look at it again. Because the number of command it's not finding the command somehow. Wait. If the args is nil, return x args. This might be wrong. Wait. See checks the args for command names, returning the deepest line. Okay. If the arguments are empty and the commands have not been set, if the arguments are empty, if there's no, then just return the current command. With its arguments. Yeah, it is. Args equals nil. This is only for leaf stuff. That doesn't count. Because it's actually doing more than that. It's being too greedy. It's actually grabbing more than it's supposed to. And I can't put my head around why it's doing that. I feel like, yeah, it's too greedy. Too greedy, yeah. I feel like the code is too greedy to resolve. It's okay, so what is the completer even doing? Completer is completing. Let's test the completer. I still feel like this is the biggest possibility for it to have problems. Press default completer, Bonzai default completer complete foo. If no arguments, we have to assume the command isn't finished yet. So to complete foo, then we're going to send back box. Right? So, no, it's going to send... That's probably wrong, actually. If there's no arguments, we have to assume the command isn't finished completing yet. So, we don't return anything. We know it's not a command, but the prefix just yet. So, okay, so if the completer gets an argument, including an empty argument, which has special meaning, you know what? I wonder if the empty arguments got eliminated. Those have special meaning to this stuff. I bet that's it. I bet the length check that I'm doing is killing it. I bet the length check is doing that, is killing it. Where would we do that? There's got to be a link. That's probably what it is. This is a very unusual circumstance. This is like, so the scanner is supposed to, if it's supposed to send an empty argument, and that's supposed to mean, usually is when a space has been added after the command. That is what, this is a very special circumstance. And that's what it's supposed to be. So the scanner is actually not working in this case. The scanner's not working because not the way it's expected to anyway. So because if we do bond tab, the thing I don't understand is why it works if I put B there. I'm starting to think that it had a bug the whole entire time. I really think it did. I think it had a bug the whole time. So when you first put tab there, see, that's behaving, that's completing foo, but it's doing it wrongly because foo is not the only option. So the way that it's doing it is wrong, even though it sort of worked. Because, I mean, a bar finishes just fine, which means that the logic for bar is correct. So that means what makes bar work? Actually, let's look at something. Because it's not the first command. That's why. It's not the default. This has something to do with the default command. This has something to do with the default command, and I don't know what. So let me see here. CMD, go. All right, so here we have CMD command seek. We don't want the seek, we want the run. There we go. So the run code says this valid name is local comp line. So we're going to put the comp line. So this, okay, we need to dump this again. Yeah, we need to dump this. CMD args. I'm going to bet that when you do bar, that the command is not bar, but it actually stays, or that it has arguments. Something about it is different than the foo. I bet you that's it. Sure enough. There it is. Okay, no, that wasn't it. That was foo. You see how foo doesn't have any arguments? This is why it says that foo is the thing to be completed. For some reason, foo is being, it's telling it that it has foo is the only thing. It should have been saying, no, bond is your main one. We need to go look at bond for the thing. I have a feeling that this is only affecting the first completion. And that's why I never saw it before. So it's actually always been there. And B tab is working. You see that? That worked. That actually worked. It said, you see that? It said foo and bar. It got cut off, but that's what it did. It said foo. Wait, what? It's not putting bar underneath there, is it? This is totally fucked up. This is saying that command foo is being called with arguments bar. That's totally fucked up. That's not right at all. How is that even resolving? That's like it's saying that did I do the commands wrong? No, it's right. It's right. We know that because we printed out the bond command before directly. What I can't understand is why it's completing bar properly, even though it thinks that the completion line is foo. It's like so fucked up. It's gotta only be on the first option. That's the only thing I can figure. And I actually do think that it's a fundamental bug with scan at this point. Because it should never be saying that. It should say, as I understand completers, okay, so we gotta go through the completer logic, which that needs a full write-up, man. That needs a how to build completers in Go with Bash is a huge fucking deal. It is a huge deal. So see this seek. Okay, when run gets called, it's the top level binary, right? So the top level binary, and that means that this line, the args from line, this is going to be bond space empty. That's going to be bond space empty. We already did that. Let's do that again. This is not the completer. This is some other bad logic in my seek. So the line arguments are let's just do line arguments. So this is supposed to just be the arguments split up. And line is comp line, right? Line is comp line. That is the same. I'm just got to confirm the old code, make sure that's not it. Okay, yeah. So line equals OS get environment comp line. If line does not equal blank. Okay, so wait. The length of line is greater than 0. And it's a bash shell. Then do this. Okay, so it's making it in there. That's fine. God damn it. Please work. Please clap. All right, so bond tab. All right. That's good. Okay, so BO and tab, that doesn't even make it, because the reason that doesn't even make it is because it hasn't matched the completion library yet in bash. As soon as I push space, then it sets comp line and hands it off. So now when we hand it off, we actually get 2 line args, and the second is an empty argument. Now that's kind of cheating, but the reason for that is so that we know what the first thing is to complete. And the thing that sucks about this is it's chopping off bond here. It shouldn't be. It should not be chopping bond up. There needs to be some conditional logic that says if the line length is 2, don't chop it off. I have a feeling. I think that's what we need to say here. I think we have to say if the total length of line args, I actually think I had code like this in here once upon a time, is 2, that means that we don't have anything else. Then we need to continue to use it. Otherwise, we want to cut it off, right? If the line args equals 2, it's only if it equals 2, actually. That's the only situation where this is true. So if the line args is 2, then we have a special case. Then I think this is a hack we have to do. I have a feeling this has always been broken. I don't know why I didn't find it before. So this is here. You have to have this to be 1. Right? So the carbonite uses args. Whoopsie. What is system command? Command's the next command. Bar. All right, so I don't know if that's it. Let's just try this. I'm shooting a Strasser. I'm super flabbergasted how this ever worked. Don't you love it? Okay, that worked. That totally worked. You see it saying bar foo now? That's what it's supposed to do. So I don't know what happened here. Okay, so it's still not completing it yet. Or is it? Let's turn off the log lines again. It's still printing it out. You know what though? It's not printing the options. It's not returning them. It's not returning them. It should be returning those. Like if I just said okay, so if the line args is 2 and the second one is empty, we're not checking for the empty. That's the problem. If we were checking for the empty, we should keep the first one, and we should actually automatically return. Wait, do we have completion already set? So if command completion is nil, do this. Okay, this is what's happening. So let's see, it was append list to find it complete. All right, so this actually we could actually cheat right here, and I could get it to work. I guarantee you. So we could just have to. Where's the log line going, by the way? Where's that other print coming from? It's got to be the completer. Yeah. So, tab. So it's not printing anything, but that's because those haven't been added to the list. Watch, I can fix that. If I say, oops. Okay, so if I say, I mean, I can bail right here, right? So, and I can actually finish the completion right here. I don't even have to fucking do any of this. I can just set the list and be done with it. So if the completion equals nil, then the list equals append to the list. We don't need to add any more to the list, actually. Besides, this list hasn't been instantiated. I don't think you can do that. This hasn't been instantiated. Wait, how the fuck is that even working? That you can't append to a list that doesn't exist. How was that ever working? Append slice. What is an empty? An empty slice is nil. That should never have worked. I'm like really blown away by how that worked at all. Unless the slice doesn't have to be instantiated. That could be. That could be true. Oh my God. Please, God. Unexpected end of statement. Okay. That can. I really hope that's not the problem. You know how we'll know? Let's like comment all this out. If that fixes the problem, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be so mad at myself if that fixes it. Nope. Nope. It still completes. It's just not right. It doesn't complete the case. It's still not doing it. Bond tab. Bond doesn't do it. Tab. Anyway, let's try this logic again. I don't think this is gonna fix it, but let's try. See, now it doesn't do anything. The reason for that's because the completer doesn't know to do it. This should have been passing it Bon. It should pass it Bon. Wait. Wait. Alright, so it should be passing it. Alright, so complete, if you pass complete the name of the command and a blank, that's what it should be passing it. That's what it should be passing, but it's passing it foo instead. So, okay, I think I'm getting something here. So it's, okay, never mind. What am I doing? All right, so this, it's not supposed to pass it. It's not, the line args are wrong. Okay, so the line args, seek args, line args, so that, this is returning Bon and foo and bar, and that's wrong. What it should be doing is is returning Bon and a blank string, so that this is Bon and this is an array with one empty element in it. If it did that, it would do it. It would complete it properly. Okay, so I'm getting there. All right, so if we did Bon tab, that's the fail. This should be sending. Okay, so it says command Bon args Bon and something else. We don't want both of those arguments. That's actually wrong. We want the space argument, the blank space. Okay, so it was right before. This parsing it off thing, that was correct. That was correct. So that's not the problem. Right, we need to put that back. Okay, that's good. And Bon tab. All right, so now, but see, here's what the problem is. It put foo in there. That shouldn't have been put in there. And it also got rid of the arguments. And now it's putting foo and it's putting a blank argument, which is the total bullshit. That, oh God. Okay, so that means that means that the seek is fucked up. That absolutely means the seek is fucked up. This should be Bon and args like this. That's what it's supposed to be right there. And I think it's funny too is if I type tab again, it keeps doing the wrong thing. Go install Bon tab. See, now it passes foo and empty args. And the reason this is getting screwed up is because if I type it again, it'll do that. Well, that's because foo is at the end. That's actually the right thing. That's what it's supposed to pass to foo. That's assuming foo is trying to test whether foo needs to be completed, and there's nothing there to complete. The first one is supposed to be Bon and args, but it's supposed to have this there, which is okay. Now I know. Now at least know what we're looking at. That means seek is broken. Seek is broken, and that sucks because seek is hard to fix. All right, so seek delegation is working fine, thank God. So seek is broken. By the time seek is what does seek get a hold of? So seek got called with what? We need to find that out. That's like super important. Gotta go back. I'm gonna change this to run. No. Seek. Where are you? Okay, run. All right, so what gets passed to seek? That's what we have to know. Let's go past line args. Now the line args, line args, and then the seek is going to get it's going to chop it off. So yeah, oopsie. Oh God. Seek. All right, so seek. All right, so seek checks for the args for command name. So when it gets foo, actually, I don't know what it's going to get. So seek. There we go. So, yeah. Seek doesn't have anything to go on. It doesn't have anything to go on. That's the problem. Seek is like starving. It's like there are args, and the commands equals nil. What commands is it calling it on? That's really the question. Let's just make sure that we're in the right place here. Seek. All right, so the commands are bar and foo, which is good. That's what we want. We want the commands to be bar and foo. That is perfect. Why doesn't it return that though? Okay, so in this case, it should return the caller if there is no argument, because it hasn't completed itself yet. Does that make sense? If an empty arg string is passed, then no, if an arg string that is got the special identifier in it, then it should do it. I hate Kitty. I'll never use the image preview. It's totally stupid. I hate it. No way. I fucking hate that. No, and the developer's a dick. I tried. We had a whole thing on Saturday about that. I went through it all. I tried it. I read about the comments, and I was like, why the fuck would you put stuff in there? Plus, he says terminal-based browsing is stupid. He also says people who use tmux are idiots. He's a fucking moron. He's like an over-intelligent AI master's degree idiot who doesn't have any practical feet on the ground about anything. I would never use it. Never, never, never. So seek foo. Also, it's in Python. It's actually C code, probably. All right. So if we get past here and we have an empty argument. So see, this says to just return itself and the arguments. What this is checking for is if the args are nil. This is very key, my friends. This is the wrong check. This should be checking if this is such a perfect example of the problem I was talking about before. You want to check if the length of the args is 0, not if the args are nil. Because checking for nil, that's the fix. Holy shit, I swear to God, that's going to fix it. I can't believe it's going to be that. That's going to piss me off so bad. That's got to be it. Yep. I'm pretty sure they fixed it. Line args is Bonfu. Seek. Actually, it did foo again. Bon tab. No, it did foo still. The seek was empty. Commands are bar and foo. Command foo, line args, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'll never use it. Yeah. So there's still a problem here. There's still a problem here. Or x commands equals nil. We did not make it. No, it's like what we have to say is if we have to add something new here. It's not the length of the arg to 0. We need to say is the first arg string empty. we need to see if the first arg string is empty. If the first arg string is empty, that should never be the case, actually. It might be if the length of the arguments is 1 and it could be if arg's 0 the current command. So the current command, if the args is a blank, then we're still trying to complete the same command. So we want to return x and args. This is, I don't know how to do this, but this is exactly what we want. Yeah, I think it's if the length of the args is 0. Is there ever a case where it would be more things coming in? No, there's not. So it'd be if the length of the args is 1 and the args 0 equals blank, or x dot commands is nil. Print that might do it. It did it. That fixed it. That fixed it. So it was seek all along. B, and then you start typing. Okay, that's a long-standing bug that's been there forever. That is, seriously, that bug has been there forever. I don't know how I didn't fix that until now. A kitty for win. I'm on a Mac. I'm on a Unix system.
It's a Unix system.
Yeah, and I have a Windows machine and I have a Linux machine or 2 or 10. This is Mac all the way. I could actually stream from a Linux machine again if I wanted to. I don't want to though. Yeah, I'm not interested in Kitty at all. Not even remotely interested. That has been a bug that has existed for a very, very, very long time. I'm kind of pissed off that I didn't know about it before. But the good news is it's fixed. So let's go catch up. All right, path names, add break time, log print line args. You can get rid of those. You can get rid of this and get rid of this. Everything else is fine. I can't believe it. I can't believe I've had that bug in there that long. Maybe I fixed it in a version I just didn't know. It could be that I incorporated that. That was something that came in that I hadn't noticed from before. It's very possible. Because I was working on main instead of on the last release. That might be what's the reason. Because I wasn't expecting that to be the problem. Yeah. There it is. Look at how beautiful it is now. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. And then you do foo tab and it's doing it. Okay, so it's fixed. But my God, that was a hard fix. You know what though? That the crazy thing about that was none of that had anything to do with any change I made within the last 2 weeks. None of it. That means I either made a change and broke it and didn't notice more than 2 years ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, or it was always there and I just didn't do a full enough test to find it. Of course, it only affects bash completion. That's it. It doesn't affect anything else. So, I mean, because bar is working, foo is working. Whoops. That stuff, they're both working, foo and bon. So those are working. Bon tab tab, F tab, and it does its thing. All the notes and bugs fixed. Hello from foo. Bon tab tab. You know what? I wonder if it has to do with me being on bash on a Mac. I wonder. It could be. I'm using the latest bash. I wonder if the behavior changed. I wonder if the behavior of the comp line completer changed on bash to 5.6. That's possible. That's very possible. That means we need to test it on bash 3. Yeah, I need to like right now. Exec dash bin bash dash l. Fucking Z shell. So bon tab tab. Complete dash C. Bon tab tab. Okay, it works. That's fine. That's fine. That makes me very happy. I was kind of worried there. Alrighty then. Well, that's good. We are making progress. I need to take a break after that. I need to stand up. I want to say I'm done for the night, but my wife is still out working, so until she comes home, I don't know if she's home yet. I just want to keep going, you know. We are so close. That was a big thing, man. That was a huge thing. We now have completion working. Thank God. Get status. Save that shit before it goes away. So git add dash a dot git complete git I can't even think git commit dash completion is golden. Git push. Ugh, it makes me so happy. All right, so let's update the PR PR edit body test the new default completion. Yes, it is working. It is in the house. We are good. And we need to do multi-call binary, which is a big thing to bite off, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. That's like really cool. I cannot wait to show you. About multi-call binaries. They're so cool. They are really, really cool. And we can do that. We can do that after this. After this break from our... If I stand up, I'm going to go get food. I'm going to fall right asleep. I have a feeling. Because that took a lot out of me. That last debugging session, that took a ton out of me. Let me go check if my wife is actually home. If she's not, I'm going to just keep pushing, man. I'm just going to keep grinding. Because I want to get this whole thing done. And we are very close to getting it done. This new version is just so amazingly better than the other one. I just can't wait to start using it for everything. And I want to get alpha testers. So if you want to be an alpha tester, please stay tuned. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. I guess we can put fishies on the top. We could do the PR edit and to say what we're working on. And actually, let's just do a PR view. GH PR view. Okay, so there. See you in a bit. All right. I'm trying not to ASMR you to death. My cornflakes. With my cornflakes, I don't know. Let's go watch some Twitch streamers while I eat, and then I'm gonna regroup and finish this. I'm on call tomorrow, so I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to stream very much tomorrow. Being on call, I got lots of shit to do. Got to make up for today's work day. But I'll catch up. A lot of the stuff that I am doing, a lot of the functions and stuff are going to make it into the final version of our code. So it's not a waste. Particularly the library. The library, a lot of my core Bonzai library, uh, an equivalent version of it is getting written in our code at work. So in our central library. So a lot of it, so a lot of this Go programming I'm doing, it's kind of gray. You know, technically it's not against the rules to use it over there. It's just the same algorithms and stuff. So it's fine. It's all Apache release anyway. And Apache release is stuff that we can get approved usually pretty easily doing FOSS report. Speaking of which, that's the main reason you should actually release your code under Apache versus MIT or another license that's less friendly to the enterprise. When people pick licenses in the world of when they what the hell, when people pick licenses, they normally don't decide that they wanted to do that. I love how yeah, they normally don't decide that they want to that when people pick licenses, they don't say, hey, I want to pick the license that's the most happy for an enterprise. They usually want to be saved from the enterprises, right? Taking advantage of them. But if you want to use your software that you're writing in open source for the open source community and you want to use it at work, then the best chance you have is like writing for Apache. You hate corporations. If you choose GPL v3, nobody will ever use your software in any corporate capacity. I guarantee it. It just won't. It'll never make it in. So if that's what you want, that's fine. But good luck using your own software. And God help you if you copy GPL v3 software from your own repo and use it at work. If you do, yeah, but here's the problem. As soon as the corporation can prove that your GPL v3 project that you worked on your spare time has been copied, even one fucking function, if it's been copied and put into their production code, you're fucked. You're fucked because you just forced them to release their entire code base as open source. It's not a good idea. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't give any job free labor code. So you don't agree with Linux then, right? Because that's what Linux did. You think Torvalds is full of shit, right? Yeah, the entire Linux code base does not agree with LPL G3, GPL v3, and Torvalds talks about it at length. What's Mass Mouse doing today? You watching movies again? He is. He's watching movies, which is supposed to not be okay. Not my grandma. Your grandma doesn't use Linux. What's that doing? What's he doing? He's getting ready. IBM lawsuit.
Go back into here now. My node. And then let's say to use instead of temp, use
IBM is a fucking devil. They brag about having all these patents and then they sue the shit out of everybody. And they're the ones who own the Red Hat. Sorry, but saying data structures and algorithms is what makes the best programmer. That's my favorite. That's absolute bullshit.
Oh man.
Depends on how you define best programmers.
Pacemaker. We're just kind of hanging out. tonight, Christian. My
Yeah,
wife's getting
I
home in
totally
about
disagree with
an
that.
hour and a half.
And I have a feeling that we have a
Down in
fundamental
town, so yeah,
disagreement
we're
about that.
just
That's
kinda
okay.
hanging out and
That's okay,
I'm
but I have a
working on
feeling.
anything too hard. I'm actually working in a different screen and just kind of like doing a little bit of co-working stuff.
Yeah, I actually actually have a very fundamental disagreement on that point. I think you should eventually learn data structures and algorithms, specifically in C, and there's a great book on that, by the way. And of course, I've done them all. I've not got them all in there, but not. But I don't think it makes you a good programmer. To me, a good programmer is somebody who fixes problems that users have, and that's totally different than knowing how to do a leak code algorithm. The worst and best. He said the difference between the worst and best is how they think of what data structures and algorithms. Because great programmers think they're awesome, right? Yeah, but he's defining a programmer completely differently. Absolutely. A programmer to me could actually only know how to code Python and do it very poorly. But the best programmers to me are the ones who find real problems we're solving. And they use the minimal amount of code at their disposal to make that work. And when they need data structures and algorithms, they use them because they're the right tool for the job or they want to do something that needs to be done. The worst programmers in the world are the ones who waste all their time spending it thinking of how to do fancy data structures and algorithms without actually making anything substantial at all. To me, that's the worst of programmers because they just do programming for the sake of programming. They might be playing fucking Overwatch because it doesn't help the world. It doesn't help anybody. The best programmers to me are based on a completely different set of criteria. They're the ones who are contributing actual shit to the world. Now, Torvalds and the gang also are the best at data structures and algorithms, and they've been making an incredible contribution to the world. So to me, those really are the best. Those really are the best. They understand the data structures and algorithms, and they're making a contribution to the world. But it's possible that there could be somebody who contributes more to the world who doesn't understand data structures and algorithms, such as the creator of libcurl, by the way. Much, 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 much more valuable than Linus Torvalds. The creator of libcurl is as important, if not more important, than Linus Torvalds, in my opinion. Because he's, I'm in a junior dev. One of my faculty was now having them do DSM memorization. It was like, the fuck, yeah. And that's, you got to understand, I'm a little bit sensitive on that point because I am so fucking tired of people shilling leak code shit so you can pass the whiteboard interview instead of actually making anything. It just makes me crazy. I had the book. I actually gave it away. My $70 blue book. Algorithms. I actually bought it. Because I wanted to do a read a note tree. And I wanted to walk it. And I thought, well, okay, I'll be able to walk this better if I read all this stuff about read a note trees. And I did. I read like 5 pages of everything I never needed to do about read a note trees that I could have learned in like 30 minutes online. Because I needed it. I needed to read a note tree to make my own language. I wrote my own interpreter. I learned about recursive descent, all that jazz, because I needed it. Anyway. I just wish we could get more people who have the skills to make shit that actually matters. I don't know. What? When I get my stainless steel, we're all stainless steel. Epic flex? I'm not flexing. Flexing would be if I was like showing off something that I'm able to do. You're talking about drinking out of a bowl? Drinking out of a bowl is my flex. By the way, I'm not mad at you. I don't dislike you at all because I disagree with the focus on lead code interview stuff. Please don't take personal offense to that. I just strongly disagree with it. Really, really strongly. Yeah, we have all stainless steel. We don't. No, we absolutely don't use microwave. We have one. We use it. We use air fryers for everything. Have you not discovered air fryers yet? may I suggest you look into it. They're amazing. Actually, a microwave combined with an air fryer is really nice. Like, say you get like, I don't know, like breaded chicken, frozen cutlets, right? It's really easy to make, very much like bachelor food. And you can throw those in the microwave and thaw them out because it cooks it from the inside, but it kind of mushy on the outside. So you throw that in the air fryer for 5 minutes. Holy cow! So good, better than anything you'll pay for at a fast food restaurant or something. So good stuff. Makes me want one actually. Yep. All right. So what's next on the list? Add multi-call binary support. Okay. So this is probably going to have to come in the form of a command of some kind. And we need to decide where that command goes. So, actually, no, we don't. We don't. We can add the command to the Bonzai command will facilitate the creation of the multi-call, but it will have to be explicitly added as a command. So if somebody wants to make a multi-call out of their binary, they'll need a tool to do that. And that'll need to be a command. Hey, Ed the Dead Man. And do we make that a built-in optional thing, right? Now, we could do the same thing that we did with var and let's look at that for a second. So we could do this. We could do that with the var and let's go to the top here. So we could make it so that so if vars is set in a command, we automatically inject the vars command, the var command. If this vars is set, if this map is set, then the var command gets ejected into the command tree. It's okay. What are you talking about? Signal booster camping? Oh man, we've done tons and tons and tons of it. Have you seen all of my stuff I've done on the camping stuff? I bought like a $500 Wii Boost and tested that for like a month, and I've tried everything. The best you can do if you're doing IRL streaming is get 3. What do you want to do? You want to work or you want to stream? Or different, or totally different. But yeah, so we need to get completer here. If you're just trying to get an are you stationary, those are the 3 questions. If you're actually camping and you need a signal booster, you can try a MIMO antenna. They're like $70. They're the cheapest. And then hoist it up. That's what what's his name does. That IRL guy. He's kind of a dick, but that's what he does. I can't watch him. He's so mean to his wife. I'm out in the cabin with no signal. Yeah, you know, Mini is $50 a month, right? Starlink Mini. The Starlink Mini is $50 a month. It's now they lowered it down to $200. It's $200 to buy it, and it's $50 a month. If you want unlimited, it's $200. But you know, unlimited, you know, from my provider is like $130. Not counting Starlink. So that's your best bet. Especially if you're stationary, there's just no better thing. You can get the Starlink full or mini. If you're going camping, I would get the Starlink Mini for sure. I have one. That's what I bike with my Starlink Mini all the time. I just strap it onto my rack. They removed the limitation for movement, by the way, on that completely. It was already kind of gone, but now it's official. It's like, no, you can officially move around with the thing. You do. Yeah, I get like I don't know, up to 50, 60, sometimes 100 megabits per second on with Starlink. Yeah, but you have to have visual. You have to be able to see the sky. That's it. But if you're only going camping every once in a while, it was literally made for that scenario. The Starlink Mini was made, and the plan, the $50 plan, was literally made for that scenario. It's made for you to take and use camping, and then put it aside. You tried your hotspot on a Verizon phone. The still kept cutting out. Oh hell, yeah, forget that. Don't. I have been trying that for more than. So I got my first Wi-Fi. I got and threw away my first Wi-Fi modem that was supposed to work, and I was working from Spartanburg actually while I was visiting my wife. She was working down there, and it sucked ass. I could not work. I could not even in a good region when I had stuff. It would constantly drop connections and everything. My Starlink has never done that. My Starlink is like rock solid. What it does is it occasionally will it'll occasionally lag a little teeny bit. So like if you're doing a thing, but it's about once every 10 minutes it'll do a little thing, but it won't drop at all. It's really good. So I don't like Elon Musk at all. I fucking detest that dude. But I got to tell you, Starlink is amazing. He probably doesn't care. Temple Funk Map. Okay, so do we want to trigger the creation of multicall by saying that? And I think the answer is no. I think we want to actually. I think we probably want to create a core command that allows you to create multi-call hard links based on the internal structure of the thing. And that's like you can add it if you want it. If you want it, then your command can then be used to create its own hard links to itself. We don't want that to be built in, but we do want the ability to make it so we have a tool for making those links. That's a separate thing. But if you make those links by yourself, it should work. So let's actually add that support now. Right after this station break, All right, all right, all right. All right, I'm going to jump on this. I'm actually going to relax a little bit. My back is getting kind of sore after doing this all this time. Hey, look, Facebook killed me. It's like, oh, you're streaming too much. Yeah. All right, so we need to actually detect when we are being run in multi-call mode and do the right thing. And so this is going to have to go into the run code. This has not been written at all, so we have to write it. What I need to do is, let's find it first. All right, so let's write it up. Let's actually write the documentation about it. Just run as the main execution engine for all Bonzai. Commander is also responsible for hunting completion. Never panic. Let's write a section about multi-call. Multi-call binaries and links. Multi-call binary and links. Okay. A multi-call popularized by BusyBox. A multi-call binary is a single executable that behaves differently based on its name, either through copying the entire, either through binary to another name, or symbolically or linking, symbolic or hard. Bonzai supports all Bonzai binaries, compiled binaries, automatically behave as multi-call binaries, provided the name matches the name of the actual binary, or link matches the name of a top level, of a root level, of a root command, of a root CMD that that returns true for is base, has a command.version set. So this is what we want to have happen. We want this to be transparent. We want this to be automatic. And we want to trigger different behavior depending on how the file is symlinked. This, by the way, should never be used for security, which I should probably write somehow. People should not put highly secure things in a multi-call binary and then less secure things in the same binary and assume that if you name it right, the obscurity is going to hide it from you. That's not a thing. Note. Note that this method should never be used to obscure a highly sensitive command, thinking it won't be discovered This is very easy to brute force. Discovering every possible command is very easy to brute force. All right. Okay, so I think that's good enough. We can go do this. Let's actually show you what I mean. So we need to add the code in here somewhere, and this is completion. Quite frankly, we should probably factor this out, and I think we should probably say I think we should probably do x dot something. Let's do that. Let's break this out. Let's say x dot handle completion. Okay, so handle completion. Hey, how you doing? Handle completion. I mean, we know everything that we need. The only thing that we need to pass is, I think, the line. Actually, the line can be obtained. Yeah. We can get it that way. Handle completion line. And we're going to write a separate function here. So, yeah. And then, so yeah, we can, handle completion is going to either exit or return. So, we can just return here. And that's fine. So, what line is this? 279. On completer, 279 delete. 279 go. All right, so let's just put it. I don't know where. Quite a bit going on here. Delegation is still going to work, so. So let's say that's the func x dot command handle completion. We really don't need a line. Yes. I think that's fine. Handle bash completion. That's actually the only completion that we support. Bash is the only thing that does it. And we definitely are going to exit when we do bash completion. So, I mean, these returns are only if we're going to let exit thing. All right, so we have handle completion here. Did I do it wrong? Undefined line. Oh, wait, what? String. So that's it. Account complete. Okay, so this is easier. This is a big function, so I need to kind of clean it up a little. Bash handle bash completion line. And there we go. So that should be fine. We should probably do a regression test real quick. Which reminds me, by the way, we didn't check aliases. I don't know. So complete. Let's see. All right, so seek should never fail to return something, but right. So okay, so so people can go read about it if they want to know how it works. The rest is all working, so we don't need that. And we're going to define the first calls and then check all the arguments out. I'm going to go ahead and do delegations. I mean, it's a lot of code, but we factored some of it out, so that's good. So let's do a quick regression test. Where's ball? Oopsie. Mistake. Where is top? Let's see. Ball tab. Oops. Complete dash C ball. Ball. Ball tab. Bar and foo. Foo it is. All right. So that is working still. Package here. All right, back to command. All right, so we do have to put a thing in here for multi-call. Being called as a multi-call is kind of the equivalent of delegating or using completion, but it's only for the first argument. So we can do this. We can say, what we really need to check for is, does the current name match the command? If x.command, if x.name equals run.exe, what do we want to say here? Dot tab exe, I think it's exe. Then what? Run.exe. Oh no, that executes it. Then we want to do the OS path name or whatever it is. I think it's actually in exe path. I think we want the exe name. Yeah. So if the name equals the exe name, let's see, call binary. All right. So if it matches the exe name, then yeah, then everything takes care of itself. So we just actually run it. We run it again. This is pretty damn easy. We have to make it say if the exe equals the name. Let's say if x dot is base and x name is exe name, then here's my wife. Okay, so my wife's coming home. We can probably knock out multicall before she gets here. I also need to go have a shower too. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. If it's a base and x.name equals axc name, then we can just run it. We can run it. The crazy thing about this is that you can encapsulate anything in here. So if you had, it doesn't matter as long as the command is called. This is actually probably going to work right out of the box. I hope so. So that's it. All we have to do then is just delegate back to itself, and we're good to go. Don't even have to do completion, because completion will take care of itself automatically if that's already set. That'll catch it because it's a symlink, and that will actually change the comp line automatically, so we don't have to deal with that. So what we can do here is we can say if we can just actually we can just call run on itself, return, and then we just run the first we run the first argument, and we delegate to the first argument and call the whole thing again as if that were the first thing. Yeah. Let's check this out. So if they're calling the binary and the name does not, okay, actually we might have to do this before the comp line, because the completion will fail. Because, in fact, yeah, we need to do that. We need to do that before the completion will fail, because if it's a base and the name does not equal, if the name, let's see, if the binary is not the same, let me think about that for a second. Because if the completion we still wanted to do completion. What would happen if it's not the name is that it's going to run it and it's going to run the wrong program. It's going to run the main command and not the other one. So what we want to know is if that affects the comp line as well, but it's pretty much everything. So I mean, you can change the name. You can change the name of the file without changing the command, and it'll still run the command that was compiled into it as the main one. So we have to change it to use that. We have to either call it itself, call the run, delegate to the run command on that. And that would actually fix the comp line, because the thing would be right. The thing would be right. Yeah, okay. So if that's, okay, so this has to be way before this. So if the base name does not match, then we need to call, actually, we only do this for the top level. So we don't do this an infinite amount. So we say it has to be the top level. So yeah, we're going to say, but how do we get it? We have to check to see if the command is in, if the command being executed has a command set, and that command set, we want to pick a command in the command set that matches the current exe name. Okay, so the name, if the x name, so actually we want to say we want to say, all right. We say if the name of the command does not match the executable, that is the key, right? So if the name of the command is not the one that we're executing, that means by changing the name, we're trying to run something else. Then what? Then we need to see, okay, do I have a command that matches the exe name? Okay, so if let's see, so we could say has I think we have this already. Yeah, we can do this way. It's fine. Range. Actually, no. Let's do x dot commands. Well, no. We're gonna have to loop through them because the commands are not. It's the command names. Yeah, it's command names. So we are gonna have to make a has. So we're gonna say if x dot has command can, if x dot can okay, exe name, how about that? And then equal name. All right, so if name equals exe name, and then x name does not equal the name, then can the x, and we actually put it in here too, and x dot can name, this is so great, I love it, then we return x dot run. X dot run. No. Can should actually return the name of the command. Yeah. Actually, let's get rid of this. I can't do multiple here. I don't think you can do two more. I think you only get one of those. Okay, so C equals x dot can name, and this will either be nil okay, so if x dot can name C is not equal nil, run it. See that run? That's it. Don't even have to pass anything to it. Holy shit, that's so easy. I thought it was going to be a little harder than that. That's actually not hard at all. Calls the multi-comment. You could never do it. You know why that's easy? Because of the integrated command structure that we have. If we didn't have that, we couldn't do that. I'm so proud of that. All right, so let's go back to that. This is old, actually. No, it's not. It's top package. Okay, so we need to go add the can here and implement that. So let's do x.can. That's a super easy function to do. Where's commands? Where's command names? Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so it's super easy. We just say, is it in there? Hell, we could just do our own loop. It doesn't even matter. It's like much faster to do that anyway. It has to be executed every time, so let's make it fast. Can returns the CMD of a from commands that returns that matches the name. Now we could say name or alias, but in this case I don't want to do that. In this case I don't know. What do you think? Should we allow them to have aliases and put those as, make those into commands? I think we can't. We should probably let them use aliases, actually. Yeah. Return some commands that matches the name or any of the aliases. All right, so that's fine. So it is quite a loop we have to do there, but that's fine. It's just a little bit more for delegation, so it's not bad. It's not nearly as bad as the entire runtime that has to run to fire off Cobra stuff. So it always makes me smile. All right, so the range of commands, we don't need a list. We don't need this. We need can, and we're going to return a CMD, of course. Don't need a list. Not returning a list. All right. All right, so we're going to go through all the commands first and just look to see if any of the commands match. And if they don't, any of the aliases of those commands. Actually, I think we already have this. I think this is what the command subnames is. I think we already have it. I think that's what the command aliases is. So, yeah, so command aliases is, if C has alias, head return C. Yeah, here we go. This is the code right here. Command aliases. Command aliases returns a map string of everything pointing to that command. Command aliases calls cache command aliases to update command aliases if it is nil, and then returns it. Remember to call this number dynamically, blah. So command aliases. So what is command? So the command aliases are everything that can come after that. So I think it's the command and all the subcommand aliases, if I remember right. Cache aliases command. Cache command aliases splits the command aliases for each command in the commands. Any commands with its representative aliases slice and assigned to the command aliases cache map. It's not called that. It's called something else. It's command aliases. Let's see. Command aliases splits the command aliases for each command in commands. With its respective aliases and assigns them to command aliases cache map. This is primarily used for bash tab completion support and run, and use as a multi-call binary. So we want to call command aliases. I think it includes the name itself. I don't remember though. Aliases slice. Range aliases, command alias is plus. I don't think it actually adds itself to the thing, which is a problem. I actually think the aliases stuff is broken right now. So we need to test this. Especially since we're going to be using it. They all point to the thing. We need the actual name. It needs to be called like AKA or something because it's like everything that points to it. right? Let's actually test this. This really needs to be tested. This really needs to be tested. Command out go. Wait, what was it? 275. 75. We're gonna have, there's a bunch of testing we gotta do here. 275. Alright, so can we need to make a can. Where's my can? Where's my can? Funk. Whip. Can. Alright, so returns command from commands that matches the name or any of the aliases in cache map. In its command, was it command aliases? I think command aliases needs to have, I think we need to make it like a, I don't know, I think I need to change, I think this is not including the name, which is why I think it's a problem. So, yeah. Can returns the command from commands that matches the name of any of its aliases and command aliases. So, the fact of the matter is, this is very easy. This is just a has command. This is like ridiculously simple. So, we just have to say cmd, we have to say c has, and the x dot command aliases, if it has in fact the name in there, which it might not, command aliases, right? If it has command aliases and then the name, and so that's it. It really isn't that hard. So, and then we say you know, if it can't, we return nil. So we actually don't even need has. We don't. We just need to return C. That's it. That is it. Okay, now let's test that. So let's do an actual good test of this. So let's actually make an actual test file. We haven't had one so far. There is one, but I don't want to clutter it up. So package Bonzai test, and we're going to say, we want to say, okay, example, cmd, can. Okay, so output, I cannot type tonight. True. So we can say, we got to make one. So we can say, foo equals, can foo, we'll make foo a Bonzai command. Bonzai.cmd with the name of, name foo, commands, Bonzai.cmd, and we're going to say it can, a foo can bar. Right? Now, we can actually do all of this a lot easier by just instantiating and say add. But I want to show it this way first. So, because this is using composition instead of dynamic addition, adding. So we're going to say can it bar, can it bar command. So foo command, can bar command. All right, so add another one of these here. Bar command, bar, can it bar command, it doesn't have, you can actually have a circular thing. That was totally fine, but I wouldn't do that. This doesn't have any commands. This is a leave command. So this actually needs, because it doesn't have a thing, it needs to have a call. So we need to have a call, a func command underscore dot 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 error string and do that, return nil. Empty println I am bar. All right, so this uses bar. Okay, and undefined CMD. Oh, right, Bonzai CMD. Bonzai CMD, bar declare but not used. Okay, and then we say empty println, and this should print actually the name bar, because we added a stringer. So we're going to say fmt print foo cmd. Wait, can it bar? And if it can, it'll return bar. Otherwise, it'll return nil. And let's run that. Go test. And it got nil, and it wanted bar. So that means our thing is not working. That's probably because names are not being included in our aliases, like I said. So I think that they were being included before, and they're not now. And it's not going to hurt for them to be in there. So I think we need to actually add that back. I think that's actually going to fix another bug that we have. Oh, my wife's home. Shit. Okay, we're very close. So we're going to go find the cache commands. Cache alias. Now we want cache commands alias. Command aliases. This is where the magic is happening. I think we changed this a lot. I changed it a lot. So it goes through all of the commands, and then it forgets to add its own name. So I think what we want to do is add its own name to it. I think this was actually in the original one, but got removed. So x.name equals C. So yeah, we want x command aliases for x.name, x.command aliases for x.name points to C, points to self. We want this to point to a self-reference. I mean, it's pretty obvious. So that means it's kind of an AKA situation. This should actually make the test pass. Nope, it doesn't. That's not good. Because we're not caching the aliases. Hey, Pimp. Aliases, VI is an alias for whatever I have on my system. It progressively adds whatever I have up to and including neobim. So okay, x.command aliases. This is so very close. All right, so the command aliases returns the command aliases. We are not caching the command aliases because we didn't call run. So that's the problem. That is actually the problem. So we have to explicitly do that in the test. So we can do this, and we can say, actually we need to do it for both of them. So, if we added a new If we did it dynamically, it would actually automatically do it, but we have to do it by default here. So you have to say bar.cmd cmd dot cache cache command aliases. I think we have to call it explicitly. It's cache. There we go. Cache command aliases. And so that has to be done. Yeah, it's still worth it. It might not seem like it, but it promises you it is. Go test. Still nothing. That's a bug. That's like a legitimate bug. So let's do this. fmt println. This might be the problem we were having with completion before. So we need to print out the bar command, and actually let's print out the command aliases. Actually, if we do this, it will automatically cache them if we call it. Yeah, so let's do bar command. Let's do that. And we'll do this one. I'll do a foo command. We don't need this. We will use that later. Go test. All right, so we got it. Okay, the first time we got an empty map, and on the second one we got a map. So the first one doesn't have any aliases, so that's why it doesn't add the name at all. Oh, that's a bug. Okay, so the second one does, because it gets all the way through. We have foo pointing to foo, and we have nothing pointing to bar. What the hell is wrong in there? That is like a big problem. It's in my dot files, friend. Just go to my dot files, rdbxrob/dot. On get it. So let's do that. Let's say all right, so I think I did command aliases totally backwards, actually. This is cache command aliases. Fuck, my wife is home too, and I want to get out of here. We are finding a problem though, so we're gonna fix this problem. Cache aliases. Cache aliases gives you a string. Cache command aliases. Cache params. Cache command aliases. Command aliases gives you command equals nil. Blah blah blah. Command aliases. Is a map string commands. What was the first string pointing to though? I didn't have a thing. I know what it is. It's because I did it out of order. Yes, this needs to go first. So we need to have this. We need to have command aliases equals, and we'll have to say x.name : is pointing to x, right? No, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. The aliases are the things under it. Yeah, I got this totally wrong. It's very tricky. This part is very tricky. Commands equals nil. The length of name equals 0. Cache command alias, so there's nothing to cache. Otherwise, we're going to range through the commands. We're going to create an aliases. Okay, the aliases slice is the thing that's not doing it. The question is whether the aliases slice, internal cache of aliases return to slice. Should the aliases include itself? I think that's the thing that we broke. I broke. So I think it should. I think that aliases slice needs to change, and this might break completion. That's fine. So cache aliases splits it all up, Okay, so cache aliases update this cache by splitting the aliases and adding the commands, the name to the end. Remember to call this whenever dynamically altering the value at runtime. All right, so that's kind of an AKA sort of thing. A equals split the thing, aliases. We could probably put append here. Yeah, and then we do x dot aliases equals append aliases x dot name. All right, so bound new line. Whoopsie. All right, so there we go. That's a special circumstance. That might be enough to help us out. Nope, still no dice. I don't understand why it's not doing it. Aliases, cache aliases, aliases slice. We're indirectly calling cache aliases. Let's check aliases first. CMD test. Let's check cache aliases. Let's actually do that. Let's make another. I need to make test code for this anyway, so it's time that I did this. Should have been doing it all along, but function example active command cache aliases. Cache aliases. We're gonna take all these. I'm gonna steal these again. And steal this one. Where is it? Put this one here. And we're gonna say bar command is there's nothing here. FMT print. We don't need that. I don't need that. What's the output gonna be? Output should be there are no aliases. So foo command, let's do this. Mt println. Ah, God, it scared me to death. Println, how you doing? Println foo command dot print aliases aliases. Shit. Cache. No. We want cache aliases. We don't want to call cache aliases. We want to go fetch it. Cache by splitting the aliases name. What is the other one called? Oh, it's aliases slice. That's what it is. It's aliases slice. Here we go. Says slice. Did I spell that right? Why is it doing that? Oh. Println. Alright, so aliases slice. I don't know, whatever it's going to be. Go test.
Weren't you supposed to be showered already?
Yes. You going to yell at me more? Thank you for that. So let's do println printf. You tricked me. You called me from the thing. You weren't at Charlotte when you left. That was not in a Charlotte route. It was not that long. Food command alias slice. All right, so there we go. It's putting the wrong thing in there. That's the problem. So yeah, the first one should be the aliases slice is wrong. We have a bug. So once I fix this, the whole thing is fixed. So Bonzai aliases slice. I don't know what's going on with this. Why is it wrong? I'm gonna have to just leave it for tomorrow, I'm afraid. I don't want to. aliases slice, cache aliases, aliases slice, aliases equals nil, cache aliases, go get it. Cache aliases, split all the aliases and put them in, and then add to the aliases the x dot name. Does it not have a name? What's the deal there? So foo command has a name foo. It has no aliases. It has a bar. Oh, okay. Wait. Wait. Wait a second. Split. Okay, so the split is actually putting something in there that doesn't exist. Yeah. This is a problem. Split string separator. Split slices S into all substrings separated spans, blah, blah, blah. If it does not contain separate not empty, split returns a slice of length of 1 whose only element is S. If sep is empty, split slice with a UTS sequence. It is equivalent to split n with a count of -1. Okay, that sucks. That's the problem. That's exactly the problem. So that means that aliases has got a blank in it. That's no wonder we had problems before. So that's fucking horrible. I don't know what to do with that. It shouldn't return anything if there's nothing in it. It's equivalent to split n with count of -1. If sep is empty, if it does not contain sep in an empty string, split returns a slice. Split slices S into all substrings separated by sep and returns a slice of substrings used between those separators. Is not empty sep is not empty. Split returns a slice of length 1 whose only element is S. Well, that's a fucking lie. It didn't do that because... Oh, is the separator. It didn't do that. I'm going to prove it to you. It didn't do that. So that we could say x.aliases. It didn't do it. It did not do it. See that? It's a blank. It has no fucking element. That documentation is wrong. It's wrong. The documentation is wrong. It says if S does not contain separator, it is not empty. Wait a second. Split slices S into all substrings separated S return slice of substrings between those separators. If S does not contain a separator and sep is not empty, which it isn't, split returns a slice of length 1 whose only element is S. S in this case would have been what? Would have been what? What was S? A string. And the string is blank and therefore returns blank. Okay, it does what it says. All right. So that means that... I mean, that's fucking stupid. That is like the stupidest algorithm ever. So that means we have to do this. We're gonna have to put. Oh, you're gonna come in on me too now, right? Here we go. So x dot. We're gonna do x dot aliases. Okay, so if x dot aliases 0. This is so fucking stupid. If the length of this splitting, okay. All right, wait. We can get around this whole thing by having the just checking for length. Yep. All right, so if the length of x dot aliases is greater than 0, then split it. Otherwise, don't. And then add to it aliases and go ahead and split it. And go test. All right, that's what we want. That is what we want. I'm going to do foo, cache aliases. Cache aliases so they can do the test. CMD test. I'm going to do the test here. This is Foo. All right, so the aliases are sliced. We got the alias slice. That will pass. All right, so that will probably fix our other test real quick. Other test is example can. And I think the cached aliases, we have to fix all of the other ones too. So with the params hidden and everything, they're all broken. So go test. See, this is now correct. It says map bar bar, which is fine, but that's the problem because. All right, so what do we got here? We got all right, so foo alias slices boo boo. So this one should still be bar, even though this was alias slices. Alias slice. So this one has bar. This one just has bar foo only, right? No, that one should actually be bar. I have bar in it too. Yeah. Or should it? Aliases equals B. I mean, you can't have a capital B, but that should give us something different. Want bar. I get bar. Want bar. Fail. Disable the can again. All right, I gotta go. Go test. How is that still passing? That should not be passing. No. No. Let's do this. Put this alien. That's because it's not bar. Bar should have it. We're gonna run this one now. So that's bar and foo. That's totally broken. That's totally broken because aliases, the alias license, it should be caching it. You know what? It's not caching it. That's why. It's not caching it. God damn it. Alias slices. If alias is nil, cache aliases. And I thought we were doing the alias caching, but I guess we're not. Cache aliases. Cache aliases, length of aliases is greater than 0. No, if aliases is greater than 0, that was broken. It was broken. Go test. Go test. That should be better. All right, there we go. BB bar and foo. That's correct. We try and change that. Put that in the test case, and that passes. All right, so next we have to do. Oh, I should go, but we need to figure out how to get. I don't know. We need to figure out how to get can to work, and I may have just fixed that. Let's try one more time. Bar is not. It's not happening. So there's something else happening with the can is not doing its thing. Car command aliases. So it's using the aliases slices, and it's not actually adding them all in there. It's doing it wrong. So anyway, it's the weirdest split function ever. I know, isn't it? I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that. All right, I gotta go. Talk to you later. Let's go raid.